Welcome to BookyRookie. Discover the classics like never before with BookyRookie. Dive into the world's greatest books through easy-to-understand summaries, top-quality translations, and immersive audio. Stream with BookyRookie, learn, and give back. www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Anne of Green Gables by Maud Montgomery. Love it, have thoughts, or want to read the book? Check us out at www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Chapter 1, Mrs. Rachel Lynde is Surprised. Mrs. Rachel Lynde made her home where the main road of Avonlea dipped into a cozy hollow. It was lined with alder trees and the delicate blooms of ladies' eardrops, and a brook wound its way through, starting deep in the woods of the old Cuthbert place. The brook was wild and mysterious upstream, with hidden pools and waterfalls. But near Mrs. Rachel's, it calmed down, as if it knew it had to behave while passing her watchful eye. She spent her days at her window, keenly observing everything from the brook to the children, ready to investigate any oddity. Many folks in and around Avonlea were quite good at minding other people's business, often at the expense of their own. But not Mrs. Rachel. She was exceptionally skilled at keeping her affairs in perfect order while also having a hand in everyone else's. She was an excellent housekeeper, with all her chores done to perfection. She led the sewing circle, assisted with the Sunday school, and was a pillar of support for the Church Aid Society and Foreign Missions Auxiliary. Despite her busy schedule, she found plenty of time to sit at her kitchen window, knitting quilts out of cotton warp, 16 in total, as the local housekeepers would say with respect. And she kept a watchful eye on the road that ran through the hollow and climbed a steep red hill. On a bright June afternoon, as the sun shone through her window and the orchard bloomed below, Mrs. Rachel sat knitting. Her husband, Thomas Lynde, whom the town folks referred to as Rachel Lynde's husband, was planting turnip seeds in the field. Meanwhile, Matthew Cuthbert should have been doing the same over at Green Gables. Mrs. Rachel knew this because she had overheard him say so to Peter Morrison at William J. Blair's store in Carmody the night before. Matthew was a man of few words, rarely sharing information unless asked. But, to her surprise, there was Matthew Cuthbert at 3:30, driving calmly over the hollow and up the hill. He was dressed in his best suit and a white collar, clear signs he was leaving Avonlea. He had his buggy and the sorrel mare, indicating a long journey ahead. Mrs. Rachel couldn't help but wonder where Matthew was headed and why he was going there. Under normal circumstances in Avonlea, Mrs. Rachel could have easily pieced together the reasons behind a man's actions, especially if it involved a trip out of town. But Matthew was an exception. His infrequent departures from home signaled something significant and out of the ordinary was at play. Known for his extreme shyness and aversion to mingling with strangers or engaging in conversation, Matthew's current undertaking was a mystery. The sight of him, spruced up in a white collar and driving a buggy, was a rare occurrence indeed. Despite her best efforts, Mrs. Rachel couldn't decipher the situation, which dampened her mood for the rest of the afternoon. Determined to get to the bottom of it, she decided to visit Green Gables after her tea to inquire with Marilla about his whereabouts and the reasons for his sudden departure. It was odd for him to head to town during this time of year, and he was not one for social visits. If he had run out of turnip seeds, he wouldn't have bothered to dress up or use the buggy just to fetch more. He wasn't driving with the urgency of seeking medical help either. Clearly, something had changed since the previous night to prompt his journey, and Mrs. Rachel was completely baffled. She resolved that her peace of mind wouldn't return until she uncovered the cause of Matthew Cuthbert's unexpected trip from Avonlea that day. After finishing her tea, Mrs. Rachel set off for Green Gables. It wasn't a long trek. The large, sprawling house, nestled among orchards, was barely a quarter of a mile up the road from Lynde's Hollow. The long driveway made it seem a bit farther. Matthew's father, as reserved and quiet as his son, had chosen the most secluded spot available for his homestead, far from other people. Green Gables stood at the edge of the cleared land, barely visible from the main road, unlike the other Avonlea homes that were more sociably placed. Mrs. Rachel Lynde didn't consider such isolation to be truly living. In her view, it was merely existing. As she walked the grassy, rutted lane flanked by wild roses, she mused that the seclusion was likely the reason for Matthew and Marilla's peculiarities. Company in the form of trees was hardly sufficient, though there were plenty of them around. She much preferred the sight of people. She acknowledged that the siblings seemed content, but then again, she thought, one could grow accustomed to anything, even dire circumstances, as the saying goes. Upon arriving at Green Gables, Mrs. Rachel noted the impeccable state of the yard. It was surrounded by majestic willows on one side and tidy Lombardy poplars on the other. Not a single twig or pebble was out of place, which would have been immediately noticed by Mrs. Rachel's keen eye. She suspected Marilla Cuthbert kept the yard as clean as her house, so much so that one could have eaten off the ground without ingesting a speck of dirt. Mrs. Rachel tapped sharply on the kitchen door of Green Gables and entered upon invitation. The kitchen was bright and would have been welcoming if it weren't for its excessive cleanliness, giving it an almost unused parlor feel. Windows faced east and west, with the western one letting in a warm June glow and the eastern offering a view of blooming cherry trees and birches by the brook, partially hidden by vine tangles. Marilla Cuthbert often sat here, knitting with a table set for supper behind her, always a bit wary of the carefree sunshine. Without even closing the door behind her, Mrs. Rachel took a quick mental inventory of the supper table. 3 plates meant Marilla was expecting someone, probably with Matthew for tea, but the ordinary dishes and simple fare of crabapple preserves and a single type of cake suggested no special guests. Yet, Matthew's white collar and the sorrel mare hinted at something out of the ordinary at the usually predictable Green Gables. Marilla greeted Mrs. Rachel warmly, commenting on the fine evening and inviting her to sit, inquiring after her family's well-being. A kind of friendship, if it could be called that, had long existed between the two women, despite, or perhaps because of, their differences. Marilla, tall and angular with streaks of gray in her hair, always pinned up tightly, had a look of limited experience and firm morals. But there was a hint of humor around her mouth, suggesting a lighter side not often seen. Mrs. Rachel shared that her family was doing well, but admitted she had been concerned about Marilla's well-being, especially after seeing Matthew leave that day. She wondered if he had gone to see a doctor. Marilla almost smiled, having anticipated Mrs. Rachel's visit and curiosity about Matthew's unusual departure. Instead, Marilla revealed that Matthew had gone to Bright River, not for health reasons, but to meet a train bringing a young boy from an orphanage in Nova Scotia. Mrs. Rachel was stunned silent for a moment, unable to believe Marilla wasn't joking. The idea of Marilla and Matthew adopting a boy from an orphanage was a shock, turning Mrs. Rachel's understanding of the world on its head. Once she found her voice, Mrs. Rachel asked Marilla if she was serious. Marilla confirmed as if it were a normal spring chore for an Avonlea farm to adopt an orphan, though it was clearly a novel idea. Mrs. Rachel felt a jolt of surprise. She couldn't help but express her disbelief at such an unexpected turn of events. Marilla explained that they had indeed decided to adopt without seeking Mrs. Rachel's advice, which left Mrs. Rachel with no choice but to disapprove silently. Marilla had been considering the idea for quite a while, since the winter season. During a visit before Christmas, Mrs. Alexander Spencer had mentioned her plan to adopt a girl from the Hopeton Asylum come spring. She had a cousin in Hopeton and was familiar with the place. This set Marilla and Matthew on a path of discussion that went on for months. They initially thought about adopting a boy because Matthew was no longer young, being 60 years old, and his health was declining, especially his heart. Finding help on the farm was becoming increasingly difficult, with only inexperienced French boys available who would soon leave for better opportunities. Matthew had suggested adopting from a home, but Marilla was adamant about having a Canadian-born child, believing it would be safer and help her sleep better at night. After much thought, they asked Mrs. Spencer to choose a boy for them when she went to pick up her girl. They had heard she was going soon, so they sent a message through Richard Spencer's family in Carmody, asking for a smart, likely boy around 10 or 11 years old. This age seemed perfect as he would be old enough to help out, but still young enough to be molded. They had every intention of providing him with a loving home and education. They even received a telegram from Mrs. Spencer confirming her trip and the arrival of the boy on the 5:30 train that evening. So, Matthew set off to Bright River to meet the boy, while Mrs. Spencer would continue on her journey to White Sands Station. Meanwhile, Mrs. Rachel, known for her frankness, thought Marilla and Matthew were making a big mistake. She worried about the unknowns that come with adopting a child. She recalled recent horror stories from the news and personal anecdotes, suggesting the unpredictability of taking in an orphan. If Marilla had sought her opinion, which she hadn't, Mrs. Rachel would have strongly advised against it. Yet, Marilla wasn't bothered or surprised by Mrs. Rachel's reaction. She continued with her knitting, unfazed by the dire warnings. Marilla didn't dispute Rachel's point of view, acknowledging her own hesitations. However, Matthew had his heart set on the idea, and Marilla felt compelled to yield, especially since Matthew rarely made demands. She believed it was her duty to support him when he did. Marilla also reasoned that life was full of risks, including the act of having one's own children, who might not always turn out well. Besides, the boy would be coming from Nova Scotia, not a distant place like England or the States, making him not so different from them. Rachel expressed her hope for a positive outcome but couldn't hide her skepticism. She warned Marilla of the potential dangers, recounting a tragic incident in New Brunswick involving an orphan who poisoned a family. Marilla responded with a touch of irony, pointing out they were not adopting a girl, as if such misdeeds were exclusive to females. She couldn't fathom taking in a girl herself and was surprised Mrs. Alexander Spencer would consider it, jesting that the woman would adopt an entire orphanage if the notion struck her. Rachel was eager to spread the news of Matthew's journey to fetch the orphan, knowing it would create quite a stir. She loved being the bearer of sensational news. With Matthew still hours away, she decided to visit Robert Bell's place to share the latest gossip. Marilla felt a sense of relief when Rachel left, as her presence had been reviving Marilla's own doubts. Once alone, Rachel couldn't help but express her astonishment at the situation. She felt deep pity for the child who would soon be part of Green Gables, believing that Matthew and Marilla, who seemed to have never been children themselves, would have unrealistic expectations for him. She imagined the challenges the orphan would face in their care, sympathizing with him as she walked away. You're about to listen to Chapter 2. Matthew Cuthbert is surprised. Matthew Cuthbert and his sorrel mare traveled at a comfortable pace to Bright River, covering the 8 miles with ease. The journey was scenic, with cozy farms along the way, stretches of fragrant fir woods, and hollows dotted with wild plum trees in delicate bloom. The fragrance of apple orchards filled the air, and meadows gently rolled into the soft colors of the distant horizon. Matthew found pleasure in the drive, although he felt uneasy when he had to acknowledge women on the road with a nod, a common courtesy on Prince Edward Island. He felt at ease only with Marilla and Mrs. Rachel, as he suspected other women might be mocking him. His appearance was quite distinctive, with a lanky build and iron gray hair that fell to his stooped shoulders, complemented by a full, soft brown beard he had worn since his 20s. He had aged little in appearance since then, just a touch more gray. Arriving early at Bright River, Matthew saw no train and decided to wait. He secured his horse at the local hotel and strolled to the station. The platform was empty except for a girl sitting on a pile of shingles. Matthew passed her quickly, barely registering her presence. If he had paid attention, he would have seen her poised with intense anticipation. He bumped into the station master who was closing up. Matthew inquired about the 5:30 train, only to learn it had left 30 minutes prior, and a young girl had been left for him. The station master mentioned the girl preferred the outdoors, claiming it was better for her imagination. Matthew was confused as he was expecting a boy from Nova Scotia. The station master suggested there was a mix-up and mentioned Mrs. Spencer brought the girl, believing Matthew and his sister were to adopt her from an orphanage. Confounded, Matthew wished Marilla was there to handle the situation. Following the station master's advice to speak with the girl, Matthew reluctantly approached her. He felt overwhelmed at the prospect of confronting the girl to understand why she was not the boy he had anticipated. With a heavy heart, he moved down the platform toward her. Ever since he had walked by her, she had kept her gaze fixed on him, and even now, her eyes followed Matthew, who remained oblivious to her presence. Had he been looking her way, he might have missed the essence of who she really was. To any casual onlooker, the sight was clear: a girl around 11, dressed in a short, snug, rather unattractive yellowish-gray wincey dress. Her head was topped with a sun-bleached brown sailor hat, and underneath it, 2 thick braids of vibrant red hair cascaded down her back. Her face was petite, pale, and freckled, with a wide mouth and large eyes that shifted between shades of green and gray depending on the light and her mood. To someone with a keen eye, there was more to see. They might have noticed her sharply defined, pointed chin, the lively spark within her sizable eyes, the sweet curve of her lips, and the broad, open forehead. Indeed, such an observer might deduce that this was no ordinary child, but one with a soul far from mundane, a soul that seemed to unsettle the normally shy Matthew Cuthbert. Matthew was relieved from initiating conversation when the girl, concluding that he was approaching her, rose to her feet. She clutched the handle of a worn-out carpet bag with one slender brown hand and extended the other toward him. She greeted him, assuming he was Mr. Matthew Cuthbert of Green Gables, with a voice that was notably clear and melodious. She expressed her relief at his arrival, sharing her worries that something might have prevented him from coming. She had resolved that if he had not arrived by evening, she would have made her way to a large wild cherry tree and spent the night there, unafraid and enchanted by the idea of sleeping among the moonlit blossoms. She was confident that he would find her in the morning, if not sooner. Matthew, taking her small hand in his, made up his mind then and there. He couldn't bring himself to tell this bright-eyed girl about the mistake. Instead, he decided to bring her home and leave the explanations to Marilla. After all, she couldn't be left at Bright River, and any questions could wait until they reached the safety of Green Gables. He apologized for his tardiness and invited her to follow him to where the horse was waiting. Offering to take her bag, they began their journey together. The child was eager to carry her own bag, filled with all her possessions, explaining that she knew just how to handle it to prevent the handle from coming off. She had an old carpet bag, which she didn't find heavy. She expressed her excitement about the new arrival, even though she had considered the adventure of sleeping in a wild cherry tree. They had a long drive ahead, about 8 miles, and she was pleased because she enjoyed driving. She shared her joy about the prospect of living with and belonging to someone, as she had never really belonged to anyone before. The orphanage had been her home for only 4 months, but it was enough to know it was the worst place. She believed that others couldn't understand what it was like to be an orphan unless they had been one. She didn't intend to be wicked when she spoke ill of the asylum. It just happened. The people at the asylum were kind, but it was a place with little room for imagination, except for the other orphans. She would imagine stories about them, such as one being the lost daughter of an earl. She would think about these things at night since the day didn't offer time for such fantasies. She suspected that was why she was so thin, with not a bit of extra flesh on her bones. Despite her thinness, she liked to imagine being plump with dimples on her elbows. The child's breathlessness and their arrival at the buggy paused her chatter. She remained silent until they had driven out of the village and down a hill lined with cherry trees and birches. She reached out to pluck a branch of wild plum as they passed. She admired the beauty of a white, lacy tree leaning out from the bank and asked what it reminded him of. Matthew didn't have an answer. A bride, envisioned in pure white with a delicate, misty veil, was something she had never laid eyes on, yet her imagination painted a vivid picture. She doubted she'd ever take on that role, considering herself too plain for anyone to desire as a wife, save perhaps a foreign missionary who might not be choosy. Still, she clung to the dream of one day wearing a white dress, her ultimate symbol of joy. Pretty clothes were her passion, yet she couldn't recall ever owning a lovely dress. This lack only fueled her anticipation and her imagination, where she could dress in the most extravagant outfits. That very morning, as she departed the asylum, she felt a pang of shame for her worn wincey dress, a uniform all the orphans shared, courtesy of a Hopetoun merchant's donation. Some suggested his generosity stemmed from an inability to sell the fabric, but she preferred to think it was kindness. On the train, she felt the weight of onlookers' pity, but she coped by imagining herself in a stunning pale blue silk dress, complete with a flower-laden hat, a gold watch, and elegant gloves and boots. This fantasy lifted her spirits, making her journey to the island a joyous one. Seasickness didn't touch her, nor did it affect Mrs. Spencer, who was too busy ensuring she didn't tumble overboard. Curiosity was her constant companion, and she indulged it fully on the boat, knowing it might be her only chance. The island's abundance of cherry blossoms thrilled her, and she was ecstatic about making it her new home. Despite always imagining living in the beauty of Prince Edward Island, she never truly believed it would happen. The fulfillment of her imaginings was delightful. Yet, the red roads puzzled her. When she inquired about their color to Mrs. Spencer, she received no answer, only a plea to cease her relentless questioning. But how else to learn if not to ask? And indeed, what did make the roads red? Matthew, at a loss himself, could only wonder. She mused on the excitement of all the mysteries waiting to be unraveled in the world, grateful for the joy of being alive in such a fascinating place. If all was known, there'd be no room left for imagination. Suddenly aware of her chatter, she offered to fall silent if it was his wish, though staying quiet was a challenge for her. Matthew found himself unexpectedly enjoying his time. He usually appreciated talkative people as long as he wasn't expected to contribute much to the conversation. The company of a young girl, however, was something he never thought he'd find pleasant. He had a particular dislike for women, but young girls, he felt, were even more bothersome. He couldn't stand their timid approach, sneaking by with nervous glances as if they feared he might devour them in one bite. That was the typical behavior he had come to expect from well-mannered little girls in Avonlea. But this girl, with her freckles and lively spirit, was different. Even though it was hard for him to keep up with her quick thinking, he admitted to himself that he enjoyed her incessant talking. Matthew shyly encouraged her to talk as much as she wanted, reassuring her that he didn't mind. She expressed her relief, glad to be free to speak without being told that children should be seen and not heard, a phrase she had heard too many times. She defended her use of large words, arguing that big ideas needed big words to be properly expressed. Matthew found her reasoning sound. She shared with Matthew that Mrs. Spencer had joked about her talkative nature, suggesting her tongue was hung in the middle, though she insisted it was firmly attached at one end. She had inquired about Green Gables and was thrilled to learn it was surrounded by trees. She had a deep affection for trees, having felt sorry for the small, caged ones at the asylum that looked like orphans themselves. She empathized with them, wishing they were in a forest where they could thrive. She hoped there was a brook near Green Gables and was delighted to learn from Matthew that there was indeed one close by. Dreaming of living near a brook had always been a fantasy of hers, though she never truly expected it to come true. She felt nearly perfectly happy, but something was nagging at her. She inquired about the color of her hair, which she held up for Matthew to see. Unaccustomed to such matters, Matthew confirmed without much doubt that it was red. The girl seemed to sigh with a depth that carried the weight of the world's sorrows. She admitted the redness of her hair with a sense of surrender. She couldn't find happiness with such a feature, she confessed. While she could overlook her freckles, green eyes, and slim figure, imagining them into something more desirable, her hair remained stubbornly red in her mind's eye. She tried to picture it as black as a raven's wing, yet the reality of its color haunted her, becoming a sorrow she anticipated would last a lifetime. She spoke of a character in a novel with a lifelong sorrow that wasn't due to red hair, but had golden locks and an alabaster brow, a term she couldn't decipher. Matthew, feeling slightly overwhelmed, admitted he didn't know what an alabaster brow was either. When she asked if he'd ever dreamed of being divinely beautiful, he confessed he hadn't. They then pondered whether it would be better to be divinely beautiful, dazzlingly clever, or angelically good, but neither could decide. She concluded it likely didn't matter, as she didn't think she'd be any of those things, especially not angelically good. As they rounded a bend in the road, the child suddenly became quiet, overwhelmed by the beauty of the avenue, with its canopy of blooming apple trees. She was struck silent by the scene, her hands clasped and her face lifted in awe. Even as they drove through the village of Newbridge, she remained silent, her eyes filled with distant visions against the sunset. After a while, Matthew suggested she might be tired and hungry, which seemed like the only explanation for her silence. She snapped out of her reverie, asking about the white place they'd passed through. Matthew explained it was the avenue, noting it was indeed pretty. The word pretty seemed insufficient to describe the sight before her eyes, and beautiful wasn't quite right either. Those words just didn't capture the full extent of the scene's splendor, which was so magnificent that it left no room for the imagination to embellish. It filled her with a sense of satisfaction deep in her heart, a peculiar, enjoyable ache that was both new and familiar to her. She often felt this sensation in the presence of supreme beauty, a feeling that went beyond mere visual pleasure. She didn't agree with the mundane name given to the lovely place they were discussing. It was too plain, too ordinary, and lacked imagination. She preferred to call it the White Way of Delight, a name that sparked her creativity and fit perfectly with her vision of the place. She had a habit of renaming things that didn't resonate with her, like an asylum girl named Hepzibah Jenkins, whom she reimagined as Rosalia de Vere. The same went for places. Regardless of what others called it, she would always refer to it as the White Way of Delight. With only a mile left before reaching their destination, she felt a mix of emotions. The pleasantness of the journey was coming to an end, which saddened her, yet the anticipation of arriving at a place she could call home filled her with joy. She had longed for a real home for as long as she could remember, and the thought of finally having one brought back that sweet ache in her chest. As they crested a hill, a stunning view unfolded below. A pond stretched out, resembling a river with its length and curves. A bridge arched over it, and from that point to the far end, where sandhills kissed the dark blue of the Gulf, the water shimmered with an array of colors: crocus, rose, ethereal green, and other indescribable shades. The pond extended into shadow-dappled groves of fir and maple, its surface dark and translucent. Wild plum trees adorned the banks, their white blossoms reaching out like girls gazing at their reflections. Frogs sang a mournful yet sweet chorus from the marsh, and a cozy gray house nestled among apple trees on a nearby slope, a warm light glowing from a window. Matthew pointed out the pond was known as Barry's Pond, but she didn't like that name either. It didn't capture the essence of the place. Instead, she decided it should be called the Lake of Shining Waters, a name that thrilled her because it felt just right. She wondered if Matthew ever experienced such a thrill from a fitting name. He mentioned he did get a thrill, but from something quite different, the sight of white grubs in cucumber beds, which he disliked. She doubted it was the same kind of thrill, seeing no similarity between grubs and a lake with shining waters. She was curious why people called it Barry's Pond, and Matthew explained it was likely because Mr. Barry lived nearby at Orchard Slope. If not for the large bush concealing it, they could see Green Gables from their current spot. However, they needed to take the bridge and follow the road, adding a little distance to their journey. Mr. Barry had a daughter, not particularly small, around the same size as the speaker. She was 11 years old and named Diana, a name that struck the speaker as absolutely beautiful, despite the others' opinion that it was somewhat pagan. They preferred more traditional names like Jane or Mary. However, Diana was named by a schoolmaster who was staying with the family when she was born. The speaker wished for a similar creative influence at the time of their own naming. As they approached a bridge, the speaker expressed a fear of crossing it, imagining it collapsing at the midpoint. Despite the fear, curiosity compelled them to look, wanting to witness it should it fall. They enjoyed the rumbling sound of the bridge, finding joy in the many things there were to like in the world. After crossing, the speaker bid goodnight to the lake of shining waters, believing that even inanimate things appreciated a farewell. As they neared home, Matthew began to point out Green Gables, but the speaker eagerly interrupted, wanting to guess its location. Surveying the landscape, with its church spire against the sky and farmsteads dotting the slope, the speaker's eyes rested on a white house surrounded by blossoming trees and decided that must be it. Matthew confirmed the correct guess with a slap of the reins, attributing it to Mrs. Spencer's description, but the speaker insisted it was purely a guess. The house felt like home, and the speaker had been pinching themselves all day to ensure the reality of the experience, eventually deciding to enjoy the dream if it were one. Now, they were almost home, and the dream was real. She let out a contented sigh and fell silent. Matthew shifted uncomfortably, relieved that Marilla would be the one to break the news to the child that the home she yearned for wouldn't be hers. They traveled through Lynn's Hollow, shrouded in darkness, yet not dark enough to hide them from Mrs. Rachel's watchful eyes from her window. They continued up the hill and along Green Gables' long lane. As they neared the house, Matthew dreaded the impending disclosure, not for the inconvenience it posed to him or Marilla, but for the girl's impending heartache. The thought of dimming the joy in her eyes made him feel as if he were complicit in something cruel, akin to the sorrow of taking an innocent animal's life. The yard was shrouded in darkness as they arrived, with the poplar leaves rustling softly. She marveled at the trees, suggesting they were whispering secrets in their slumber and dreaming sweetly. Clutching her carpet bag, her only possession, she followed Matthew into the house. You're about to listen to Chapter 3. Marilla Cuthbert is surprised. Marilla swiftly approached as Matthew swung the door open. However, she halted, taken aback by the sight of the peculiar small figure in an unflattering dress, her red braids and bright eyes full of life. Her astonishment was clear. Who is that? Marilla thought, wondering about the boy they were expecting. Matthew, looking miserable, explained there was no boy, only the girl before them. He realized he hadn't even asked for her name. Marilla couldn't believe it, as they had specifically requested a boy from Mrs. Spencer. Matthew told her Mrs. Spencer had brought the girl instead, and he had no choice but to bring her home from the station, as she couldn't be left there alone. Marilla was frustrated, calling the situation a mess. Throughout their exchange, the child was quiet, her eyes darting back and forth, her spirit fading. When the reality hit her, she let go of her carpet bag, stepped forward, and pleaded with clasped hands, realizing they did not want her because she wasn't a boy. She had feared no one would want her, and now her fears seemed confirmed. Overwhelmed, she began to weep. She sat at the table, buried her face in her arms, and sobbed. Marilla and Matthew exchanged helpless glances, unsure of what to do. Marilla awkwardly tried to comfort the girl, telling her there was no need for tears. But the child insisted, her face wet with tears, that anyone would cry in her place, an orphan who thought she had found a home only to learn she wasn't wanted for not being a boy. She called it the most tragic event of her life. A rare, awkward smile softened Marilla's stern look. She told the girl to stop crying, as they wouldn't send her away just yet. They needed to figure out what happened. She then asked for the girl's name. Hesitant, the girl wished to be called Cordelia, a name she found elegant. Marilla, puzzled, wanted to know her real name. With hesitation, the girl introduced herself as Anne Shirley but implored Marilla to call her Cordelia, even if her stay was brief, because Anne sounded so plain to her. Marilla dismissed the notion, assuring Anne that her name was perfectly fine and sensible, and there was no reason to feel bad about it. Anne wasn't ashamed, she just preferred Cordelia, a name she'd imagined for herself, especially since it sounded so much more romantic. If not Cordelia, then at least she wanted her name spelled with an E at the end, which made it seem more special to her. Marilla, slightly amused, questioned the importance of spelling, but listened as Anne explained her preference for the spelling. Marilla then went about her business, her expression lightening just a bit as she reached for the teapot, and was thrilled by how much nicer her name looked when spelled with an E at the end. She believed it made her seem more distinguished and pleaded to be called and with an E. She couldn't understand why they had expected a boy from Mrs. Spencer when she had been told they wanted a girl her age. Anne was overjoyed to be chosen and had been too excited to sleep the night before. She wished Matthew had told her at the station if they didn't want her, as it would have been less painful had she not seen the beautiful places along the way. Marilla was confused by Anne's references to their journey, but Matthew quickly dismissed it, mentioning he needed to tend to the mare and asked for tea upon his return. Marilla, left alone with Anne, inquired if Mrs. Spencer brought anyone else, learning about Lily Jones, a young child with nut-brown hair, and wondered if her beauty and hair color would have made a difference in their decision to keep her. Marilla was blunt, stating they needed a boy for farm work, not a girl, and instructed Anne to remove her hat. At supper, Anne couldn't bring herself to eat, despite the tempting spread of bread, butter, and crabapple preserve. Marilla noticed and pointed out her lack of appetite, and explained that her despair made eating impossible as a lump formed in her throat. She reminisced about a chocolate caramel she once had and how she often dreamt of them but always woke before indulging in her dreams. She hoped Marilla wasn't offended by her inability to eat, praising the food nonetheless. Matthew, quiet since his return, suggested that Anne was simply tired and should be put to bed. Marilla was at a loss about where to have Anne sleep. She had arranged a couch in the kitchen chamber for the boy she had been expecting, but it didn't seem right for a girl, even though it was tidy. The spare room was too much for a child with no family, leaving only the east gable room. Lighting a candle, Marilla led Anne there, who picked up her hat and carpet bag without a word. The hall was spotless, and the gable room was even cleaner, making Anne feel a chill to her bones. Marilla placed the candle on a peculiar three-legged table and pulled back the bed covers. She checked if Anne had a nightgown, to which Anne confirmed she had two, made by the asylum's matron. They were too short, a common issue in the poor asylum she came from. Anne disliked them, but took solace in being able to dream in them as well as in more elaborate ones. Marilla instructed Anne to quickly get ready for bed and said she would return for the candle, not trusting Anne to extinguish it herself. Once alone, Anne felt the starkness of the room. The walls and floor were bare, except for a braided mat. The bed was high and old-fashioned, and there was a small mirror and a washstand. Feeling overwhelmed, Anne quickly changed into her nightgown and dove into bed, hiding under the covers. When Marilla returned, Anne's clothes were scattered on the floor, and the bed looked tumultuous. Marilla tidied up, placing Anne's clothes on a chair, and approached the bed to say goodnight. Anne's face popped out from under the covers, questioning how it could be a good night given her circumstances, before hiding again. Marilla left, feeling awkward but not unkindly, and went downstairs to wash dishes. Matthew was smoking, a sign he was troubled. He rarely did so, as Marilla disapproved, but sometimes he needed an outlet. Marilla was frustrated, realizing the mix-up with Richard Spencer's message meant they would have to return Anne to the asylum. Matthew agreed, though he seemed reluctant. Matthew supposed they should send the little girl back, despite her eagerness to stay. Marilla was taken aback, almost as if Matthew had suggested doing a handstand, when he hinted that perhaps they could keep her. Matthew fumbled for words, suggesting they weren't exactly expected to keep her. Marilla firmly believed there was no benefit in keeping the girl, but Matthew countered, suggesting they could be of some benefit to her. Marilla accused the child of casting a spell on Matthew, seeing his desire to keep her clear as day. Matthew defended the girl, insisting she was interesting and worth listening to, but Marilla was not swayed by a child's chatter and had no intention of keeping an orphan girl, especially one she couldn't quite understand. She was adamant the girl be sent back immediately. Matthew suggested hiring a French boy for help and mentioned the girl could be Marilla's company, to which Marilla sharply replied she didn't need company and wouldn't keep the girl. Resigning to Marilla's decision, Matthew put away his pipe and went to bed. Marilla followed suit after finishing her chores, her frown deepening. Meanwhile, in the east gable, a lonely, friendless child wept herself to sleep. You're about to listen to Chapter 4, Morning at Green Gables, and woke to a room bathed in bright sunshine streaming through the window and a white, feathery something fluttering against a slice of blue sky. For a moment, she lay there, puzzled about her whereabouts. Then, a wave of joy washed over her, followed by a sinking feeling. She was at Green Gables, where they had hoped for a boy, not her. Morning had arrived, and outside her window was a cherry tree in full bloom. She leapt from her bed and hurried across the room. She forced the sash window open, which groaned and resisted as if it hadn't moved in ages, but it stayed open on its own. On her knees, and peered out at the June morning, her eyes shining with excitement. The beauty overwhelmed her. She might not be staying, but she decided to pretend she was. The place was a playground for her imagination. A large cherry tree brushed against the house, its branches so heavy with flowers that the leaves were barely visible. Orchards of apple and cherry trees, laden with blossoms, flanked the house. Dandelions dotted the grass. Lilacs, heavy with purple blooms, perfumed the air, wafting through the window with the breeze. Beneath the garden, a field rich with clover sloped towards a brook bordered by white birches. Ferns, mosses, and woodland treasures promised adventure. A hill rose in the distance, dotted with spruce and fir, and a gray gable peeked through a gap, the same house Anne had seen from across the lake of shining waters. To the left stood large barns, and beyond, green fields sloped towards a shimmering blue sea. And drank in the view, a stark contrast to the dreary places she'd known. It was as beautiful as any of her dreams. She was so enraptured by the beauty that she didn't notice Marilla until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Marilla had entered quietly, not knowing how to address the daydreaming girl, and her awkwardness came out as abruptness. Anne rose and inhaled deeply, marveling at the beauty outside. Marilla, unsure of what to say, remarked that despite the tree's impressive bloom, its fruit was usually small and riddled with worms. Anne didn't just admire the tree for its stunning beauty, she felt an overwhelming affection for everything around her. The garden, the orchard, the brook, the woods, it all seemed to be part of a vast, beloved world. On a bright morning like this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of love for the world. She could hear the brook's laughter from afar and always found brooks to be such joyful companions, laughing even through the winter ice. She was thankful for the brook's presence near Green Gables, knowing that even if her stay was temporary, the memory of the brook would stay with her. If there were no brook, she'd be haunted by the feeling that there should be one. Despite her sadness, mornings brought her no despair, only the splendor of a new day, though the pain of ceasing her daydreams about staying at Green Gables forever was sharp. Marilla, struggling to get a word in, instructed Anne to start her day, to wash up, and to neat her bed, emphasizing the need for quickness. Anne managed to get ready in 10 minutes, her appearance neat and her soul content with having met Marilla's expectations, though she forgot to turn back the bedclothes. At breakfast, she expressed her hunger and shared how the world seemed less daunting in the morning sunshine. She mused about the unpredictable nature of mornings and how they spark the imagination, and admitted that while it's easy to romanticize sorrows, facing real hardships is far less appealing. Marilla, running out of patience with Anne's chatter, urged her to be silent, and complied so completely that her silence seemed almost unnatural. The meal proceeded in quiet, with Anne appearing distant and preoccupied, her gaze fixed on the sky outside, making Marilla uneasy. She wondered who would want such a dreamy child around. Matthew, inexplicably, harbored a desire to keep her. Marilla sensed that his wish was as strong that morning as it had been the previous night, and he showed no signs of changing his mind. That's how Matthew was. Once he adopted a fancy, he'd hold on to it with remarkable, silent determination. His silence made his resolve all the more powerful than if he'd spoken about it. After they finished eating, Anne snapped out of her daydream and started cleaning the dishes. Marilla eyed her skeptically, questioning her ability to do the task properly, and assured her she could manage, though she was more skilled at caring for children due to her extensive experience. She lamented the absence of children at Green Gables to look after. Marilla, feeling overwhelmed by her current responsibilities, expressed her exasperation at the thought of handling another child. She found Matthew's behavior utterly nonsensical. Anne, however, admired Matthew for his empathy and enjoyed how he didn't mind her chatter, feeling an immediate connection with him. Marilla dismissed their similarities with a sniff, but allowed Anne to proceed with the dishes, instructing her to use hot water and ensure they were dried thoroughly. She also mentioned the need to visit Mrs. Spencer at White Sands later in the afternoon to decide what to do with Anne. After the dishes, Anne was to tidy her bed upstairs. Anne managed the dishes well under Marilla's watchful eye. Making the bed proved more challenging, as she struggled with the feather tick, but eventually, she got it done. To keep her out of the way, Marilla sent her outside until dinner time. Anne nearly burst with excitement at the prospect of going out, but stopped at the threshold, turned around, and sat back down, her enthusiasm extinguished. Marilla demanded to know the problem and explained her reluctance. She feared that by going outside and growing attached to the beauty of Green Gables, it would only make leaving harder if she couldn't stay. She had hoped for many things to love without hindrance, but now, resigned to her uncertain future, she chose not to venture out to avoid further heartache. She then inquired about the name of the geranium on the windowsill. Marilla told her it was an apple-scented geranium, and clarified she meant a personal name, not the type. Learning that Marilla hadn't named it, and asked if she could, suggesting Bonnie as a fitting name for the duration of her stay. Marilla, indifferent to the idea of naming plants, gave her consent, and expressed her fondness for naming things, likening it to giving them a personal touch akin to humanizing them. She mused that even a geranium might feel slighted by being referred to by its species alone. She compared it to a person being addressed by a generic label like woman instead of a name. To rectify this, she decided to name a geranium Bonnie. Earlier that day, she had named a cherry tree Snow Queen due to its white blossoms. She acknowledged that the tree wouldn't always be in bloom, but believed one could always imagine it so. Marilla, meanwhile, was taken aback by Anne's unique perspective and found herself retreating to the cellar in search of potatoes. She couldn't help but find Anne intriguing, as Matthew had pointed out. Marilla felt a growing curiosity about what Anne might say next and admitted to herself that Anne's charm was working on her, just as it had on Matthew. She recalled the meaningful glance Matthew had given her, which seemed to reiterate his sentiments from the previous night. Frustrated by Matthew's silent nature, she wished he would be more like other men and discuss things openly. Marilla believed that if he did, she could engage in conversation and perhaps persuade him with reason. But with Matthew, a man of few words, she was at a loss. When Marilla came back from the cellar, she found Anne lost in thought, gazing at the sky, resting her chin in her hands. Marilla decided to let Anne be until it was time for their early dinner. Marilla then asked Matthew if she could use the mare and buggy that afternoon. Matthew, with a nod, gave his consent, but couldn't hide his wistful look towards Anne. Marilla caught the look and firmly stated her plan to drive to White Sands with Anne. She intended to meet with Mrs. Spencer to arrange for Anne's return to Nova Scotia. Before leaving, Marilla reassured Matthew that she would prepare his tea and return in time for the evening chores. Despite Marilla's words, Matthew remained silent, leaving her feeling like her efforts to communicate were in vain. She thought to herself that there was nothing more aggravating than a man who wouldn't talk back, except perhaps a woman who wouldn't. As they prepared to leave, Matthew hitched the sorrel to the buggy and opened the yard gate for them. As they began their slow departure, Matthew mentioned to no one in particular that he had spoken to little Jerry Buot from the creek that morning and considered hiring him for the summer. Marilla didn't respond to this, but her frustration was evident as she sharply whipped the sorrel, causing the mare to speed down the lane at an unexpectedly brisk pace. Marilla glanced back to see Matthew, still leaning over the gate, gazing after them with that same wistful expression. You're about to listen to Chapter 5, Anne's History, and shared a secret with Marilla, determined to savor their journey. She believed firmly deciding to enjoy something made it possible. So, She chose to focus on the drive, not her past at the asylum. She noticed a lone early wild rose, admiring its beauty and whimsically wishing roses could speak. And mused about the charm of the color pink, though lamented that redheads like herself couldn't wear it, even in their dreams. She wondered if anyone's red hair ever changed color with age. Marilla responded with a blunt no, doubting such a change would happen to Anne, and let out a sigh, her hopes dashed yet again. She quoted a line from a book about a graveyard of buried hopes, finding solace in its romantic notion, as if she were a character in a novel, and found the idea of having such a graveyard quite appealing. Marilla didn't understand how that was comforting, and explained it was the romanticism she found consoling. They discussed their route, with Anne finding the names Shore Road and White Sands picturesque, though she favored Avonlea for its musical sound. As they talked about the distance to White Sands, Marilla urged Anne to talk about herself. Anne wasn't keen on sharing mundane facts, preferring to share her imaginings. But Marilla insisted on the facts, and complied, revealing she was 11 since last March and born in Bolingbroke, Nova Scotia. Her parents were Walter and Bertha Shirley, both names she found lovely. She felt fortunate they didn't have less appealing names, like Jedediah, for example. Marilla imparted a moral, saying a person's name didn't matter as much as their behavior, and pondered, unsure of herself. She once read that a rose would retain its fragrance regardless of its name, yet she couldn't quite accept that notion. She believed a rose wouldn't seem as pleasant if it were called a thistle or a skunk cabbage. She imagined that even if her father had been named Jedediah, he might still have been kind, but it would have felt like a burden. Her mother, once a high school teacher, left her job upon marrying her father, feeling that a husband was responsibility enough. Mrs. Thomas had commented that her parents were young and as poor as could be. They settled in a tiny yellow house in Bolingbroke, a place Anne never saw but envisioned with honeysuckle, lilacs, and lilies of the valley, believing muslin curtains lent a home an inviting look. She was born there, and despite Mrs. Thomas's opinion of her as an unsightly baby, her mother found her beautiful, and wished her mother had lived long enough for her to remember calling her mother, finding the word sweet. Tragically, her mother succumbed to fever when Anne was just 3 months old, and her father passed away 4 days later, leaving her an orphan. With no family willing to take her in, Mrs. Thomas eventually decided to care for her, despite her poverty and her husband's drinking problem, and often wondered if being hand-raised made one superior, as Mrs. Thomas suggested when scolding her. When the Thomases moved to Marysville and stayed with them until she was 8, helping with their 4 younger children, which was no small task. After Mr. Thomas's death in a train accident, his mother took in the bereaved family, but not Anne. At her wits' end, Mrs. Thomas found a solution when Mrs. Hammond, who lived up the river, offered to take and due to her knack for childcare. Life with the Hammonds was lonely, and Anne's imagination was her only solace. The Hammonds had 8 children, including 3 sets of twins, which Anne found overwhelming. She expressed her exhaustion to Mrs. Hammond, especially after the arrival of the last pair of twins, tired from constantly caring for them, and had spent over 2 years living with Mrs. Hammond by the river. After Mr. Hammond passed away, Mrs. Hammond decided to stop keeping house. She sent her children to live with various relatives and moved to the States herself, with no one to take her in, and was forced to go to the Hopeton Asylum. The asylum was reluctant to accept her because they were already overcrowded, but they had no choice, and stayed there for 4 months until Mrs. Spencer arrived, and was relieved to finish recounting her past, a past where she felt unwanted by the world. Marilla, while driving the sorrel mare down the shore road, was curious about Anne's education, and had not attended school much, only during the spring and fall when she lived with Mrs. Thomas, because the school was too far to walk to in the winter, and there was a summer break. However, she did attend school while at the asylum, and had learned to read quite well and had memorized many poems, which she found thrilling. Marilla, glancing at Anne, inquired about the kindness of Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Hammond toward her, and hesitated, her face turning red with embarrassment. She believed they had intended to be kind, despite not always succeeding, and understood they had their own troubles, like dealing with a drunken husband or having 3 sets of twins in a row, and she thought they meant well. Marilla decided not to probe further. She drove the mare, lost in thought, while Anne quietly enjoyed the scenery. Marilla felt a stirring of pity for Anne, recognizing the hardships of her life filled with neglect and poverty. It was clear why Anne was so excited about the prospect of a real home. Marilla considered Matthew's unusual wish to let Anne stay, despite the fact that she would need to be sent back. She thought and talked too much, but also recognized the girl's potential to be ladylike and teachable, possibly coming from good people. The coastal road was surrounded by an untamed, solitary wilderness. To the right, hardy scrub firs stood densely packed, their growth unabated despite the relentless gulf winds they battled over the years. On the left, the track skirted close to the steep red sandstone cliffs, a test of nerve for any less reliable horse than the sorrel pulling the carriage. Below these cliffs, the remnants of the sea's work were evident in the piles of rounded rocks and small sandy inlets dotted with pebbles, shining like gems of the ocean. The sea stretched out, a vast expanse of shimmering blue, while gulls glided above, their wings catching the sunlight and turning it into silver flashes. And, breaking her long silence filled with awe, marveled at the majesty of the sea. She reminisced about a day from her past in Marysville when Mr. Thomas had taken them all to the shore, a whole 10 miles away for a day's outing. Despite being tasked with watching over the children, she cherished every moment, replaying the memories in her dreams for years. To her, this shore surpassed the one in Marysville. She mused about the freedom of the gulls and imagined what it would be like to be one, if not a human girl, flying over the water at sunrise and exploring the skies all day only to return to the nest at night. The large building coming into view was identified as the White Sands Hotel, managed by Mr. Kirk, though the summer season had yet to start. It was a popular destination for Americans who found the shore to be just perfect, and, with a touch of sadness, expressed her hope that they were not approaching Mrs. Spencer's place, as it would signify the end of everything for her. Anne's life had been a series of transitions, from living with Mrs. Hammond by the river to her move to the Hopeton Asylum after Mrs. Hammond decided to cease keeping house following her husband's death. The asylum, already at capacity, had reluctantly taken her in, and after 4 months, Mrs. Spencer arrived. You're about to listen to Chapter 6. Marilla Makes Up Her Mind. They arrived in good time at Mrs. Spencer's large yellow house in White Sands Cove. She greeted them with a mix of surprise and warmth on her kind face. Mrs. Spencer was not expecting them but was happy to see them. She asked about their well-being and suggested taking care of the horse. And, without a hint of a smile, mentioned she was as well as one could expect, though she seemed overshadowed by gloom. Marilla explained they needed to rest their horse briefly but intended to return home early as promised to Matthew. She revealed to Mrs. Spencer that a strange error had occurred. They had requested a boy around 10 or 11 from the orphanage, but instead, a girl had arrived. Mrs. Spencer was taken aback and turned to her daughter, Flora Jane, who confirmed that she had indeed relayed the message of wanting a girl, as instructed by Nancy, Mrs. Spencer's other daughter. Mrs. Spencer apologized, stating it wasn't her fault and blaming Nancy's carelessness. Marilla accepted the blame, regretting they hadn't delivered such an important message in person. She pondered if the girl could be returned to the orphanage, assuming they would accept her back. Mrs. Spencer, deep in thought, suggested it might not be necessary to send the girl back. She mentioned Mrs. Peter Blewett's recent visit and her desire for a girl to help with her large family. Mrs. Spencer saw it as a fortunate coincidence. Marilla didn't share the sentiment of Providence playing a role. She knew of Mrs. Peter Blewett by reputation, a thin, sharp-faced woman known for her hard work, temper, and frugality, with a brood of unruly children. Marilla felt uneasy at the thought of leaving and in such hands. Despite her reservations, Marilla agreed to discuss the situation further inside. Mrs. Spencer, with a burst of excitement, ushered her guests from the hallway to the parlor, where a coldness enveloped them, as though the air, having passed through the dark green blinds for too long, had been stripped of any warmth it once held. She was thrilled to see Mrs. Peter approaching and thought it the perfect moment to resolve the matter at hand. She guided Miss Cuthbert to the armchair and instructed Anne to sit still on the ottoman, collecting their hats and sending Flora Jane to put the kettle on. She greeted Mrs. Blewett with a warm welcome, quickly introducing her to Miss Cuthbert before rushing off to remind Flora Jane about the buns in the oven. Upon lifting the blinds and leaving, Mrs. Spencer left and in a silent state of dread as she gazed at Mrs. Blewett, wondering if she was to be left in the care of this keen-eyed woman. A lump formed in Anne's throat, and her eyes began to sting with the threat of tears. She feared she wouldn't be able to hold them back, but before she could succumb to her emotions, Mrs. Spencer returned, her face flushed with a confidence that she could handle any challenge that came her way. Mrs. Spencer then explained to Mrs. Blewett that there had been a misunderstanding regarding Anne. She had thought the Cuthberts were looking to adopt a girl, but in fact, they wanted a boy. However, she suggested Anne might be suitable for Mrs. Blewett, given her need for help at home. Mrs. Blewett examined Anne closely, asking her age and name. And, timidly, revealed her name and that she was 11 years old, without mentioning the particular spelling of her name. Mrs. Blewett seemed to consider Anne's slight frame, but noted that she might be just what she needed, a wiry child who could be expected to work hard. She agreed to take Anne off their hands, mentioning her own weariness from caring for a fussy baby, and offered to take Anne home with her immediately. Marilla, observing Anne's pale and miserable face, felt a tug at her heart. She couldn't ignore the silent plea in the girl's eyes and didn't like the idea of sending her off with Mrs. Blewett. She hesitated, saying that she and Matthew hadn't fully decided against keeping and suggested taking her home to discuss the matter with Matthew. Marilla made it clear that she would not make a decision without his input and promised to inform Mrs. Blewett of their final decision the following night. Mrs. Blewett, though not pleased, accepted the arrangement. As Marilla spoke, Anne's expression began to change, much like a sunrise brightening the sky. Despair left her face, replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. Her eyes sparkled like the morning stars, and she looked completely transformed. When Mrs. Spencer and Mrs. Blewett left to find a recipe, Anne couldn't contain herself and hurried over to Marilla. Anne was over the moon, hardly daring to believe she might stay at Green Gables. She asked Marilla in a hushed tone, full of wonder, if it was true. Marilla, a bit annoyed, told Anne to keep her imagination in check. She confirmed that they had indeed discussed the possibility, but nothing was certain. Marilla pointed out that Mrs. Blewett might still end up taking Anne as she needed her more. And, filled with strong feelings, said she'd prefer returning to the orphanage over living with Mrs. Blewett, whom she compared unfavorably to a tool. Marilla hid her amusement, but knew she had to correct Anne for speaking so about a woman and stranger. She instructed Anne to sit quietly and behave properly, and promised to do her best to be everything Marilla wanted, hoping to be allowed to stay. That evening, upon their return to Green Gables, Matthew was waiting. Marilla had seen him earlier and understood his eagerness. He was visibly relieved to see Anne with Marilla, but they didn't discuss the matter until later, while doing chores. Marilla then shared Anne's story and the day's events with Matthew. He expressed a strong dislike for Mrs. Blewett, and Marilla agreed, though she pointed out they might still have to let her take Anne. However, Marilla was warming up to the idea of keeping and considering it a duty. She admitted she was inexperienced but willing to try her best. She told Matthew that she would handle things and he should not interfere. Matthew was delighted and agreed to let Marilla lead the way. He believed that kindness would go a long way with Anne. Marilla dismissed his opinions on raising girls and continued with her work, determined to train and to be useful. She pondered, while pouring milk into the creamers, that revealing the possibility of the girls staying over wouldn't be wise that evening. The excitement would surely keep the child awake all night. Marilla Cuthbert found herself deep in a situation she never imagined, considering the adoption of an orphan girl. It was quite the turn of events, especially since it was Matthew who had set it all in motion, despite his usual apprehension about little girls. They had agreed to give this experiment a try, with no one knowing what the outcome might be. You're about to listen to Chapter 7, Anne Says Her Prayers. When Marilla took Anne to bed that night, she firmly told her about her messy habit of leaving clothes scattered on the floor. She insisted that Anne fold her clothes neatly and place them on a chair, expressing her dislike for untidiness. Anne explained that her mind was too troubled the previous night to think about her clothes, but she promised to fold them properly, mentioning how she was used to doing so at the asylum, although she often forgot in her rush to bed. Marilla warned Anne to remember better if she wanted to stay, and after seeing Anne's room tidied, she instructed her to say her prayers before bed. Anne revealed she never said prayers, which shocked Marilla. Anne knew about God, reciting a description she learned at the asylum Sunday school, which eased Marilla's concerns slightly. Anne admired the grandeur of the words from the catechism, but Marilla steered the conversation back to the importance of nightly prayers, expressing her fear that Anne might be a very naughty girl. Anne suggested that having red hair made it harder to be good, sharing that Mrs. Thomas said God gave her red hair on purpose, which made her indifferent towards him. She also argued that looking after twins left her too tired for prayers at night. Marilla realized she needed to start Anne's religious education immediately, and agreed to pray under Marilla's guidance, willing to do anything to please her. She asked Marilla to tell her what to say for that night and planned to create her own prayer later, finding the idea intriguing. Marilla felt awkward as she told Anne to kneel, and did so, looking up earnestly, and questioned why people needed to kneel to pray, sharing her own vision of praying in a wide open field or deep woods, looking up into the endless blue sky and simply feeling a prayer. Ready to begin, Anne asked Marilla what she should say. Marilla was feeling more awkward than she ever had before. She had planned to teach Anne the simple children's prayer, "Now I lay me down to sleep." However, Marilla's budding sense of humor, which is really just an awareness of what's appropriate, made her realize that the prayer didn't fit Anne at all. Anne was a girl with freckles who knew nothing of God's love because she had never experienced it shown through the love of another person. Marilla decided Anne was old enough to pray on her own and told her to simply give thanks for her blessings and to ask humbly for the things she desired. Anne tried her best, expressing her gratitude for the White Way of Delight, the Lake of Shining Waters, Bonnie, and the Snow Queen. She acknowledged these were the only blessings she could think of at the moment. When it came to her wishes, she noted they were too numerous to list, but she highlighted two: to stay at Green Gables and to be beautiful when she grew up. She concluded her prayer with a respectful sign-off, wondering if she had done it right and if she could have been more elaborate with more time. Marilla had to remind herself that Anne's unusual prayer was not out of disrespect, but because of her lack of spiritual knowledge. She prepared and for bed, promising herself to teach the girl a proper prayer the next day. As Marilla was leaving with the light, Anne called out, wondering if she should have ended her prayer with "Amen" instead of "Yours respectfully," like the ministers do. Marilla reassured her it was fine and told her to go to sleep. Anne felt she could only say good night with a clear conscience, settling into her pillows comfortably. In the kitchen, Marilla put the candle down firmly and shared her frustration with Matthew. She felt it was high time someone took charge of teaching Anne something, as the girl was practically a heathen for never having prayed before that night. Marilla planned to borrow some religious books for Anne and send her to Sunday school as soon as she had proper clothes. She braced herself for the challenges ahead, accepting that her previously easy life was about to change, but she was determined to make the best of it. You're about to listen to Chapter 8. Anne's bringing up has begun. Marilla kept her decision to let Anne stay at Green Gables to herself. She had Anne busy with chores all morning and watched her closely. By noon, Marilla noted Anne's intelligence, obedience, eagerness, and quick learning. Anne's main issue was getting lost in daydreams and forgetting her work until a sharp word or mishap brought her back. after washing dishes and approached Marilla, visibly anxious to know her fate. Her small frame shook, her face turned red, and her eyes almost black with worry. She pleaded with Marilla to reveal if she would stay or go, expressing her difficulty in waiting any longer. Marilla pointed out Anne's mistake with the dishcloth and told her to fix it before asking more questions. Anne did as told and came back, looking at Marilla with hopeful eyes. Marilla, finding no reason to delay, shared the news. She and Matthew had chosen to keep, and if she promised to be good and grateful, and burst into tears, confused by her reaction since she felt overjoyed, more than just glad. She promised to be good, despite being told in the past she was very wicked, and wondered why she was crying. Marilla suggested it was because of Anne's excitement and told her to sit and calm down. She cautioned Anne about crying and laughing too easily. Marilla confirmed Anne could stay and that they would treat her well. She mentioned school and the upcoming vacation, suggesting Anne start school in September, and asked what to call Marilla, suggesting Aunt Marilla, to feel more like family. Marilla declined, preferring just her first name, and explained that only the minister called her Miss Cuthbert. Anne felt uncomfortable with just Marilla, but Marilla assured her it was respectful if said respectfully, and expressed her desire for a familial connection, but Marilla stood firm, not given to imagination, and was taken aback by Marilla's lack of imagination, feeling Marilla missed out on a lot. Marilla expressed her disbelief in pretending things are different from reality. She felt that when placed in certain situations by divine will, one should not fantasize them away. This led her to instruct and to retrieve an illustrated card from the sitting room, reminding her to keep her feet clean and not to let flies in. The card featured the Lord's Prayer, which Anne was to commit to memory that afternoon. Marilla made it clear there would be no more of the previous night's unconventional praying, and admitted to her awkwardness in prayer, explaining her inexperience. She shared that she had crafted a wonderful prayer the night before, but had forgotten it by morning. She lamented that things are never quite as good when thought out for a second time, and wondered if Marilla had noticed this phenomenon. Marilla, growing impatient with Anne's tendency to digress, emphasized the importance of immediate obedience when given instructions, and understood and went to the sitting room. However, she did not come back as expected. After a 10-minute wait, Marilla went to find her, and was found standing still, lost in a daydream inspired by a picture on the wall. The light coming through the trees and vines outside bathed Anne in an almost magical glow. Marilla's sharp inquiry snapped Anne back to reality, and explained she was imagining herself in the picture, relating to the lonely little girl in the blue dress who seemed out of place. She felt a kinship with the girl's desire to be noticed and blessed, despite feeling like an outsider, and described how she envisioned the scene, with the girl drawing closer to be blessed, and the joy that would follow. However, Anne wished the artist hadn't portrayed such a somber expression on the figure blessing the children, as she believed it would have scared them. Marilla, taken aback by Anne's lengthy musings, admonished her for speaking in such an irreverent manner, and, surprised, insisted her intentions were reverent, as she had not meant any disrespect. Marilla was not pleased with Anne's casual talk about sacred matters. She reminded Anne of the importance of following instructions promptly, without getting distracted by her imagination. Marilla instructed Anne to learn a prayer by heart, as she handed her a card and directed her to the kitchen. Anne found a spot for the card among the apple blossoms she had arranged on the dinner table. Although Marilla had her reservations about the decorations, she kept silent, and propped her chin on her hands and studied the card in silence for a while. She found the prayer on the card to be beautiful, recalling she had heard it before, but hadn't appreciated it then due to the poor delivery by the superintendent of the asylum Sunday school, and mused that the prayer, though not poetry, stirred feelings within her similar to those evoked by poetry. Marilla, with little patience for chatter, curtly told Anne to focus on learning the prayer, and affectionately kissed a bud on the apple blossoms and continued to concentrate on the card, curious about the possibility of finding a true friend in Avonlea, and asked Marilla if she might ever meet someone with whom she could share her deepest thoughts. Marilla suggested Diana Barry, a nice girl of Anne's age who lived nearby, as a potential friend. She cautioned Anne to behave well as Diana's mother was quite discerning about her daughter's companions. And, intrigued by the description of Diana, hoped her new friend wouldn't share her own affliction of red hair. Marilla assured her that Diana was not only pretty with black hair and rosy cheeks, but also smart and good, which she deemed more important than mere beauty. Anne brushed aside Marilla's moralizing and clung to the exciting prospect of meeting Diana, and was overjoyed that her friend was beautiful, as she believed herself incapable of such beauty. She fondly remembered her time with Mrs. Thomas, who owned a bookcase that she used to store china and preserves instead of books. One of the doors was shattered by Mr. Thomas in a drunken state, and used the intact door as a mirror, pretending her reflection was a girl named Katie Maurice, her imaginary friend. They shared everything and imagined the bookcase as a portal to an enchanted world where they could live happily ever after among flowers, sunshine, and fairies. When Anne moved to Mrs. Hammond's, it pained her to leave Katie Maurice, whom she believed was also saddened by their parting. At Mrs. Hammond's, there was no bookcase, but a valley with an echo nearby became the new imaginary friend, Violetta. They shared a deep bond, though not quite as deep as with Katie Maurice. The night before Anne was sent to the asylum, she bid a tearful farewell to Violetta. Marilla, hearing Anne's tales, warned her not to share such fanciful stories with Mrs. Barry to avoid the impression that she was untruthful, and assured Marilla that she would keep her imaginary friends a secret, as they were too precious. She then marveled at a bee falling from an apple blossom, musing that being a bee living among flowers would be a lovely existence. Marilla, finding Anne's whims fickle and reminding her of her previous wish to be a seagull, instructed her to focus on learning a prayer instead of indulging in chatter. She told Anne to go to her room and not come down until called for tea, to which Anne asked if she could bring some apple blossoms for company. Anne was told that her room didn't need to be filled with flowers, that they should have remained on the tree. She agreed, feeling a bit guilty for cutting short the blossoms' lives. She compared herself to an apple blossom, not wanting to be plucked. Despite this, she couldn't resist the urge to pick them and wondered how one deals with such temptations. When reminded to go to her room, Anne let out a sigh and made her way to the east gable, finding solace by the window. In her solitude, Anne recited a prayer she had memorized and began to imagine her surroundings transformed. She pictured a white velvet carpet with pink roses and pink silk curtains framing the windows. The walls seemed to be adorned with gold and silver brocade tapestry, and she imagined the furniture made of mahogany, a material she had never seen but found to be the epitome of luxury. In her mind's eye, a couch was piled high with cushions of pink, blue, crimson, and gold, and she envisioned herself reclining on it with grace. She saw her reflection in an imagined grand mirror, tall and regal, dressed in a gown of trailing white lace, adorned with a pearl cross and pearls in her hair. Her hair was as dark as midnight, her skin an ivory pallor. She tried to assume the identity of Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald, but couldn't convince herself it was real, and approached the small looking-glass, and her freckled face with solemn gray eyes looked back at her. She acknowledged that she was simply and of Green Gables, and that was far better than being an and of nowhere in particular. She kissed her reflection and then turned to the window, greeting the Snow Queen, the birches, and the gray house. She pondered whether Diana would become her bosom friend, hoping she would and that she would love her dearly. However, Anne reminded herself not to forget her imaginary friends, Katie Maurice and Violetta. She didn't want to hurt their feelings, so she resolved to remember them and send them a kiss each day. With that, Anne sent airy kisses towards the cherry blossoms and settled into her daydreams, her chin resting in her hands, adrift on a sea of fantasies. You're about to listen to Chapter 9. Mrs. Rachel Lynde is properly horrified. Anne had spent 2 weeks at Green Gables when Mrs. Rachel Lynde decided to pay a visit for an inspection. It wasn't Mrs. Rachel's fault she hadn't come sooner. She'd been struck down by a fierce bout of the flu, confining her to her home since her last trip to Green Gables. Mrs. Rachel rarely fell ill and had little patience for those who did. However, she claimed the flu was a unique ailment, a trial sent by Providence. Once her doctor gave the green light, she made a beeline for Green Gables, eager to meet the orphan that Matthew and Marilla had taken in, about whom rumors and guesses were swirling around Avonlea, and had not wasted a single moment of those 14 days. She had become familiar with every plant and tree on the property. She'd found a lane that started behind the apple orchard, weaving through a stretch of woods, and she'd followed it to its end, enjoying every twist and turn, every brook and bridge, every copse of fir and arch of wild cherry, every fern-filled nook, and every path lined with maple and mountain ash. She had struck up a friendship with a spring in a hollow, a marvel of deep, icy clear water, surrounded by smooth red stones and fringed with ferns that resembled giant palms. A log bridge spanned the brook there. That bridge took Anne's joyful feet up a hill shrouded in a twilight created by the dense firs and spruces. The only flowers were countless delicate June bells and a scattering of pale, ghostly starflowers. Silver gossamer threads sparkled among the trees, and the fir branches seemed to whisper in kinship. Anne's thrilling explorations happened in the brief moments she was allowed to play. She filled Matthew and Marilla's ears with tales of her adventures. Matthew never complained, his face always lit up with a silent, joyful smile. Marilla let Anne prattle on until she found herself too engrossed, at which point she would abruptly tell Anne to be quiet. When Mrs. Rachel arrived and was in the orchard, meandering where she pleased among the grass glowing with the red light of sunset, this gave Mrs. Rachel plenty of time to recount her illness with such relish that Marilla thought even the flu had its upside. Once they'd covered every detail of Mrs. Rachel's sickness, the conversation turned to the reason for her visit. Mrs. Rachel shared her astonishment about the news involving Marilla and Matthew. Marilla, in turn, admitted her own surprise, but mentioned she was getting used to the idea. Mrs. Rachel expressed sympathy over the mix-up with the orphan and wondered if sending her back had been an option. Marilla explained that they chose not to send Anne away because Matthew had grown fond of her, and she herself had taken a liking to the girl despite her flaws. She felt the house had changed for the better with Anne's presence. Marilla ended up sharing more than she intended as she noticed Mrs. Rachel's disapproving look. Mrs. Rachel pointed out the huge responsibility Marilla had taken on, especially since she had no experience with children. She voiced her concerns about the uncertainty of how a child like Anne might turn out, but she quickly added she didn't mean to discourage Marilla. Marilla wasn't one to get discouraged. Once she decided on something, that decision was set in stone. She guessed someone might want to meet, and so she called her in. And burst into the room, her face alive with joy from her time in the orchard. But the sudden encounter with a stranger made her stop, suddenly shy. Her appearance was rather unique with her short, snug dress from the asylum and her legs looking too long beneath it. Her freckles stood out boldly, and her hair, untamed by the wind and without a hat, was more red than ever. Mrs. Rachel Lynde, who always said exactly what she thought, made it clear that Anne's looks weren't what got her picked. She called Anne over to get a better look, commenting on her skinniness and her bright red hair. Anne's reaction was fierce and immediate. She stormed over to Mrs. Rachel, her face red with anger, her whole body shaking. She told Mrs. Rachel off, saying how dare she make such rude comments about her appearance. Anne's anger was palpable, her feelings deeply wounded, something she hoped Mrs. Rachel would understand as she had hurt Anne's feelings badly. Mrs. Rachel was taken aback by Anne's temper, and Marilla, quite shocked, told Anne to go to her room and wait for her. Anne ran out, tears streaming down her face, and slammed the door behind her so hard that the tins outside rattled in response. Upstairs, another door slammed with equal force. Mrs. Rachel didn't envy Marilla's task of raising such a spirited girl. Marilla, surprised at her own words, told Mrs. Rachel she shouldn't have criticized Anne's looks. Mrs. Rachel was indignant, asking if Marilla was defending Anne's outburst. Marilla said she wasn't, acknowledging that Anne had been naughty and would need to be spoken to about her behavior. But she also felt that Mrs. Rachel had been too harsh, reminding her that Anne hadn't been taught proper manners yet. Despite being surprised at herself, Marilla couldn't help but add that last bit of defense for Anne. Mrs. Rachel left with a sense of offended dignity. Marilla was now set on being extra cautious with her words, aware that she had to consider the delicate feelings of an orphan like Anne, who came from parts unknown. Despite her claim of not being upset, it was clear she felt pity for Marilla, predicting she would have her hands full with the child. She offered unsolicited advice, which she doubted Marilla would take, about using a birch switch for discipline, a method that had proven effective with her own 10 children, 2 of whom had passed away. She believed a firm hand was necessary for a child with a temper as fiery as Anne's red hair. After expressing her hope that Marilla would still visit her, she made it clear she wouldn't be returning anytime soon, not wanting to risk another confrontation. With that, Mrs. Rachel made her exit, her departure more of a waddle than a sweep, and Marilla solemnly headed to the east gable. Marilla climbed the stairs, her mind uneasy. She was troubled by the recent outburst and wondered about the proper course of action. The embarrassment she felt outweighed her concern for Anne's behavior, which troubled her further. She knew she couldn't resort to the birch switch as Mrs. Rachel had suggested and had to think of another way to make and realize the gravity of her actions. Anne was found in her room, face down on the bed, sobbing, unaware of the muddy marks her boots were leaving on the clean bedding. Marilla called out to her, initially gentle but with increasing firmness. Anne moved to sit on a chair, her face puffy from tears and her gaze fixed on the floor. Marilla questioned Anne's behavior, prompting Anne's defiant response about Mrs. Rachel's harsh words. Marilla expressed her disappointment, pointing out that Anne's reaction was not justified even if she often made similar remarks about herself. Anne's defense was that it felt different when others pointed out your flaws, and she explained how she couldn't control her anger when Mrs. Rachel insulted her. Marilla criticized Anne's loss of composure, warning her of the gossip that would follow. And, in tears, tried to make Marilla understand her feelings by asking her to imagine being called skinny and ugly herself. A sudden memory emerged for Marilla, recalling a time in her early childhood when she overheard one aunt comment to another about her unfortunate plain and dark appearance. It took Marilla 50 years to let go of the hurt from that comment. Marilla acknowledged too, and that Mrs. Lynde might have been too harsh with her words. Rachel always spoke her mind too freely. Yet, Marilla insisted that Anne's response was inappropriate. She emphasized that Anne should have shown respect to Mrs. Lynde, who was a stranger, an older individual, and Marilla's guest. Marilla thought of a suitable punishment and would have to apologize to Mrs. Lynde, and was resolute and upset, declaring she couldn't apologize. She told Marilla to choose any punishment, even if it meant being locked away with snakes and toads and surviving on just bread and water. But asking for Mrs. Lynde's forgiveness was something she couldn't do. Marilla responded with a touch of dry humor, stating that they didn't practice locking people in dungeons around Avonlea, mainly because they were quite rare. She insisted that Anne must apologize and that Anne would be confined to her room until she agreed to do so. Anne felt she would be in her room indefinitely because she couldn't apologize for something she wasn't sorry about. She admitted to being sorry for upsetting Marilla, but not for standing up to Mrs. Lynde. Anne found satisfaction in her actions and couldn't pretend to be remorseful. Marilla suggested that Anne's imagination might improve overnight, giving her time to reflect on her behavior and hopefully adopt a better attitude. Marilla reminded Anne of her promise to be good when they decided to keep her at Green Gables, but her recent behavior wasn't convincing. With those final words, Marilla left Anne to ponder, feeling conflicted and a bit amused, despite her efforts not to be. She found herself struggling not to laugh when she thought of Mrs. Rachel's shocked expression. You're about to listen to Chapter 10, Anne's Apology. Marilla kept quiet about the incident with Anne to Matthew that evening. However, by the next morning, with Anne still being stubborn, Marilla had to explain why Anne wasn't at the breakfast table. She shared the entire situation with Matthew, emphasizing how serious Anne's misconduct was. Matthew offered some comfort by saying it was good that Rachel Lynde was scolded, as she was too nosy. Marilla was shocked to hear this from him, especially since he seemed to side with Anne. She couldn't believe Matthew would suggest Anne shouldn't be disciplined. Matthew felt uneasy and said he didn't mean Anne should avoid punishment entirely. He just didn't want Marilla to be too harsh, reminding her that Anne never had anyone to teach her proper behavior. He also checked if Marilla would still feed Anne, to which Marilla responded with indignation. She assured him that she'd never use starvation as punishment and would personally bring Anne's meals to her. But she was firm that Anne would stay in her room until she apologized to Mrs. Lynde. Meals at home turned quiet as Anne remained defiant. Marilla would take a full tray of food to Anne's room and return with it almost untouched, which worried Matthew. He wondered if Anne was eating at all. One evening, while Marilla was out tending to the cows, Matthew sneaked upstairs, a place he rarely visited. He hesitated outside Anne's door before finally gathering the courage to peek inside. He saw Anne looking out the window, appearing very small and sad. This sight tugged at his heart. He tiptoed over and asked her in a whisper how she was coping. Anne gave a faint smile, mentioning she kept herself busy with her imagination but acknowledged it was lonely. She put on a brave face, accepting the solitude she faced ahead. Remembering he couldn't waste time before Marilla returned, Matthew urged Anne to just apologize and get it over with. He stressed that Marilla was set in her ways and that it was best to address the issue quickly. And understood he was talking about making amends with Mrs. Lynde. Matthew confirmed, eager for Anne to smooth things over and end the standoff, and mulled over the idea of making amends as a favor to her friend. She admitted to herself that she felt truly sorry now, though she hadn't been the night before. Her anger had been fierce, persisting even through the night when she woke up several times still seething. By morning, the anger had subsided, leaving a hollow feeling and a sense of shame. The thought of apologizing to Mrs. Lynde was daunting and embarrassing, and had resolved to stay secluded rather than face that humiliation. Yet, for her friend's sake, she was prepared to do it. Her friend was keen on the idea, missing Anne's company and suggesting she make peace, and agreed, albeit reluctantly, to confess her change of heart to Marilla once she returned. She was determined to keep her friend's involvement a secret, humorously questioning how wild horses could possibly extract a secret from someone. Matthew, having successfully influenced the situation, quickly retreated to a remote part of the pasture, worried Marilla might catch onto his meddling. When Marilla came home, she was pleasantly surprised to hear Anne calling out to her, expressing remorse for her temper and rudeness, and her readiness to apologize to Mrs. Lynde. Marilla concealed her relief, planning to accompany Anne to Mrs. Lynde's after the evening's milking. The walk saw Marilla proud and upright and disheartened. However, halfway there, Anne's spirits lifted, her demeanor brightening as she gazed at the sunset. Marilla disapproved, expecting a more contrite attitude for their upcoming encounter with Mrs. Lynde. Marilla inquired about Anne's thoughts, to which Anne responded she was crafting her apology. Marilla was not entirely convinced, sensing that Anne's radiant disposition was not fitting for someone about to seek forgiveness. Yet, as they arrived and Anne faced Mrs. Lynde, her cheerful expression gave way to one of sincere penitence. Anne knelt before a stunned Mrs. Lynde, her hands outstretched in a plea for forgiveness. Anne stood before Mrs. Lynde, her voice trembling with regret as she apologized. She explained how deeply sorry she was and that words couldn't fully capture her remorse, and admitted to behaving terribly and bringing disgrace upon her kind caretakers, Matthew and Marilla, who had welcomed her into their home at Green Gables even though she wasn't the boy they'd expected. She acknowledged her ingratitude and the wickedness of her temper, especially since Mrs. Lynde had only spoken the truths about her red hair, freckles, and appearance that Anne had angrily denied, and pleaded for forgiveness, fearing the weight of a lifelong sorrow if Mrs. Lynde held on to her resentment. With her head bowed and hands clasped, Anne awaited Mrs. Lynde's response, her sincerity evident in every word she spoke. Marilla and Mrs. Lynde couldn't ignore the genuine tone in Anne's voice, although Marilla realized with dismay that Anne seemed to find some enjoyment in her own humility. Marilla's intention for a harsh punishment seemed to have backfired, turning into a source of strange pleasure for Anne. Mrs. Lynde, less perceptive but kind-hearted, didn't notice Anne's peculiar delight. She saw only a heartfelt apology and let go of her anger. She reassured Anne, telling her to rise and not to worry, as all was forgiven. Mrs. Lynde admitted she might have been too harsh and shared a story of a girl she knew whose red hair darkened to a beautiful auburn as she grew up, giving Anne a glimmer of hope that hers might do the same. Feeling hopeful, Anne thanked Mrs. Lynde, considering her a benefactor for giving her hope about her hair. She mused that having auburn hair would make it easier to be good, and then asked if she could go outside to the garden and sit under the apple trees, explaining that it allowed her imagination to soar. Mrs. Lynde agreed and even suggested Anne pick some white June lilies from the garden. As Anne left the room, Mrs. Lynde briskly got up to light a lamp, the day's events drawing to a close. Marilla was offered a more comfortable chair by the speaker, who remarked on Anne's peculiar nature, yet admitted that the girl had a certain charm. The speaker was no longer as shocked or sympathetic about Marilla and Matthew's decision to keep and suggested that she might turn out fine. They noted Anne's unique and rather forceful way of expressing herself, which they hoped she would lose now that she was living with civilized people. Anne's quick temper was mentioned as a positive trait, as it meant she wasn't likely to be sneaky or deceitful. The speaker concluded by confessing a growing fondness for Anne. As Marilla headed home and emerged from the orchard holding a bunch of white narcissi, proudly stating that she had done a good job apologizing. Marilla agreed but couldn't help feeling amused by the memory, which conflicted with her belief that she should reprimand Anne. To satisfy her conscience, Marilla sternly hoped Anne wouldn't need to apologize so frequently in the future and would work on her temper, and lamented how she was teased about her appearance, particularly her hair, which was a source of frustration for her. She wondered if her hair would be a lovely auburn when she was older. Marilla warned Anne against vanity, to which Anne countered that she couldn't be vain given her plainness, expressing her dislike for not seeing beauty in her reflection. Marilla responded with a proverb about actions defining beauty, which Anne skeptically acknowledged while admiring the sweet scent of the flowers given to her by Mrs. Lynde. Anne felt a sense of comfort from apologizing and being forgiven and commented on the brightness of the stars, whimsically pondering which star she would live on if she could. Exasperated by Anne's rambling thoughts, Marilla told her to be quiet. They walked in silence until they reached their own lane, where a breeze carrying the scent of ferns greeted them. The light from Green Gables' kitchen shone through the trees, and Anne, overcome with a sense of belonging, grasped Marilla's hand, expressing her love for Green Gables and the joy of feeling at home, and felt so content that she believed she could pray with ease. A warm, pleasant sensation grew in Marilla's heart when she felt the little hand in hers. It was like a pulse of motherhood she had never experienced, stirring her deeply. The unfamiliar sweetness of it all made her uneasy, and she quickly tried to regain her composure by imparting a lesson about goodness and happiness. And, in her reflective manner, considered the difference between the act of saying prayers and the essence of praying. She then let her imagination soar, picturing herself as the wind, dancing among the treetops, then gracefully moving through the ferns, setting flowers in motion in Mrs. Lynde's garden, sweeping over a clover field, and finally, creating sparkling ripples on the lake of shining waters. And found endless possibilities for imagination in the wind, and with that, she decided to keep her thoughts to herself for the moment. Marilla, relieved, silently expressed her gratitude for the quiet that followed. You're about to listen to Chapter 11. Anne's impressions of Sunday school. Marilla questioned Anne's opinion on the 3 new dresses displayed on the bed in the gable room. And, looking serious, considered the dresses, one made from a practical snuffy-colored gingham, one a black and white checkered sateen snagged at a bargain, and the last, a stiff, unattractive blue print from a Carmody store. Marilla had crafted them all herself, in a plain and tight style. And, trying to be diplomatic, claimed she would pretend to like them. Marilla, however, was not looking for pretense and took offense, pointing out their neatness, cleanliness, and newness, and hesitantly admitted that despite these qualities, she didn't find them pretty. Marilla dismissed the need for prettiness, emphasizing practicality and dismissing vanity. She detailed the dress's intended uses for school and church, expecting and to maintain them well, and expressed her gratitude but couldn't help wishing for a dress with puffed sleeves, which were in vogue. Marilla firmly rejected the idea, criticizing puffed sleeves as a waste of material and ridiculous, and lamented the desire to fit in with the current fashion, even if it meant looking ridiculous. Marilla instructed Anne to hang the dresses and prepare for Sunday school, handing her a quarterly from Mr. Bell. Anne was left yearning for a white dress with puff sleeves, something she had prayed for but didn't truly expect to receive. She consoled herself by imagining one of the dresses as a white muslin with lace and puffed sleeves. The following morning, Marilla was unwell and couldn't accompany Anne to Sunday school, and was tasked with seeking Mrs. Lynde's guidance to find the right class and pew, to behave properly, and to participate in the collection with the scent. Marilla expected a full report upon Anne's return, and was dressed in a black and white sateen dress that, while modest in length and far from skimpy, somehow managed to highlight every sharp edge of her slender shape. On her head, she wore a small, shiny new sailor hat that was very simple and not at all what she had hoped for, as she had secretly dreamed of adding ribbons and flowers. However, as she made her way to the main road, she encountered a wild array of buttercups and roses, stirred by the wind into a golden frenzy, and couldn't resist decorating her hat with a lavish crown of these blooms. She was quite pleased with the look and walked along the road with her head held high, displaying the pink and yellow flowers with pride. Upon arriving at Mrs. Lynde's house, Anne found it empty. Undeterred, she continued to the church by herself. There, in the porch, she was met by a group of little girls, all dressed in an assortment of whites, blues, and pinks. They stared at the newcomer with her unusual floral hat decoration. The Avonlea girls had already heard odd tales about Anne. They had been told she had a terrible temper and that she spoke to herself or to nature, which made them think she was a bit odd. They peeked at her and whispered among themselves, but no one approached her, even after the Sunday school began and joined Miss Rogerson's class. Miss Rogerson was an experienced teacher who had been leading Sunday school for 2 decades. Her style was to ask questions directly from the book and peer sternly at the girls she expected to answer. Anne, well prepared by Marilla, responded when called upon, although it was unclear how much she grasped the material. She didn't think she liked Miss Rogerson and felt quite unhappy, especially noticing that all the other girls had dresses with puffed sleeves. To Anne, it seemed that life wasn't worth living without them. When Anne returned home, Marilla asked how she found Sunday school. Anne had removed her wilted flower wreath by then, sparing Marilla from seeing it, and expressed her dislike for the experience, calling it horrid. Marilla scolded her for the comment, and sank into the rocker, sighed deeply, kissed a leaf, and waved at a blooming fuchsia, explaining that the plants might have missed her. She then recounted her Sunday school visit, describing how she went in with the other girls and sat by a window during the opening prayers. The view of the lake of shining waters allowed her to daydream during Mr. Bell's lengthy prayer. Marilla disapproved, insisting that Anne should have paid attention instead, and insisted that she wasn't the one being spoken to, it was God who was being addressed, and the speaker didn't seem too engrossed in the conversation. She felt that perhaps God was perceived as too distant. She described a scene where white birches leaned over a lake, with sunlight piercing through them to the deep waters below. It was so enchanting that Anne felt compelled to silently thank God multiple times for the beauty of it all. Marilla, concerned, hoped Anne hadn't expressed her gratitude aloud. But Anne reassured her that her thanks were whispered just under her breath. Later, Anne was instructed to join Miss Rogerson's class, which consisted of 9 other girls, all adorned with puffed sleeves. Despite her attempts, Anne couldn't envision her sleeves as puffed, which was an easy feat when she was alone, but challenging in the presence of others who actually had such sleeves. Marilla believed and should have focused on her Sunday school lesson rather than her attire, and assured her that she had participated actively in the lesson, responding to numerous questions. However, Anne felt it was unfair that she wasn't given the chance to ask questions herself, as she didn't sense a kindred spirit in Miss Rogerson. When it was time for the girls to recite paraphrases, Anne admitted to not knowing any, but offered to recite a poem from her reader, which, while not religious, carried a somber tone akin to a religious work. Miss Rogerson declined her offer and assigned Anne to learn a specific paraphrase for the following Sunday, and read the paraphrase later in church and was captivated by it, particularly 2 lines that resonated deeply with her. The words squadrons and Midian were foreign to her, but their dramatic sound was thrilling. She eagerly anticipated reciting it the next Sunday and planned to practice throughout the week. After Sunday school, Anne sought guidance to find Marilla's pew, as Mrs. Lynde was too distant. During the sermon, which was based on a lengthy passage from Revelations, Anne found it hard to stay engaged, attributing the minister's lackluster delivery to a lack of imagination. Instead of listening, she allowed her mind to wander, entertaining a variety of unexpected thoughts. Marilla felt a strong urge to reprimand Anne for her comments about the minister's sermon and Mr. Bell's prayers, yet she was conflicted. Deep down, Marilla shared similar thoughts but had never voiced them. It was as if Anne's candid remarks had given form to Marilla's own unspoken criticisms, embodied by this forthright and somewhat neglected child. You're about to listen to Chapter 12, A Solemn Vow and Promise. Marilla learned about Anne's flower-adorned hat the following Friday. After visiting Mrs. Lynde, she confronted Anne about her floral hat choice for church, and tried to explain, but Marilla dismissed her reasons, calling the act silly, and argued that wearing flowers on a dress was no different, but Marilla wasn't swayed and warned Anne against such antics again. She relayed Mrs. Rachel's embarrassment and the town's gossip, and felt regret and feared she was a burden to Marilla, even suggesting a return to the asylum. Marilla, softened by Anne's tears, reassured her she didn't want that. She only wished for Anne to fit in with other girls and not stand out for the wrong reasons. Changing the subject, Marilla mentioned Diana Barry's return and offered to take Anne to meet her, hoping for a new friendship. Excited and nervous about meeting Diana, and worried about making a good impression, especially with Diana's mother. Anne's anxiety was visible as Marilla advised her to be polite and avoid her usual dramatics. And, pale and shaking, prepared to leave, her mind filled with thoughts of the potential new friendship and the daunting approval of Diana's mother. Crossing the brook and ascending the hill grove filled with firs, they reached Orchard Slope. Marilla knocked on the kitchen door, and Mrs. Barry, a tall woman with black eyes and hair and a firm mouth, greeted them warmly. She had a reputation for being strict with her children. She recognized Marilla and welcomed her and Anne Shirley, the girl Marilla had adopted, and, though nervous, made sure to emphasize the unique spelling of her name with an E at the end. Diana Barry, Mrs. Barry's daughter, was engrossed in a book on the sofa but put it down as they entered. She shared her mother's black eyes and hair, had rosy cheeks, and a cheerful demeanor inherited from her father. Mrs. Barry suggested Diana take Anne outside to see the flowers, hoping it might encourage her to spend less time reading and more time outdoors. In the garden, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Anne and Diana stood shyly looking at each other over the vibrant tiger lilies. The Barrys' garden was a wild delight of flowers, surrounded by willows and firs, with paths bordered by clamshells. It boasted a variety of flowers, from bleeding hearts to peonies, narcissi to Scotch roses, and many more. The garden was a haven for sunshine, bees, and gentle winds. Anne, overcome with emotion, asked Diana if she could like her enough to become bosom friends. Diana, who always laughed before speaking, agreed with enthusiasm. She was excited about having and at Green Gables, as there were no other girls nearby to play with, and eagerly asked if Diana would vow to be her friend forever. Diana was initially taken aback by the idea of swearing, but Anne explained it was a solemn promise, not something wicked. Relieved, Diana agreed to make such a vow. Marilla later found out about Anne's choice of wearing a flower-adorned hat to church and was not pleased. Anne's suggestion of returning to the asylum showed her concern about being a burden, but Marilla reassured her and hinted at a budding friendship with Diana Barry. Anne was anxious yet hopeful about this new relationship and the impression she would make on Diana's mother. Marilla encouraged Anne to be polite and stay away from drama as they prepared for the visit, and declared with seriousness that they should unite, imagining the path beneath them as a stream over which they could bond. She vowed her loyalty to her dear friend Diana Barry, pledging friendship as enduring as the sun and moon. Diana, with laughter before and after, echoed the pledge, inserting Anne's name in her turn. Diana found Anne peculiar yet endearing, expressing a newfound fondness for her. As they parted at the log bridge, the two girls, arms entwined, promised to spend the following afternoon together. Marilla inquired if Diana was a kindred spirit to Anne, who, oblivious to any sarcasm, expressed her sheer joy. Anne was elated, planning to build a playhouse and asking for broken china for future use. She marveled at the coincidence of their birthdays in February and March and shared her excitement about borrowing a book from Diana, exploring the woods for rice lilies, and learning a new song. Anne longed for soulful eyes like Diana's and was thrilled about a promised picture for her room. Marilla hoped Anne wouldn't overwhelm Diana with chatter, reminding her of her duties amidst her plans. However, Anne's happiness was amplified when Matthew shyly offered her chocolate sweets, despite Marilla's concern for her health, and promised to savor them sparingly and share with Diana, finding joy in the act of giving. Marilla spoke as Anne retreated to her gable, acknowledging the girl's generosity. She felt relieved that Anne wasn't miserly, as she found that trait particularly disagreeable in children. It had been only 3 weeks since Anne's arrival, yet Marilla felt as if she had always been part of their lives. The thought of the house without Anne was unimaginable. Marilla admitted to herself, and silently to Matthew, that she was pleased they had decided to keep Anne and that she had grown quite fond of her. Despite this, she had no desire for Matthew to tease her with an "I told you so" attitude, which she could barely tolerate from women and certainly not from men. She conceded her happiness about their choice to keep Anne, but she preferred that Matthew kept his satisfaction to himself. You're about to listen to Chapter 13, The Delights of Anticipation. Marilla glanced at the clock and then out into the warm yellow afternoon. She noticed everything seemed to slow down in the August heat, and was overdue from her playtime with Diana, having stayed over half an hour longer than allowed. Now, Anne was chatting away with Matthew on the woodpile, full of energy, while she should have been sewing. Marilla thought Matthew was too easily charmed by Anne's chatter, hanging on her every word. Suddenly, Anne rushed in from the yard, her eyes bright, cheeks slightly pink, and her hair a flowing golden stream. She was excited about the upcoming Sunday school picnic in Mr. Harmon Andrews's field, by the Lake of Shining Waters. There would be ice cream made by Mrs. Superintendent Bell and Mrs. Rachel Lynde. Anne was eager to attend and asked Marilla if she could go. Marilla pointed out the time, reminding Anne she was supposed to return at 2 o'clock, not nearly an hour late, and explained she had been captivated by Idlewild and had to share the picnic news with Matthew. Marilla stressed the importance of punctuality and not getting sidetracked. Despite the lecture, Marilla agreed to let Anne attend the picnic since all the other children would be there, and worried about having to bring a basket of food since she couldn't cook. She feared going to the picnic without it would be embarrassing, even more than attending without puffed sleeves. Marilla reassured her by offering to bake a basket for her. Anne's gratitude overflowed as she hugged and kissed Marilla. It was the first time Marilla had ever been kissed by a child, and it brought her a surprising burst of happiness, though she tried to hide it by telling and to focus on her tasks and mentioned she would start teaching her to cook soon, and needed to be more attentive and not let her mind wander. Marilla then told her to work on her patchwork and finish it before tea time, and expressed her dislike for patchwork as she gathered her sewing materials and settled in front of a pile of red and white diamonds. She sighed, feeling that this type of sewing lacked creativity, just a series of small seams leading nowhere. Despite this, she preferred being Anne of Green Gables with sewing tasks over being an idol and elsewhere. She longed for time to pass as quickly as when she played with her friend Diana, and cherished the wonderful times they had together, often supplying the imagination for their play. She praised Diana for being perfect in every other aspect, and talked about a charming piece of land with a circle of white birch trees, owned by Mr. William Bell, which they named Idlewild. She proudly recounted how she came up with the name after a night of thought, calling it a stroke of inspiration. Diana loved it when she heard it. They decorated their playhouse with moss-covered stones for seats and boards for shelves, pretending the broken dishes on them were intact. One particular piece with a red and yellow ivy pattern was their favorite. They also had a fairy glass, a rainbow-filled piece of glass found by Diana, which they imagined as lost by fairies. Matthew had plans to make a table for them, and they named a little pool Willowmere, inspired by a book. Anne found the book thrilling, with the heroine having 5 suitors, which she thought was excessive. The heroine's ability to faint captivated Anne, who found it romantic, although she herself was quite healthy despite being thin. She believed she was gaining weight, checking for dimples on her elbows each morning. Diana was getting a new dress with elbow sleeves for an upcoming picnic, which Anne hoped would have good weather. The prospect of missing the picnic was unbearable to Anne, as she felt no future event could compensate for it. She was excited about the boats and ice cream promised for the picnic, having never tasted ice cream before, and found it impossible to imagine its taste despite Diana's attempts to explain. Marilla pointed out that Anne had been chatting nonstop for a solid 10 minutes and suggested an experiment for fun. Could Anne stay silent for the same duration? Anne took up the challenge and kept quiet. However, the idea of the upcoming picnic consumed her thoughts for the entire week. When it rained on Saturday, Anne became so worried it might spoil the picnic planned for Wednesday that Marilla had her sew an extra piece of patchwork to calm her down. The following day, Anne shared with Marilla her intense excitement about the picnic announcement at church, and admitted she felt a shiver of thrill run through her, as she hadn't fully believed the picnic would happen until the minister mentioned it. Marilla cautioned Anne about setting her hopes too high, fearing life might bring her many disappointments. But Anne countered, arguing that the joy of anticipation was a pleasure in itself, even if the actual events didn't come to pass. She referenced Mrs. Lynde's saying about the virtue of low expectations, but felt it was sadder not to look forward to anything at all. Marilla, as was her custom, wore her cherished amethyst brooch to church. She wouldn't dream of attending without it, much like she wouldn't forget her Bible or the coin for the collection. The brooch, a gift from a seafaring uncle to her mother and then to Marilla, was an old-fashioned oval adorned with a braid of her mother's hair, encircled by exquisite amethysts. Marilla didn't know much about gems, but loved the violet sparkle they added to her outfit, especially against her good brown satin dress, and had been captivated by the brooch when she first saw it, declaring it elegantly beautiful. She wondered how Marilla could focus on the sermon with such a distracting piece of jewelry. To Anne, amethysts were like what she imagined diamonds to be before seeing an actual diamond, which had left her disappointed for not matching her expectations, and asked to hold the brooch, whimsically questioning if amethysts could be the essence of good violets. You're about to listen to Chapter 14, Anne's Confession. On the evening of Monday, before their planned picnic, Marilla descended from her room with a look of concern creasing her brow. She approached Anne, who was busily popping peas out of their pods at the spotless table while singing Nellie of the Hazel Dell with gusto. Marilla had noticed her amethyst brooch was missing. She had last seen it on her pincushion after church the day before, but now it was nowhere to be found, and admitted to seeing the brooch that afternoon while Marilla was at the Aid Society. She had been passing Marilla's room and saw it resting on the cushion. Curiosity got the better of her, and she entered to take a closer look. When Marilla pressed her and confessed she had indeed touched the brooch, pinning it on herself to see how it looked, she quickly added that she had returned it to Marilla's bureau, claiming she never repeats the same mischievous act twice. Marilla was skeptical. The brooch was not on the bureau where Anne insisted she had left it. and was adamant she had returned it, though she couldn't recall if she placed it on the pincushion or in the china tray. Marilla, intent on being fair, went to search her room once more. She looked everywhere possible, but the brooch remained missing. Upon her return, Marilla confronted Anne, who was the last to handle the brooch, and faced Marilla's frustration with a solemn assurance. She had not taken the brooch out of the room, she claimed, ready to stand by her truth no matter the consequences, even though she was unsure of what a block might be. Marilla perceived Anne's firm, so there, as a challenge, although it was meant to underline her honesty. Accusing and of lying, Marilla instructed her to go to her room and stay there until she was willing to confess the whole truth. And, in her meekness, asked if she should take the peas with her, but Marilla declined, deciding to finish the task herself. With Anne out of sight, Marilla went about her evening chores, her mind in turmoil over the missing brooch. The thought of Anne having lost it troubled her, and she couldn't shake off how the child could so blatantly deny taking it, especially with such an innocent expression. Marilla was shelling peas, deeply troubled by the recent events. She couldn't imagine what could be worse than what had happened. While she doubted and had stolen the brooch with ill intent, it was clear the girl had taken it, likely to fuel her vivid imagination. Marilla was certain of this because nobody else had been in the room since Anne. The brooch's disappearance confirmed her suspicions. She feared and had lost the brooch and was too scared to admit it, dreading punishment. The idea that Anne might be lying was more upsetting to Marilla than the girl's previous outburst of temper. Trusting a child in your home is a grave responsibility, and Marilla was facing the grim reality that Anne might be both sly and untruthful. The thought was more distressing to her than the loss of the brooch itself. If only Anne had been honest, Marilla would have been more forgiving. Throughout the evening, Marilla searched her room multiple times, but the brooch was nowhere to be found. Even a final check in the east gable before bed turned up nothing. Anne maintained her innocence, but Marilla's conviction only grew stronger. The next morning, Marilla shared the troubling story with Matthew. He was baffled and didn't want to believe Anne was guilty, but he couldn't deny the evidence stacked against her. He wondered if the brooch might have fallen behind the furniture, but Marilla had already checked every nook and cranny. She was adamant that Anne had taken the brooch and lied about it, and they had to face this harsh reality. Matthew felt helpless and asked Marilla what she planned to do. Secretly relieved that the burden of dealing with the situation wasn't on him, he had no suggestions to offer. Marilla decided that Anne would be confined to her room until she confessed. She hoped that Anne would reveal the brooch's location, but regardless, the girl was in for a strict punishment. Matthew, feeling detached from the discipline issue, reminded Marilla that he had been warned to stay out of such matters. Feeling abandoned by everyone, Marilla couldn't even seek advice from Mrs. Lynde. She went up to the east gable with a heavy heart and returned looking even more troubled. Anne was unyielding in her denial, and despite showing signs of having cried, she wouldn't confess. Marilla felt a twinge of compassion but quickly suppressed it. By nightfall, she was exhausted. Marilla firmly told Anne she would remain in her room until she admitted to her actions. And, distressed by the thought of missing the upcoming picnic, pleaded to be let out just for the afternoon, promising to return to her confinement willingly afterward. But Marilla was unyielding, insisting that Anne wouldn't attend the picnic or any other event until she confessed. With that, Marilla left the room, leaving Anne in dismay. The morning on Wednesday greeted everyone with a bright and cheerful sky, perfect for a picnic. Around Green Gables, birds filled the air with their songs, and the scent of Madonna lilies drifted through every entrance, filling the rooms with a sweet blessing. The birch trees seemed to wave happily, expecting Anne's morning greeting from the east gable window. However, Anne wasn't there to greet them. Marilla found her sitting upright on her bed, her face pale with determination, lips pressed together and eyes shining with resolve. Anne was prepared to admit her wrongdoing. Marilla, feeling a mix of success and bitterness, was ready to hear her out. Anne confessed to taking the amethyst brooch, just as Marilla had suspected. She hadn't planned on taking it, but its beauty overwhelmed her, and she gave in to temptation. She imagined how exciting it would be to pretend she was Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald at Idlewild, especially with a real amethyst brooch. She reasoned that it would enhance her imagination far more than the roseberry necklaces she made with Diana. So, she took the brooch, intending to return it before Marilla noticed. To prolong her time with it, she took the long way home. But as she admired the brooch's sparkle in the sunlight on the bridge over the lake of shining waters, it slipped from her fingers and disappeared into the depths. Marilla's heart swelled with anger at Anne's calm recounting of the loss of the treasured brooch, without a hint of guilt or remorse. Marilla told Anne that her actions were dreadful and that she was the most mischievous girl she had ever known. And accepted this calmly, acknowledging that she deserved punishment, and urged Marilla to administer it quickly so she could attend the picnic with a clear conscience. Marilla, however, had decided that missing the picnic would be Anne's punishment, and no amount of pleading would change her mind. Anne was devastated at the thought of not going to the picnic, especially since she had confessed in hopes of being allowed to attend. She begged Marilla, mentioning the ice cream and how she might never get another chance to taste it. But Marilla was firm, removing Anne's hands from hers and declaring that Anne would not be going to the picnic, no matter what. Realizing that Marilla wouldn't budge, Anne let out a shriek and threw herself onto the bed, consumed by despair and disappointment. Marilla was beside herself with exasperation, swiftly exiting the room. She was convinced that Anne had lost her senses with her peculiar behavior, or worse, was simply misbehaving. Deep down, Marilla feared that Rachel's initial suspicions about Anne might have been correct. Despite her doubts, Marilla was determined to see her commitment through and not dwell on second thoughts. The morning was gloomy, and Marilla channeled her frustration into cleaning. She scrubbed the porch floor and the dairy shelves, even though they didn't need it. The act of cleaning was more for Marilla's benefit than the house's. Afterwards, she raked the yard, keeping busy to distract herself. When it was time to eat, Marilla called for Anne, who showed up with tears streaming down her face. Anne declared she had no appetite, claiming her heart was broken by Marilla's actions, though she forgave her, and pleaded to be spared from eating, especially boiled pork and greens, which she found particularly unappealing in her current state of sorrow. Marilla, feeling annoyed, recounted her troubles to Matthew in the kitchen. Matthew was torn, feeling both the need for justice and sympathy for Anne. He acknowledged Anne's mistake, but couldn't help feeling sorry for the child, questioning if it was fair to deny her the pleasure of the picnic. Marilla, however, was astonished at Matthew's leniency and insisted that Anne had not grasped the gravity of her actions. She believed Anne deserved the consequences and that Matthew was too forgiving. Matthew tried to argue for leniency, citing Anne's lack of upbringing as a reason for her behavior, but Marilla was not swayed, insisting that Anne was learning her lesson now. The dinner that followed was somber, with only the hired boy, Jerry Buat, bringing any cheer to the table, much to Marilla's irritation. After finishing her chores, Marilla decided to mend a small tear she had found in her best black lace shawl. As she retrieved the shawl from a box in her trunk, she discovered the amethyst brooch, which she had thought was lost, caught in the lace. Marilla was stunned and confused, recalling that she had placed the shawl on the bureau briefly. She realized that the brooch must have gotten tangled in it then. With the brooch in hand, Marilla went to confront Anne, who had cried herself out and was sitting quietly by the window. Marilla spoke to Anne Shirley with a serious tone, informing her that she had discovered her brooch on her black lace shawl and demanded an explanation for the elaborate story Anne had told her earlier. And, feeling exhausted, explained that she had made up the confession the previous night, hoping to be allowed to attend the picnic. Despite her efforts, Marilla had still prevented her from going, rendering her efforts futile. Despite herself, Marilla couldn't help but laugh, though she felt a sting of guilt. She acknowledged too, and that she had been mistaken in doubting her, and that it was wrong for Anne to admit to something she hadn't done. Marilla realized she had pushed Anne into a corner and asked for forgiveness, offering to start anew. She then instructed Anne to prepare for the picnic, as it wasn't too late to attend. Anne's spirits soared, and she quickly got ready, washing her face and combing her hair before putting on her gingham dress. Marilla promised to pack a basket full of baked goods and arranged for Jerry to take Anne to the picnic in the sorrel. That evening, Anne returned to Green Gables, overjoyed and exhausted from her adventures. She excitedly shared with Marilla how wonderful the picnic had been, describing the delightful tea, a thrilling near mishap on the lake of shining waters, and the indescribably good ice cream. She had learned a new word, scrumptious, and felt it perfectly captured her experience. Later, Marilla recounted the day's events to Matthew, admitting her mistake, but also reflecting on the lesson learned. She found humor in Anne's false confession, despite knowing it was wrong. Marilla was convinced that Anne's presence would ensure that life at Green Gables would never be dull. You're about to listen to Chapter 15, A Tempest in the School Teapot, and reveled in the beauty of the day, feeling grateful for the simple pleasure of being alive in such glorious weather. She felt sorry for those yet to be born who would miss out on this particular day's splendor. They might experience their own good days, but this one was uniquely magnificent. And also cherished the scenic route to school she shared with Diana, far superior to the mundane, dusty, and hot main road. Diana, ever practical, glanced at her lunch, pondering the division of the delicious raspberry tarts among her friends. In Avonlea, the schoolgirls had a tradition of sharing their lunches. Eating the tarts alone would be deemed incredibly selfish, yet when shared among 10, the treat was barely enough to whet one's appetite. The path to school was indeed picturesque, and couldn't imagine a more delightful walk with Diana, even with the power of imagination. The alternative, taking the main road, lacked the charm of passing through Lover's Lane, Willowmere, Violet Vale, and the Birch Path. The route was brimming with romance. Lover's Lane started at the orchard of Green Gables and meandered into the woods, marking the Cuthbert farm's boundary. It was a functional route for herding cows and hauling wood in winter, but Anne had christened it with its romantic name shortly after arriving at Green Gables. She had shared with Marilla that, although no actual lovers walked there, it was named after a place in a wonderful book she and Diana were reading, and enjoyed the lane's solitude, where she could think aloud without judgment. On her morning walk, she would meet Diana by the brook, and together they would continue, surrounded by the sociable whispers of maple trees. They crossed a rustic bridge and passed through Mr. Barry's field and by Willowmere. Then they reached Violet Vale, a lush nook near Mr. Andrew Bell's woods, which Anne had named, envisioning it filled with violets in the spring, and boasted to Marilla about her knack for creating imaginative names, though she admitted that Diana had named the Birch Path. Despite thinking the name lacked creativity, and conceded that the Birch Path was among the world's most enchanting spots. Anne's journey to school was a magical one, thanks to a secret path that twisted and turned down a long hill, cutting through Mr. Bell's woods. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting an emerald glow that made the air sparkle like a diamond's core. Young birch trees with their white trunks and supple branches lined the path, while ferns, starflowers, lilies of the valley, and the red flashes of pigeonberries crowded its edges. The scent of spices hung in the air, mingled with the songs of birds and the whispers and laughter of the wind dancing through the treetops. If you were quiet enough, you might catch a glimpse of a rabbit darting across the path, a rare sight with Anne and her friend Diana, who seldom managed such silence. The path eventually spilled out into the main road, and from there, it was a short climb up the spruce hill to the school. The Avonlea School was a quaint structure with whitewashed walls, wide windows, and old-fashioned desks that bore the marks of many students' initials and doodles. Set back from the road, the school was flanked by a shadowy fir wood and a brook, where the children would cool their milk bottles until lunchtime. Marilla, who had watched and set off for school with a mix of concern and curiosity, wondered how the unique girl would fare with her peers and if she could manage to keep quiet during lessons. To her relief, Anne returned from school full of excitement, declaring her enjoyment of the new school but not the master, who seemed too interested in Prissy Andrews, a 16-year-old girl preparing for her entrance exams. According to the school gossip, the master was quite taken with Prissy, who had a beautiful complexion and elegantly styled curly brown hair. He often sat with her under the guise of explaining lessons, but whispers suggested his interests were more personal than academic. Marilla, however, was not pleased with Anne's gossip and sharply reminded her that school was a place for learning, not for judging teachers. She insisted that Anne should focus on her studies and refrain from bringing home tales about her teacher, emphasizing the importance of being a good student. Anne expressed her contentment with school life, finding it easier than one might think. She shared a desk with Diana by the window, with a view of the lake of shining waters. The school had many pleasant girls, and they enjoyed delightful fun during lunch. Anne cherished her friendship with Diana above all, adoring her greatly. Despite being behind in her studies, she found solace in her unmatched imagination. The day's lessons included reading, geography, Canadian history, and dictation. Mr. Phillips criticized her spelling, displaying her errors for all to see, which embarrassed Anne. She thought he could have been kinder to a newcomer. Ruby Gillis gave her an apple, and Sophia Sloane lent her a charming pink card. Tilly Boulter let her wear a bead ring for the afternoon, and hoped to make her own ring using beads from an old pincushion in the attic. She was thrilled to receive her first compliment about her nose, wondering if it was indeed pretty. Marilla confirmed it was fine, though privately she found Anne's nose quite attractive, but chose not to flatter her. 3 weeks passed without trouble, and on a crisp September morning, Anne and Diana walked happily down the birch path. Diana mentioned Gilbert Blythe's return from New Brunswick. She described him as extremely handsome and a notorious teaser of the girls, and recalled seeing his name linked with Julia Bell's on the porch wall, which she found silly. She didn't want her name associated with a boy's, though it was unlikely to happen, which was somewhat disappointing. Diana, who was no stranger to such attention, assured Anne it was all in jest. She hinted that Charlie Sloane had a significant interest in Anne, having praised her intelligence to his mother. This, Diana suggested, was better than mere good looks, and declared her preference for beauty over brains, expressing her distaste for Charlie Sloane and his unappealing eyes. The idea of being associated with him was unbearable to her. She took pride in leading her class academically. Diana pointed out that Gilbert Blythe would soon join their class, a boy accustomed to academic excellence. Gilbert had missed school while in Alberta with his ailing father, yet he was still ahead, and welcomed the challenge, feeling it was more meaningful to compete with peers her own age. She recalled catching Josie Pye cheating during a spelling test, but Anne's disdainful look caused Josie to falter and misspell the word anyway. Diana shared her frustration with the dishonest Pye girls, recounting how Gertie Pye had sneakily moved Diana's milk bottle. During class, while the teacher was preoccupied, Diana quietly informed Anne about Gilbert being nearby, and took the opportunity to observe him. Gilbert, a handsome boy with curly brown hair and hazel eyes, was amusing himself by attaching Ruby Gillis's braid to her seat. His prank caused a stir when Ruby discovered it, and Gilbert pretended to be engrossed in his studies, hiding his mischief. Despite his charm, and disapproved of his boldness in winking at her, considering it impolite. The afternoon brought more freedom to the classroom, with students engaging in various activities. Gilbert attempted to catch Anne's attention, but she was lost in her daydreams, gazing out towards the lake of shining waters, completely detached from her surroundings. Gilbert was not used to being ignored, especially by Anne with her fiery hair and unique eyes, different from any other girls in school. Gilbert stretched his arm across the aisle, grabbed the end of Anne's long red braid, and whispered sharply the word carrots. Anne's response was fierce. She rose from her seat, her dreams shattered beyond repair. A fiery glance shot from her eyes, soon doused by tears of anger. "You mean, hateful boy," and cried out with passion, questioning his audacity. In an instant, her slate came crashing down on Gilbert's head, breaking in two, though his head remained unscathed. The Avonlea school was abuzz with excitement over the spectacle. The students reacted with a mix of horror and delight. Diana inhaled sharply, Ruby Gillis began to cry, and Tommy Sloane was so shocked he let his crickets escape. Mr. Phillips approached with authority, placing a firm hand on Anne's shoulder and demanding an explanation. And, too upset to admit to being teased about her hair, remained silent. Gilbert, taking responsibility, admitted to teasing her. Mr. Phillips ignored him and expressed his disappointment in Anne's behavior, emphasizing that as his student, she should be free of such flaws. Anne was sent to stand in front of the class as punishment, a fate she deemed worse than a whipping. Mr. Phillips wrote a message on the blackboard about her temper and read it aloud for all to understand. Anne endured the humiliation for the rest of the afternoon, her anger preventing her from showing any sign of weakness. She faced the stares and smirks of her classmates with a mixture of resentment and pride. She ignored Gilbert entirely, vowing never to look or speak to him again. At the end of the day, Gilbert tried to apologize, but Anne passed him without acknowledgement. Diana, both reproachful and admiring, couldn't believe Anne's resolve, and declared she would never forgive Gilbert, especially since Mr. Phillips misspelled her name, leaving out the E, which deeply upset her. Diana tried to console Anne, saying Gilbert often teased the girls and had never apologized before. Anne, however, felt the insult to her hair was unforgivable and that Gilbert had caused her immense pain. The situation might have settled down without further trouble if nothing else had happened. But once things start to unfold, they tend to continue. The students from Avonlea often spent their lunch break collecting spruce gum in Mr. Bell's grove, which was over the hill and across his large field. They could watch Eben Wright's house from there, where their teacher stayed. As soon as they saw Mr. Phillips leave the house, they'd race to the school. However, the school was about 3 times the distance from Mr. Wright's lane, and they usually arrived out of breath and late by about 3 minutes. The next day, Mr. Phillips decided it was time for a change, and before lunch, he made it clear that he expected everyone to be seated when he returned. Anyone late would face consequences. As usual, the boys and some girls went to the spruce grove, planning just to grab a quick piece of gum. But the grove was charming, the gum tempting, and they lingered too long. The first sign that time had slipped away was Jimmy Glover's shout from atop a tall spruce, warning that the teacher was coming. The girls on the ground started running first and just made it back in time. The boys, scrambling down from the trees, and Anne, who had been meandering at the far end of the grove, were later. And, who could run very fast, managed to catch up with the boys right at the door and entered the schoolhouse with them just as Mr. Phillips was putting away his hat. Mr. Phillips had lost his enthusiasm for discipline and didn't want to punish so many students. But he had to follow through on his word, so he looked for an easy target and chose Anne, who looked particularly disheveled with a lily wreath hanging off her ear. Mr. Phillips told, and she'd be spending the afternoon with the boys as she seemed to enjoy their company, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The boys snickered, Diana felt sorry for Anne and just stared in disbelief. When Mr. Phillips asked if she heard him, Anne replied slowly, not believing he was serious. But he assured her he was and told her to follow his orders. Anne seemed ready to defy him, but then realized she had no choice. She walked over to Gilbert Blythe with dignity, sat down, and hid her face in her arms on the desk. Ruby Gillis, who saw Anne's face, later said it was very pale with tiny red spots. For Anne, it felt like the world was ending. Being singled out for punishment among a dozen others was bad enough. But having to sit with a boy, and not just any boy, but Gilbert Blythe, was the ultimate insult. She was overwhelmed with shame, anger, and humiliation, feeling it was more than she could endure. At first, the other students paid attention to Anne's plight, whispering and laughing. But as Anne kept her head down and Gilbert focused intently on his math, the others lost interest and went back to their work, forgetting about Anne. During a moment unnoticed by others, Gilbert tried to offer Anne a small pink candy heart with a sweet message. But Anne, not even glancing at him, crushed the candy under her heel and returned to her seat. When class ended, Anne made a show of emptying her desk and stacking her belongings on her slate. Outside, Diana finally asked why Anne was taking everything home. Anne's response was clear: she would not return to school under Mr. Phillips. Diana couldn't believe it and worried about being left to sit with Gertie Pye. She pleaded with Anne to reconsider, listing all the fun things Anne would miss. But Anne's decision was firm. Back at home, Anne told Marilla she wouldn't go back to school, feeling deeply insulted. Marilla dismissed it as nonsense, but Anne was adamant, vowing to study at home and behave, yet refusing to return to Mr. Phillips' classroom. Marilla noticed a strong sense of defiance in Anne's small face, realizing it would be a challenge to sway her. Wisely, she chose to hold her tongue for the moment, planning to discuss the matter with Rachel later that evening. Marilla knew it was futile to argue with, and when she was so agitated, suspecting the girl could be quite headstrong. From Anne's account, it seemed Mr. Phillips had been rather authoritarian, but Marilla knew better than to voice that to Anne. Instead, she decided to confer with Rachel, an experienced mother of 10 school-going children who would have likely heard the entire story by then. Marilla found Rachel Lynde as busy and cheerful as ever, knitting quilts. Marilla awkwardly broached the subject of Anne's school incident, to which Rachel immediately responded, having already been informed by Tilly Boulter. Marilla confessed her uncertainty on how to handle Anne's refusal to return to school, noting the girl's extreme agitation. She had anticipated trouble since Anne began school, due to her sensitive nature, and sought Rachel's counsel. Rachel, who relished giving advice, suggested indulging Anne slightly at first. She believed Mr. Phillips was at fault, but maintained it was important not to let the children know. While he was right to discipline Anne the previous day, he should have been fair and punished the other latecomers as well. Rachel also disapproved of making girls sit with boys as punishment, considering it improper. She mentioned that Anne had won the support of her classmates, and Tilly had staunchly defended her. Surprised, Marilla considered the idea of letting Anne stay home. Rachel recommended not mentioning school until Anne brought it up herself, confident that the girl would calm down and choose to return on her own. Forcing her back immediately could lead to more outbursts. Rachel believed that making less of a fuss was the best approach, and that Anne wouldn't miss much by staying home, given Mr. Phillips' ineffective teaching methods. Rachel lamented the state of education on the island, wishing for better management. Marilla heeded Mrs. Rachel's counsel, and the topic of Anne returning to school was dropped. Anne kept up with her studies at home, completed her chores, and spent time with her friend Diana during the cool, purple twilights of autumn. However, whenever she crossed paths with Gilbert Blythe, either on the road or at Sunday school, she would ignore him with a frosty disdain that didn't soften despite his clear attempts to make amends. Even Diana's attempts to mediate were unsuccessful, as Anne seemed determined to despise Gilbert for as long as she lived. Anne's feelings for Diana were the opposite of her feelings for Gilbert. She adored Diana with all the intensity her passionate young heart could muster. One evening, as Marilla came in from picking apples, she discovered Anne by the east window in the fading light, crying her eyes out. Anne was upset about the future she pictured for Diana, one where Diana would get married, move away, and leave her behind. Anne confessed she couldn't bear the thought of living without Diana and admitted to despising the man Diana would marry, even though she hadn't met him. She had imagined the entire wedding, with Diana looking stunning in white and herself as a bridesmaid in a beautiful dress, trying to hide her shattered heart behind a smile. The thought of saying farewell to Diana overwhelmed her, and she cried even harder. Trying to conceal her reaction, Marilla quickly turned away, but she couldn't help bursting into loud, uncharacteristic laughter. This was so unexpected that even Matthew, who was outside, stopped in his tracks, wondering when he last heard such laughter from Marilla. Once Marilla regained her composure, she told Anne that if she insisted on worrying about things, she should at least choose worries that were closer to home. Marilla acknowledged Anne's vivid imagination with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You're about to listen to Chapter 16. Diana is invited to tea with tragic results. October at Green Gables was a sight to behold. Golden birches filled the hollow, royal crimson maples stood behind the orchard, and wild cherry trees along the lane showed off dark red and bronzy green hues. The fields basked in the warm aftermaths of summer. Anne was in love with the colorful world around her. One Saturday morning, she burst in, her arms laden with beautiful branches, thrilled to be in a world with Octobers. She couldn't imagine skipping straight from September to November. The maple branches, she thought, were thrilling. She planned to decorate her room with them. Marilla, not quite sharing Anne's love for aesthetics, thought the branches were just a mess. She believed bedrooms were for sleeping, not cluttering with outdoor things. But Anne insisted that pretty things helped her dream better. She wanted to place the branches in the old blue jug on her table. Marilla warned her not to leave leaves on the stairs. She told Anne she had an Aid Society meeting in Carmody that afternoon and would return late. Anne needed to remember to make supper for Matthew and Jerry and not to forget the tea like last time. And felt bad about forgetting the tea previously. She had been so caught up in naming Violet Vale. Matthew had been kind about it, not scolding her. He made the tea and was content to wait, enchanted by a fairy story and told, which she improvised the ending to. Matthew couldn't even tell it was made up. Marilla, though unsure if it was wise, told and she could invite Diana over for the afternoon and have tea. And was ecstatic. She felt it would be grown up and promised not to forget the tea with company over. She asked if she could use the rosebud spray tea set. Marilla said no to the special tea set. It was reserved for important guests. Anne could use the old brown one, but was allowed to open the yellow crock of cherry preserves and serve some fruit cake and cookies. And imagined herself hosting, offering tea, and serving Diana, even though she knew Diana didn't take sugar. She looked forward to urging Diana to have more cake and preserves. It was a delightful thought for Anne. She also wanted to show Diana the spare room and the parlor, and was instructed that the sitting room would suffice for her and her friends' gathering. Marilla mentioned a half-full bottle of raspberry cordial, a leftover from the church social, placed on the second shelf in the sitting room closet. She said and Diana could enjoy it along with a cookie that afternoon, hinting that Matthew might return late from his potato delivery to the vessel. With an air of excitement, Anne dashed through the hollow, past the Dryad's Bubble, and up the spruce path to Orchard Slope to invite Diana over for tea. Shortly after Marilla left for Carmody, Diana arrived, appropriately dressed in her second-best attire for the occasion. Unlike her usual self, who would dash into the kitchen unannounced, she knocked politely at the front door. And, equally prim in her second-best dress, greeted her with a handshake, both pretending it was their first meeting. The formality faded after Diana settled her hat in the east gable and spent a brief period in the sitting room with her toes neatly aligned. And, putting on a show of politeness, asked about Diana's mother's well-being, despite having seen Mrs. Barry in good health that morning. Diana mentioned Mr. Cuthbert's afternoon task of hauling potatoes and inquired about the state of their apple harvest. And, momentarily forgetting her dignified demeanor, enthusiastically proposed they pick some red sweetings from the orchard, as Marilla had generously allowed them to take what remained on the trees. She hinted at Marilla's offer of fruit cake and cherry preserves for tea and playfully teased about a bright red drink starting with the letters R and C, expressing her fondness for vibrant red beverages. The October landscape at Green Gables was breathtaking, and reveled in the beauty of the season, her love for the colorful surroundings evident. She brought in branches to decorate her room, convinced that they enhanced her dreams, despite Marilla's practical view that bedrooms weren't for such clutter. Marilla reminded Anne of her responsibilities for the day, including preparing supper, and Anne, recalling her previous oversight with the tea, was determined to do better with company expected. She was overjoyed at the prospect of hosting Diana, even though she knew her friend didn't take sugar in her tea, and looked forward to the afternoon, eager to share the treats and the beauty of Green Gables with her friend. The orchard was a place of joy, with branches heavy with fruit bowing down to the earth. It was such a captivating sight that the young girls spent the better part of the afternoon there. Nestled in a lush nook where frost had not dared to touch the greenery, and where the warm autumn sun seemed to pause and stay, they enjoyed apples and chatted tirelessly. Diana had a lot to share about the happenings at school. Sitting next to Gertie Pye was not to her liking, as Gertie's pencil made a noise that sent chills down Diana's spine. Ruby Gillis, on the other hand, had managed to rid herself of warts using a magical stone given to her by old Mary Jo from the creek. The method was peculiar. Rub the warts with the stone and toss it over your left shoulder during the new moon for the warts to vanish. Charlie Sloane's name had found its way next to M. White's on the porch wall, to M's great annoyance. Sam Bolter had the audacity to talk back to Mr. Phillips in class, earning him a punishment. This led to Sam's father confronting Mr. Phillips with a stern warning against laying a hand on his children. Maddie Andrews was flaunting a new red hood and a blue crossover with tassels, which was quite irritating to her peers. Lizzie Wright and Mamie Wilson were in a silent battle because Mamie's older sister had come between Lizzie's sister and her beau. The school children missed and dearly and longed for her return. Gilbert Blythe's name came up, but Anne showed no interest in hearing about him. Instead, she suggested they go inside for some raspberry cordial. Anne searched for the raspberry cordial in the pantry, finding it eventually on the top shelf. She placed it on a tray with a tumbler and set it on the table. "Help yourself," Diana Anne offered graciously, declining to partake herself, citing her fullness from the apples. Diana poured a glass, admiring the vibrant color before taking delicate sips. She complimented the cordial, finding it superior to Mrs. Lynde's, which was often boasted about but didn't compare in taste, and encouraged Diana to drink as much as she liked, excusing herself to tend to the fire, noting the many responsibilities that come with keeping a house. Returning from the kitchen, Anne found Diana enjoying her second glass, and without much persuasion, she agreed to a third. The servings were generous, and the cordial was indeed delightful, as Diana affirmed, declaring it the best she'd ever had, and expressed her belief that Marilla's raspberry cordial would likely surpass Mrs. Lynde's, showing unwavering support for Marilla's culinary reputation. She shared her own struggles with learning to cook, finding it a challenge due to the strict adherence to rules that left little room for creativity, and recalled a particularly amusing incident where she had been so engrossed in a fanciful story involving herself and Diana that she forgot to include flour in a cake she was baking. Her imagination had led her to envision a dramatic scenario where she heroically nursed Diana back to health from smallpox, only to succumb to the disease herself. This daydream was so vivid that it brought tears to her eyes, yet it resulted in a cake disaster, to Marilla's displeasure, and continued to recount her culinary misadventures, including a mishap with leftover pudding sauce. In her whimsy, she had forgotten to cover it after being distracted by an imaginary life as a nun. The next day, she discovered a drowned mouse in the sauce, which she disposed of, but forgot to mention to Marilla. Later, when guests arrived, and was mortified to realize the sauce was about to be served, she blurted out the truth in front of everyone, causing great embarrassment, especially as Mrs. Chester Ross was present, a woman known for her impeccable housekeeping. Marilla, though visibly upset, said nothing at the moment and instead served strawberry preserves. The incident weighed heavily on Anne, who felt like a burden to Marilla, despite her efforts to be polite and dignified in front of the guests. Diana rose to her feet with great instability before sinking back down, clutching her head. She felt terribly ill and insisted on going home immediately, and was distressed, urging her not to leave before having tea and offering to prepare it at once. Despite Anne's pleas, Diana was resolute about returning home, and implored her to at least have some lunch, offering fruit cake and cherry preserves and suggesting she rest on the sofa for a bit. But Diana refused to say anything other than her need to go home, and was worried, speculating whether Diana might be coming down with smallpox, and promised to take care of her if that were the case. She wished Diana would stay for tea and asked where she felt unwell. Diana admitted to feeling extremely dizzy. As they walked, Diana's steps were unsteady. Anne, with tears of disappointment, fetched Diana's hat and accompanied her part of the way home. She then cried all the way back to Green Gables, where she put away the raspberry cordial with a heavy heart and prepared tea for Matthew and Jerry without her usual enthusiasm. The next day, Sunday, brought relentless rain and stayed inside Green Gables. Come Monday, Marilla sent her on an errand to Mrs. Lynde's house, and returned quickly, tears streaming down her face, and threw herself on the sofa, overcome with emotion. Marilla, confused and alarmed, demanded to know what was wrong, and didn't respond, continuing to sob. Marilla insisted on an answer and finally shared the devastating news. Mrs. Lynde had visited Mrs. Barry, who was furious, accusing Anne of getting Diana drunk and vowing to forbid their further association. Anne was distraught, feeling branded as a bad influence. Marilla was shocked at the accusation that Anne had caused Diana's drunkenness. She questioned Anne about what she had given Diana to drink, and, through her tears, claimed it was only raspberry cordial. Marilla knew that couldn't cause drunkenness. She went to the pantry and found her bottle of homemade currant wine, realizing the mix-up. She had accidentally told Anne the wine was raspberry cordial, which was actually in the cellar. Marilla returned to the kitchen, trying to contain her emotions, and confronted Anne about the mix-up. Anne had inadvertently given Diana currant wine, not understanding the difference. Anne had never tasted the drink she offered. She believed it was cordial and wanted to be a gracious host. However, Diana became terribly ill and had to leave. Mrs. Barry, upon learning of her daughter's condition, accused Anne of intoxicating her on purpose, much to Mrs. Lynde's amusement. Diana had slept for hours, waking with a dreadful headache. Mrs. Barry was outraged and convinced Anne had done it deliberately. Marilla thought Diana's own gluttony was to blame, arguing that even cordial would have made her sick in such large amounts. She lamented the gossip this incident would fuel, given her own history with currant wine, which she hadn't made for 3 years. Marilla tried to comfort Anne, who was in tears, insisting she wasn't at fault, though she regretted the mishap. Anne felt utterly heartbroken, believing fate was against her and that her friendship with Diana was over. Marilla assured her that Mrs. Barry would come around once she understood Anne's innocence, suggesting and explain the situation herself. Facing Diana's mother seemed daunting to Anne, who wished Marilla would go in her stead, citing Marilla's dignified manner. Marilla agreed, thinking it wise and reassured, and that everything would be resolved. Upon returning from Orchard Slope, Marilla's expression revealed her efforts were in vain. Mrs. Barry hadn't forgiven Anne. Marilla was frustrated with Mrs. Barry's stubbornness and her refusal to accept Anne's innocence. She had sharply reminded Mrs. Barry that currant wine wasn't meant to be consumed in such quantities and that she would have disciplined Diana differently. Distressed, Anne ventured out into the autumn evening, resolved to face Mrs. Barry. She knocked timidly on the Barrys' door, only to be met with a frosty reception. Mrs. Barry, firm in her belief that Anne had deliberately made Diana drink, was determined to protect her daughter from further contact with Anne. She coldly asked Anne what she wanted, as Anne stood there with hope fading, her hands clasped together. Anne pleaded with Mrs. Barry for forgiveness, explaining that she had no intention of causing Diana to become intoxicated. She couldn't have imagined doing such a thing, especially as an orphan girl who had been taken in by kind people and had only one close friend in the world. She had been convinced that what she gave Diana was merely raspberry cordial, and begged Mrs. Barry not to forbid Diana from seeing her, saying it would cast a shadow of sorrow over her life. However, Mrs. Barry was unmoved by Anne's heartfelt appeal. She grew even more irritated, believing that Anne's elaborate words and gestures were mocking her. Mrs. Barry bluntly told Anne that she wasn't a suitable companion for Diana and that she should go home and behave herself. Trying to hold back her tears, Anne asked if she could at least see Diana to say goodbye, but Mrs. Barry informed her that Diana had gone to Carmody with her father and then closed the door in Anne's face. Returning to Green Gables, Anne was filled with a sense of hopelessness. She told Marilla that she had spoken to Mrs. Barry herself, only to be insulted, and expressed her belief that Mrs. Barry lacked manners and that there was nothing left to do but pray, although she doubted even that would help with someone as stubborn as Mrs. Barry. Marilla cautioned Anne against saying such things, even though she herself struggled to suppress her amusement over the situation. Later, when she recounted the events to Matthew, she couldn't help but laugh at Anne's misfortunes. Before going to bed, Marilla checked on Anne and found her asleep, tears still on her cheeks. A wave of compassion washed over Marilla as she gently moved a curl from Anne's face and gave her a kiss, feeling sorry for the little girl's troubles. You're about to listen to Chapter 17, A New Interest in Life. The following afternoon found Anne working on her patchwork by the kitchen window. She looked outside and saw Diana signaling to her from the Dryad's bubble. In no time, Anne left her sewing and hurried to meet her friend, her eyes filled with both surprise and hope. However, her optimism waned upon seeing Diana's sad face, and learned that Diana's mother had not changed her mind. Diana was forbidden to play with Anne ever again. Despite her tears and insistence that Anne was not to blame, her mother was unmoved. Diana had managed to persuade her mother to let her say goodbye, but only for 10 minutes as she was being timed, and lamented that 10 minutes was hardly enough time for a final farewell. She asked Diana to never forget her, their cherished childhood friendship, no matter who else might become dear to her. Diana, through her tears, vowed to always remember and declared she could never have another friend quite like her, and was moved by the revelation of Diana's love, something she had never dared to hope for, believing no one had ever truly loved her before. This confession was like a beam of light for Anne, a lasting memory to treasure, and asked for a lock of Diana's hair as a keepsake. Diana, returning to practical matters, inquired if Anne had something to cut it with, and did, and she carefully snipped a curl from Diana's hair, declaring it a token she would hold dear forever. After watching Diana disappear from view, Anne went back inside, somewhat comforted by their dramatic parting. She told Marilla that she felt utterly friendless, missing not only Diana, but also her imaginary friends from the past. Real friendships, she realized, were irreplaceable, and shared how she and Diana had said their goodbyes using the most heartfelt words she could muster, finding thou, and the far more romantic than you. She planned to keep Diana's hair close to her heart always and asked that it be buried with her, as she didn't expect to live much longer. And even imagined that Mrs. Barry might regret her decision when she saw Anne lifeless, perhaps allowing Diana to attend her funeral. Marilla responded to Anne's dramatics with a hint of sarcasm, doubting that Anne was in any real danger of dying from sorrow as long as she could still speak. On the next Monday, Anne startled Marilla by emerging from her room, her basket of books slung over her arm, her mouth set in a firm line. She declared her intention to return to school, as it was all she had left since her friend was cruelly taken from her. At school, she could at least see her friend and reflect on past days. Marilla, hiding her pleasure, advised Anne to focus on her lessons rather than causing mischief, and solemnly agreed to strive to be an exemplary student, though she anticipated little joy in it, comparing herself to Minnie Andrews, a student lacking imagination. And was warmly received at school, her creative flair missed in games and her voice in song. Ruby Gillis snuck her some blue plums, Ella Mae McPherson gifted her a paper pansy, and Sophia Sloane offered to teach her a new lace pattern. Katie Bolter presented her with a perfume bottle for her slate water, and Julia Bell crafted a poem for her on pink paper, expressing friendship and remembrance. Anne felt deeply appreciated that evening, sharing her contentment with Marilla. The boys also showed their appreciation. Charlie Sloane gave her a fancy slate pencil, which she accepted with a smile that sent him into ecstatic mistakes during his dictation. However, Anne felt a sting when she noticed the absence of any gesture from Diana Barry, who sat with Gertie Pye, overshadowing Anne's small victories at school. She lamented to Marilla that night, thinking Diana might have smiled at her just once. However, the following morning brought a peculiarly twisted note and a tiny package to Anne. In the note, Diana explained that her mother had forbidden her from playing or speaking with Anne, even at school. It was against Diana's wishes, and she expressed her love for and sharing how much she missed confiding her secrets and her dislike for Gertie Pye. Diana had crafted a fashionable red tissue paper bookmark for Anne, a skill known only to a few in school, and hoped Anne would remember her when she used it. And read the note, cherished the bookmark, and quickly sent a response, assuring Diana that she wasn't upset as Diana was only following her mother's instructions, and treasured the gift and pledged to keep it forever. She admitted she couldn't be as close to Minnie Andrews as she had been to Diana, despite Minnie's pleasant nature, and apologized for any spelling errors, signing off as Anne or Cordelia Shirley, vowing to sleep with Diana's letter under her pillow. Marilla braced herself for more trouble as Anne returned to school, but nothing of the sort happened. Perhaps Anne had taken a leaf out of Minnie Andrews' book as she began to get along with Mr. Phillips and threw herself into her studies, determined not to be outdone by Gilbert Blythe. A friendly rivalry developed between them, though Anne harbored a grudge, refusing to acknowledge Gilbert's presence. They competed for top honors, with leadership in the spelling class and arithmetic achievements swinging between them. One day, they even ended up tied, which was almost as embarrassing for Anne as it was pleasing for Gilbert. The end-of-month exams were a source of great suspense. Gilbert initially outperformed Anne by 3 marks, but the following month Anne surpassed him by 5. However, her victory was dampened by Gilbert's gracious public congratulations, and wished he had felt the sting of defeat instead. Despite Mr. Phillips' shortcomings as a teacher, Anne's unwavering determination to learn ensured her progress. By the term's end, both Anne and Gilbert were promoted to the 5th class, ready to tackle subjects like Latin, geometry, French, and algebra. In geometry, Anne faced significant challenges, and expressed her dismay to Marilla about the dreadful nature of her studies, feeling utterly confounded by them. She lacked any creative freedom in her lessons and felt defeated, especially since Mr. Phillips had labeled her the worst student he'd ever taught in the subject. To add to her frustration, some of her peers, including Gilbert, excelled effortlessly, which was a source of embarrassment for her. She noted that even Diana was making better progress, but losing to Diana didn't bother her as much. Despite their current estrangement, Anne's love for Diana remained unquenchable. The thought of Diana saddened her at times, but she believed one couldn't remain sad for long in a world brimming with fascination. You're about to listen to Chapter 18, Anne to the Rescue. Everything significant is connected to the small things. At first, it may not appear that a Canadian premier's choice to visit Prince Edward Island for his political campaign would affect Anne Shirley's life at Green Gables. Yet, it did. The premier visited in January to speak to his supporters and those who opposed him at a large gathering in Charlottetown. Many from Avonlea backed the premier, so on the night of the event, most men and many women traveled the 30 miles to the city. Among them was Mrs. Rachel Lynde, a fervent political enthusiast who felt her presence was crucial despite holding opposite views. She attended with her husband, Thomas, to manage the horse, and Marilla Cuthbert, who was curious about politics and eager to see a premier in person. This left Anne and her guardian Matthew to look after the house until Marilla's return the next day. While Marilla and Mrs. Rachel were fully engaged at the meeting, Anne and Matthew enjoyed a quiet evening in the kitchen at Green Gables. A warm fire burned in the stove, and frost sparkled on the windows. Matthew dozed off with a Farmer's Advocate magazine, while Anne sat at the table, studying her lessons with fierce focus. She occasionally glanced at a new book on the shelf, a thriller lent to her by her friend Jane Andrews. Anne longed to read it but resisted, not wanting to give her classmate Gilbert Blythe the satisfaction of seeing her distracted, and wished Matthew knew geometry so he could understand her struggle with it, which she felt overshadowed her life. Matthew, trying to comfort her, mentioned that Mr. Phillips had praised Anne's intelligence and progress in school. Matthew believed anyone who complimented and was credible, and expressed her frustration with geometry, how changing the letters in the problems confused her. She also shared her new understanding of agriculture and what made the roads red, which she found comforting. She pondered how Marilla and Mrs. Rachel were doing at the meeting. Mrs. Rachel had strong opinions about the country's direction and the need for women's suffrage. When Anne asked Matthew about his political leanings, he answered without hesitation that he was a conservative, as it was a deep-seated part of his beliefs. And firmly declared herself a conservative, pleased to share the political stance with some schoolboys, notably because it aligned with Gil's views. She speculated that Mr. Phillips might also lean that way, influenced by Prissy Andrews's father's political beliefs. She mused about the notion that men often conform to the religious and political views of their sweetheart's parents during courtship, and wondered if Matthew had ever engaged in such pursuits. Matthew, who had never considered courtship, simply expressed his uncertainty. With her chin resting on her hands, and pondered the intriguing aspects of courtship. She relayed Ruby Gillis's aspirations of captivating numerous suitors, though and herself preferred the idea of one sensible admirer. She noted Ruby's extensive knowledge on romantic affairs, attributed to her many older sisters, and also mentioned the local gossip about Mr. Phillips's frequent visits to Prissy Andrews under the guise of helping with lessons, while neglecting Miranda Sloane, who appeared to be in greater need of academic assistance. The complexities of the world, especially those concerning courtship and favoritism, seemed puzzling to Anne. Matthew admitted to his own lack of understanding on such matters, and, determined to focus on her studies, resisted the temptation of a new book lent to her by Jane, which was said to evoke tears in its readers. She resolved to lock the book away until her lessons were complete, entrusting Matthew with the key and instructing him to withstand any pleas she might make for its early return. She suggested safeguarding against temptation by making the key inaccessible. Then, she proposed fetching some russet apples, a treat they both enjoyed, though Matthew typically refrained from indulging. As Anne triumphantly returned from the cellar with a plateful of russets, Diana Barry burst into the kitchen, visibly shaken and hastily wrapped in a shawl. Startled, and dropped her candle and plate, sending them tumbling down the cellar stairs where they would later be discovered in a greasy mess by Marilla. Anne's concern shifted immediately to Diana, who implored her to come quickly. Diana's sister, Minnie May, had fallen gravely ill with croup, and with their parents away and no one to fetch the doctor, the situation was dire. Matthew, sensing the urgency, silently donned his cap and coat and slipped away into the night, ready to assist in whatever way he could. Matthew had set off to hitch the sorrel mare to visit Carmody for the doctor, as Anne, quickly pulling on her hood and jacket, understood without needing his words. She and Matthew shared such a deep connection that his thoughts were clear to her even in silence. Anne's optimism shone as she comforted Diana, who was in tears, doubting the doctor's presence in Carmody, and reassured her, drawing from her extensive experience with croup, thanks to Mrs. Hammond's twins. She was ready to act, urging Diana to join her as they rushed through Lover's Lane and the snowy field beyond, too deep for the shorter path through the woods. The enchanting winter night sparkled with stars, the shadows deep and the snow-covered slopes shining. Anne felt the magic of the moment, sharing this adventure with her dear friend, Diana, after a long estrangement. Minnie May, only 3 years old, was in a bad state, feverish on the kitchen sofa, her hoarse breathing filling the house. Young Mary Jo, the French girl from the creek, was at a loss, overwhelmed by the situation, and took charge, diagnosing Minnie May with croup and instructing Diana and Mary Jo to prepare hot water and find soft flannel cloths. She was determined to administer ipecac to the sick child, a task she handled with the expertise of someone who had cared for many sick children before. Throughout the night, Anne and Diana worked tirelessly, giving Minnie May doses of ipecac, while Mary Jo kept the fire roaring and the water hot. By 3 a.m, when Matthew finally returned with a doctor from Spencervale, the worst was over. Minnie May had improved significantly and was sleeping soundly, and was on the brink of surrendering to despair. She watched as the child's condition deteriorated, becoming even more severe than any illness the Hammond twins had ever faced. In her mind, Anne feared the worst, believing that the last bit of ipecac she administered might be a futile attempt to save the little one. Despite her fears, a miracle happened within minutes as the child expelled the troublesome phlegm and began to recover. Overwhelmed with relief, Anne knew her feelings were too immense for words, a sentiment the doctor shared as he listened to her recount the events. The doctor, later speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Barry, praised Anne's quick thinking and composure, crediting her with saving the child's life. He marveled at her maturity and the sharpness in her eyes as she detailed the medical emergency. After the ordeal, Anne walked home with Matthew through the beautiful winter morning. The lack of sleep weighed on her, but she couldn't help but express her love for the frosty world around them. She felt thankful for the experience with the Hammond twins, which had prepared her for this moment. Despite her exhaustion and the temptation to skip school, and worried about falling behind in class, Matthew, seeing her tired face, encouraged her to rest and promised to take care of everything, and eventually gave in to her fatigue, sleeping deeply into the afternoon. When she awoke, she eagerly asked Marilla about the premier, curious about his appearance. Marilla commented on the premier's lack of good looks, mentioning his notable nose, but conceded that he was an eloquent speaker. She expressed pride in her conservative beliefs, contrasting them with Rachel Lynde's liberal stance. Marilla informed Anne that dinner was ready in the oven and suggested she help herself to some blue plum preserve. Noticing Anne's hunger, she mentioned Matthew had filled her in on the previous night's events, commending Anne's quick thinking in a medical emergency that was new to Marilla. She advised Anne to eat before discussing further, noticing her eagerness to talk. Marilla had news for Anne but waited until after the meal to share it, knowing the excitement would otherwise distract her from eating. Once Anne had enjoyed her plums, Marilla revealed that Mrs. Barry had visited, regretting her past behavior regarding the current wine incident and acknowledging Anne's heroics in saving Minnie May's life. She extended an olive branch, hoping Anne would reconcile with Diana, who was now confined indoors with a cold. Marilla's caution to Anne to stay grounded was timely, as Anne was visibly elated by the news. And, thrilled by the prospect of reconciliation, impulsively wanted to leave without completing her chores, but Marilla allowed her to go, only to call her back to dress appropriately for the weather. Anne, however, was already out the door, her hair flowing as she ran through the orchard, oblivious to the cold. Returning home, Anne was filled with joy, the winter twilight and the landscape adding to her happiness. She declared her contentment to Marilla, stating that her joy transcended her insecurities about her red hair, and recounted her dignified response to Mrs. Barry's apology, feeling proud of her mature handling of the situation. I had the impression that I was unintentionally causing Mrs. Barry discomfort with my presence. Despite that, Diana and I spent a delightful afternoon together. She taught me an intricate crochet stitch that her aunt from Carmody had shown her, a stitch unknown to anyone else in Avonlea. We made a serious promise to keep the stitch a secret. Diana also gave me a lovely card adorned with a rose wreath and a touching poem about the bond of love that only death can break. I believed every word of that poem. We planned to ask Mr. Phillips if Diana and I could sit together again at school, while Gertie Pye could join Minnie Andrews. The tea at Mrs. Barry's was exquisite. She brought out her finest china just for me, which gave me a surge of excitement. It was the first time anyone had used their best china for me. The spread included fruit cake, pound cake, donuts, and 2 types of preserves. Mrs. Barry even offered me tea and biscuits, making me feel like an adult. It was such a pleasant feeling. Marilla seemed unsure about the joys of adulthood, but I was certain that when I grew up, I would always treat little girls with the same respect and never belittle them for using big words. I knew too well how that could sting. After tea, Diana and I tried our hand at making taffy, but it didn't turn out great since it was our first attempt. While Diana was preparing the plates, I got distracted and let the taffy burn. To make matters worse, a cat walked over one of the plates, forcing us to discard it. Nonetheless, we had a blast making it. When I was about to leave, Mrs. Barry encouraged me to visit often, and Diana sent me kisses from her window all the way to Lover's Lane. That night, I felt so moved by the day's events that I planned to create a special prayer to commemorate the occasion. You're about to listen to Chapter 19, A Concert, a Catastrophe, and a Confession. And came rushing from the East Gable one chilly February evening, eager to visit Diana for just a moment. Marilla responded with a hint of impatience, wondering why and felt the need to wander in the dark after spending so much time with Diana already, chatting nonstop in the snow after school. and insisted that Diana had something crucial to share with her, explaining that they had devised a secret code using candlelight and cardboard to communicate from their windows. She proudly admitted that the signaling system was her invention, which Marilla acknowledged with a stern acknowledgement, expressing her concern that their signaling could lead to an accidental fire, and reassured Marilla of their caution and shared the excitement of their code, where specific numbers of flashes conveyed messages. Diana had just signaled the code for an urgent meeting. Marilla, with a touch of sarcasm, allowed Anne to go but reminded her to return within 10 minutes. Anne managed to keep the discussion of Diana's important news within the 10-minute limit, though it was a challenge. She returned to Marilla, bursting with news that the next day was Diana's birthday, and she had been invited to a sleepover and to attend a concert with Diana and her cousins in a large punk sleigh, and was thrilled and pleaded with Marilla to let her go, describing the concert as a respectable event with moral recitations, lovely songs, and even an address by the minister. Marilla, however, stood firm on her decision, insisting that Anne was better off in her own bed and that such late-night activities were not suitable for young girls. Despite Anne's argument that birthdays were rare occasions and the event promised to be morally uplifting, Marilla was not swayed, and made one final attempt to persuade Marilla by mentioning the honor of being offered to sleep in the spare room bed, but Marilla was unmoved. She instructed Anne to remove her boots and go to bed, as it was already past 8 o'clock. Marilla had just denied Anne the honor of attending a concert, sending her to bed without further discussion, and, with tears streaming down her face, had climbed the stairs to her room, heartbroken. Meanwhile, Matthew, who seemed to have been sleeping on the lounge, opened his eyes and took a firm stand. He suggested that Marilla should reconsider and let Anne go. Marilla, however, was quick to dismiss the idea, questioning who was in charge of raising the child. Matthew admitted it was Marilla, but he held his ground, stating that having an opinion wasn't the same as interfering. Marilla wasn't convinced, even going so far as to sarcastically suggest that Matthew would support Anne's whims no matter how outlandish they might be. She expressed her concerns about Anne catching a cold and filling her head with nonsense if she attended the concert, which she felt would only unsettle the girl for a week. Marilla believed she knew what was best for Anne, more so than Matthew did. Despite his usual avoidance of arguments, Matthew stood his ground, repeating his belief that Anne should be allowed to go. Marilla felt a sense of helplessness and fell silent. The next morning, as Anne washed dishes, Matthew approached Marilla once more with his unwavering opinion. Marilla's expression spoke volumes of her frustration, but she eventually gave in, though she did so with sharp words, blaming Matthew for any potential consequences. And, overhearing the conversation, couldn't contain her excitement and rushed out, dishcloth in hand, to hear Marilla repeat her permission. Marilla, however, was firm in stating that once was enough and made it clear that Matthew was to be held responsible if Anne fell ill. She also pointed out Anne's carelessness with the dishwater, showing her exasperation with the girl's behavior, and acknowledged her tendency to be a handful but also pointed out the mistakes she avoided making. She promised to clean up before school, expressing her deep desire to attend the concert and be part of the experiences her peers talked about. Anne felt understood by Matthew, and that meant a lot to her, as Marilla didn't seem to grasp her feelings. At school, Anne couldn't focus on her lessons due to her excitement about the concert and the prospect of sleeping in the spare room. Gilbert Blythe outperformed her in class, but even her humiliation couldn't dampen her spirits. She and Diana spent the day engrossed in conversation about the upcoming event, oblivious to the potential for trouble with their teacher, Mr. Phillips, and was overwhelmed with relief that she would be attending the concert, as it was the only topic of conversation at school that day. The local debating club had organized smaller events before, but this concert was a grand affair with an entry fee of 10 cents to support the library. The youth of Avonlea had been rehearsing for weeks, and the students were excited, especially since their older siblings were participating. All students older than 9 were eager to attend, except for Carrie Sloane, whose father agreed with Marilla's views on young girls attending evening concerts. Carrie spent the afternoon weeping into her grammar book, convinced that life had lost its meaning. The excitement for Anne began with school ending and grew steadily, reaching a peak of sheer joy at the concert. They enjoyed a wonderful tea, followed by the fun of getting dressed in Diana's room. Diana styled Anne's hair in the latest fashion, while Anne expertly tied Diana's ribbons. They tried numerous ways to arrange their hair until they were satisfied, their cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with anticipation. Anne felt a twinge of envy comparing her simple black hat and homemade coat with Diana's stylish cap and jacket. But she quickly reminded herself of her vivid imagination. Soon, Diana's cousins from Newbridge arrived, and they all packed into a large sleigh filled with straw and warm robes. Anne savored the ride, the snow crunching under the sleigh and the sunset painting the hills and the St. Lawrence Gulf in stunning colors. The sound of sleigh bells and distant laughter filled the air. And, overwhelmed by the beauty, squeezed Diana's hand and wondered if her overwhelming feelings were visible on her face. Diana, fresh from receiving a compliment, assured and she looked particularly lovely with a beautiful blush on her cheeks. The night's program was a succession of delights for Anne. She empathized with Prissy Andrews, dressed in pink silk and pearls, and when the choir sang, Anne looked up as if seeing angels. She laughed heartily at a comedic performance, causing others to join in. And when Mr. Phillips dramatically delivered a famous speech, Anne felt a surge of rebellious spirit. As the evening progressed, Anne was swept up in the performances, each moment more thrilling than the last, her heart full of the joy of the experience. There was just one act in the program that didn't capture her attention. While Gilbert Blythe recited Bingen on the Rhine, Anne was more interested in reading Rhoda Murray's library book. She only stopped when Gilbert finished and Diana applauded enthusiastically. They arrived home at 11, full of excitement from the night's events, looking forward to reliving the memories through their conversations. The house was quiet and dark, everyone seemed to be asleep. Anne and Diana quietly entered the parlor, which was cozy and softly lit by the dying fire. Diana suggested they undress there because it was warm. And agreed, reflecting on how wonderful the evening had been and wondering if they would ever have the chance to recite at such an event. Diana believed they would, mentioning how often Gilbert Blythe recited and noting that he was not much older than them. She teased Anne about ignoring Gilbert, but Anne, maintaining her poise, refused to discuss him and proposed a race to bed. They dashed towards the bed, but were met with a surprise. There was a gasp and a cry from beneath them, and a muffled voice exclaimed in shock. In a panic, the girls rushed out of the room, trembling as they tiptoed upstairs. Anne was scared and cold, whispering questions about the identity of the person on the bed. Diana, barely containing her laughter, revealed it was her Aunt Josephine. She anticipated Aunt Josephine's anger and found the situation both terrible and hilarious. And inquired about Aunt Josephine, learning she was Diana's elderly aunt from Charlottetown, known for her strict demeanor. The next morning, Miss Josephine Barry was notably absent from breakfast. Mrs. Barry inquired if the girls had enjoyed their night, mentioning she had fallen asleep before she could tell them about Aunt Josephine's arrival. Diana remained silent, exchanging knowing looks with Anne, and left for home after breakfast, unaware of the commotion she and Diana had caused, which she would only learn about later that afternoon at Mrs. Lynde's. Mrs. Lynde, with a stern yet amused expression, spoke of how they had frightened Miss Barry. Mrs. Barry had been there earlier, worried about the whole ordeal. Miss Barry, known for her formidable temper, was especially upset and hadn't spoken to Diana all day, and admitted guilt with remorse, acknowledging that the mishap was her doing, not Diana's. She had been the one to propose a playful race to the bed. Mrs. Lynde, not surprised, had predicted such a scheme would be Anne's brainchild. The incident had caused quite the stir, with Miss Barry so infuriated that she planned to leave for the city the next day, despite it being Sunday. She had even retracted her offer to fund Diana's music lessons, labeling her a tomboy. The Barrys, eager to stay in Miss Barry's good graces due to her wealth, were undoubtedly disappointed. and lamented her tendency to land herself and her dearest friends in trouble, questioning Mrs. Lynde about the reason for her misfortune. Mrs. Lynde pointed out Anne's impulsive nature as the cause, advising her to think before acting. Anne, however, found the spontaneity of her actions thrilling, wondering if Mrs. Lynde ever felt the same rush. Mrs. Lynde, who had not experienced such impulsiveness, advised Anne to be more cautious, humorously suggesting she should be particularly careful about diving into spare room beds. Despite Mrs. Lynde's lightheartedness, Anne couldn't see the humor in the situation and felt weighed down by seriousness. As she departed, she crossed the fields to meet Diana, who was waiting at the kitchen door. Diana shared that Aunt Josephine was quite upset but tried to suppress her amusement. Anne felt responsible and insisted on owning up to her mistake, despite Diana's warning that Aunt Josephine might be unforgiving. And, familiar with making confessions, decided to face Aunt Josephine directly. Diana, taken aback by Anne's bravery, doubted it would make a difference but revealed Aunt Josephine's location. With Diana's doubtful words ringing in her ears, Anne approached the sitting room door with trepidation and knocked. A sharp command to enter came from within. Miss Josephine Barry, a slender and stern figure, sat by the fire engaging in her knitting with intense focus. Her anger remained unsoothed, her gaze sharp behind her gold-framed spectacles. She turned in her chair, expecting Diana, only to find a pale girl with wide eyes filled with a blend of boldness and fear. Miss Josephine Barry, skipping formalities, asked the girl her identity. The young visitor, Anne of Green Gables, nervously admitted her presence to make a confession. She took responsibility for the previous night's bed-jumping incident, defending Diana by saying it was her idea and Diana was too proper to conceive such mischief, and argued that it was unfair to blame Diana. Miss Josephine Barry countered, suggesting Diana was equally involved in the rambunctious behavior, and maintained it was all in good fun and pleaded for forgiveness, especially for Diana, who longed for her music lessons, and expressed an understanding of the desire for something dearly and offered herself as the target for Miss Barry's displeasure, claiming she was better equipped to handle it than Diana. The old lady's eyes softened, amusement replacing some of her sternness, yet she remained firm that fun was no excuse for their actions, reminiscing that such behavior wasn't tolerated in her youth, and empathized, imagining the disruption they caused, but also highlighted their perspective. She explained their shock at finding Miss Barry in the bed and their disappointment at not being able to sleep in the spare room, a rare honor for an orphan like herself. By this point, all stiffness had left Miss Barry, who let out a laugh, a sound that brought relief to Diana, anxiously waiting outside. Miss Barry admitted her imagination had grown dull over time and conceded that perhaps Anne's need for understanding was as valid as her own. She invited Anne to share more about herself. Anne, however, declined the offer, stating her duty to return to Miss Marilla Cuthbert, who had taken her in and was trying her best to raise her properly, and asked Miss Barry not to hold her responsible for the bed incident and inquired whether she would forgive Diana and extend her visit as originally planned. Miss Barry, showing a hint of kinship, suggested she might stay if Anne would visit and converse with her from time to time. That night, Miss Barry presented Diana with a silver bangle bracelet. She informed the older members of the household she had finished unpacking her suitcase. She declared her decision to extend her stay was to get to know Anne better. Anne's company brought her amusement, a rare delight at her age. Marilla's reaction to the news was a simple nod to Matthew, as if to say she had predicted this. Miss Barry ended up staying even longer than a month. Her time was pleasant, largely due to Anne's ability to keep her smiling. A strong friendship formed between the two. Upon her departure, Miss Barry made a promise to Anne. She assured Anne that when she visited town, she'd be welcome to stay in the spare room, and later shared with Marilla her realization that Miss Barry was a kindred spirit. She explained that it wasn't immediately obvious, unlike with Matthew, but over time, the truth became clear, and was overjoyed to discover that kindred spirits were more common than she had once believed. You're about to listen to Chapter 20, A Good Imagination Gone Wrong. Spring returned to Green Gables, the whimsical and hesitant Canadian season. It took its time, filling April and May with cool, sweet days, pink sunsets, and nature's rebirth. Red buds adorned the maples in Lover's Lane, and ferns curled near the Dryad's Bubble. In the barren lands behind Mr. Silas Sloane's house, mayflowers, like pink and white stars, peeked out from under brown leaves. One golden afternoon, all the school children gathered them, their arms and baskets heavy with blooms as they returned in the twilight. Anne felt pity for those who had never seen mayflowers, believing nothing could surpass them. She thought mayflowers might be the spirits of last summer's flowers in their paradise. That day, Anne and her friends had a picnic in a mossy hollow by an old well, a spot full of romance. Dares were the trend at school, and Charlie Sloane dared Artie Gillis to leap over the well, which he did. Mr. Phillips gave his mayflowers to Prissy Andrews, quoting "sweets to the sweet," showing some creativity. Anne, too, was offered mayflowers but proudly refused them, keeping the giver's name a secret. They made wreaths and adorned their hats, and when it was time to leave, they paraded down the road, singing "My Home on the Hill," drawing attention from all they passed. Marilla, however, dismissed their activities as foolish. Following the mayflowers, violets filled Violet Vale, and walked to school through it, feeling as if on sacred ground, her competitive spirit forgotten until she reached the classroom. She mused about the many sides of herself, which made her life both complex and interesting. One June evening, with orchards in bloom, frogs singing in the marshes, and the scent of clover and fir in the air, Anne sat by her window. It was too dark to study, so she daydreamed, gazing out past the blossoming Snow Queen tree. The quaint gable room remained much the same in its essential aspects. Its walls retained their whiteness, the pincushion was as unyielding as ever, and the chairs maintained their stiff, yellow posture. However, the room's essence had transformed, now brimming with a vibrant and throbbing new presence that seemed to fill the space, transcending the mundane objects like schoolbooks, dresses, and ribbons, and even the cracked blue jug with apple blossoms on the table. It was as though the dreams of its bright occupant, both during sleep and wakefulness, had materialized into visible forms, decorating the plain room with ethereal weaves of rainbows and moonbeams. Marilla entered with a swift stride, carrying Anne's freshly ironed school aprons. She draped them over a chair and took a seat, letting out a brief exhale. She had suffered one of her headaches that afternoon, and, despite the pain having subsided, she still felt drained and worn out. Anne looked at her with a deep sense of empathy, wishing she could have taken Marilla's place in suffering the headache, enduring it with joy for her sake. Marilla acknowledged that and had been helpful, managing the chores and allowing her some rest. And had done quite well, though she had made fewer mistakes than usual. Nevertheless, she had starched Matthew's handkerchiefs unnecessarily and left a pie to overcook in the oven instead of serving it for dinner. The aftermath of headaches always brought out a hint of sarcasm in Marilla. Anne felt remorseful and admitted her negligence regarding the pie, explaining she had been so engrossed in her imagination that she forgot all about it. She had been determined to focus on facts, but the temptation to daydream about being a princess rescued by a knight proved too strong. As for the handkerchiefs, she had been preoccupied with naming a new island she and Diana had discovered, eventually settling on Victoria Island in honor of the Queen's birthday. And was apologetic about the pie and the handkerchiefs, especially since she had wanted to be exceptionally good that day, it being the anniversary of her arrival at Green Gables. The day marked a significant turning point in her life, though she understood it might not hold the same importance for Marilla. Anne had been happy there, despite some troubles, and she questioned Marilla if she ever regretted keeping her. Marilla couldn't say she was sorry, sometimes pondering how she ever managed before Anne's arrival. With lessons finished, Marilla sent Anne to ask Mrs. Barry for Diana's apron pattern. Anne protested, claiming it was too dark to go, but Marilla pointed out that twilight was hardly an impediment, as Anne had often ventured out later than this. Anne was brimming with excitement at the prospect of heading over early in the morning. She planned to rise with the sun and make her way to Marilla's. Marilla, however, had other ideas and insisted and fetch a pattern that evening to cut out her new apron. And realized she'd have to take the longer route by road, her enthusiasm waning as she picked up her hat. Marilla was having none of it, dismissing the idea of wasting time on the road. But Anne was adamant about not going through the haunted wood, her voice filled with desperation. This took Marilla by surprise, and she questioned what Anne meant by the haunted wood, and explained, in a hushed tone, that it was the spruce wood across the brook, a place they had deemed haunted for their own amusement since April. And her friend Diana had chosen it for its somber atmosphere and had let their imaginations run wild with tales of wailing white ladies, murdered children's ghosts, headless men, and glaring skeletons among the trees. Marilla listened in stunned silence to Anne's vivid descriptions of their imagined hauntings. When Anne finished, Marilla could hardly believe what she had heard. She firmly told Anne that such fanciful tales had no place in reality and that Anne's imagination was getting out of hand. Marilla then instructed Anne to head straight to the berries through the spruce grove as a lesson to put such nonsense out of her mind. Despite Anne's pleas and genuine fear, her imagination having convinced her of the grove's terrors, Marilla remained firm. She escorted the reluctant Anne to the spring, directing her to cross the bridge and face the imagined specters of the grove. Anne's dread was palpable, but Marilla's decision was final, leaving no room for argument. Anne wept bitterly, pleading with Marilla about the harshness of her words. She questioned how Marilla would feel if a ghostly figure whisked her away into the night. Marilla, indifferent to Anne's distress, confidently stated her willingness to take that chance, emphasizing her sincerity and her intent to rid Anne of her ghostly delusions. She instructed Anne to proceed without delay. Complying with Marilla's command, Anne moved forward. Crossing the bridge was a clumsy affair, and the path beyond felt ominous and unwelcoming. That trek would forever be etched in Anne's memory, filled with regret for letting her imagination run wild. The imagined goblins seemed to hide in every shadow, reaching out to the frightened girl who had brought them to life with her stories. A piece of birch bark, caught in the wind, made her heart skip a beat, and the eerie sound of tree branches rubbing together caused her to sweat with fear. Bats flitting overhead in the dark resembled creatures of another world. When Anne finally reached Mr. William Bell's field, she ran across it as if chased by spectral beings, arriving at the Barrys' kitchen door breathless, barely able to ask for the apron pattern. With Diana absent and no reason to stay, Anne faced the daunting task of returning. She chose to keep her eyes closed on the way back, preferring the danger of running into branches over the possibility of encountering a ghost. Upon her shaky return over the log bridge, Anne let out a long, relieved sigh. Marilla greeted her with a lack of sympathy, inquiring if she had been caught by any of her phantasms. Shivering and stuttering, Anne expressed her newfound appreciation for the ordinary, vowing to stick to the mundane after her harrowing experience. You're about to listen to Chapter 21, A New Departure in Flavorings. And, feeling a mix of emotions, placed her school items on the kitchen table, wiping her eyes with a soaked handkerchief. It was the last day of June, and she had luckily brought an extra handkerchief to school, sensing it might be needed. Despite her tears, and wasn't truly upset about Mr. Phillips leaving, she had simply followed Ruby Gillis's lead, who unexpectedly cried during his goodbye speech. This set off a chain reaction among the girls, despite their previous claims of looking forward to his departure, and tried to resist the urge to cry by recalling the times Mr. Phillips had embarrassed or been unkind to her, but she couldn't help joining in the sorrow. Jane Andrews, who had been vocal about her eagerness for the teacher's leave, ended up crying the most and had to borrow a handkerchief from her brother. Mr. Phillips's touching farewell speech, coupled with his own tears, made Anne regret her past misbehavior. On the way home, the girls couldn't stop crying, with Carrie Sloane's repetition of Mr. Phillips's words triggering fresh tears. Despite the sadness, Anne couldn't ignore the excitement of a 2-month vacation and the arrival of the new minister and his wife. The minister's wife, dressed in blue with puff sleeves, sparked a debate about the appropriateness of such fashion for her role. And empathized, knowing her own desire for puffed sleeves, and thought allowances should be made for her recent change in status. The couple would stay with Mrs. Lynde until their own home was ready. When Marilla headed to Mrs. Lynde's that evening, she claimed it was just to return the quilting frames she had borrowed the previous winter. But if she had another reason, it was a charming flaw that many in Avonlea shared. That night, several items lent out by Mrs. Lynde were finally making their way back to her, carried by those who had borrowed them. A new preacher, especially one with a wife, was quite the event in a small, quiet village like Avonlea, where not much happened. Mr. Bentley had been Avonlea's minister for 18 years before and found him a bit lacking in imagination. He arrived a widower and stayed that way, even though the local gossip often had him almost married off. He left in February to the regret of his congregation, who had grown fond of him despite his dull sermons. Since his departure, the church had a lively time listening to various potential replacements, each being judged by the community. And the small, red-haired girl also had her thoughts on them, which she shared with Matthew. Marilla, however, refused to join in critiquing preachers, and had concluded that Mr. Smith wasn't the right fit, noting that his delivery and lack of imagination were issues. Mr. Terry, on the other hand, had too much imagination, much like Anne did with her haunted wood fantasy. She thought Mr. Gresham was too informal with his funny stories in church. Mr. Marshall was quite appealing, but since he wasn't married, Mrs. Lynde felt it wouldn't do for him to be in Avonlea. Mrs. Lynde was always looking ahead, and was happy they chose Mr. Allen, who gave interesting sermons and seemed sincere in his prayers. Mrs. Lynde had thoroughly checked his beliefs and found them solid. She also approved of his wife's family, who were known for being good housekeepers. The new minister and his wife were warmly welcomed in Avonlea. They were a young, friendly couple, full of enthusiasm for their work. Everyone liked the young man with high ideals and the sweet lady who took over the manse, and immediately loved Mrs. Allen, feeling she had found another kindred spirit, and was full of praise for Mrs. Allen on a Sunday afternoon. She found her to be a wonderful teacher for their class and admired her approach to teaching, which involved allowing the students to ask questions, and was particularly good at this and took the opportunity to ask many questions. She thought Mrs. Allen's smile was beautiful, noting her charming dimples, and longed for dimples herself, believing they might help her influence others positively, as Mrs. Allen had suggested they should always aim to do. Marilla acknowledged Anne's knack for questioning with a strong affirmation, and also mentioned that only Ruby Gillis had asked a question about a Sunday school picnic, which seemed out of place during a lesson about Daniel in the lion's den. However, Mrs. Allen responded kindly, anticipating there would be a picnic, and mused about her own physical changes since arriving at Green Gables, noting she wasn't as thin but still lacked dimples. She expressed a desire to be a Christian like Mrs. Allen, whose religion seemed joyous, unlike the dour version she associated with Mr. Superintendent Bell. Marilla, however, reminded Anne that it was wrong to speak ill of Mr. Bell, who was a good man, and conceded Mr. Bell's goodness, but felt he didn't enjoy it, unlike Mrs. Allen, who seemed genuinely happy with her faith, and imagined that if she were good, she would celebrate with singing and dancing. She thought Mrs. Allen would do the same if it were appropriate for a minister's wife. Marilla considered inviting the Allens for tea and settled on the following Wednesday, although she planned to keep it a secret from Matthew, who would likely find an excuse to be absent due to his shyness around new people, and promised to keep the invitation a secret and eagerly offered to bake a cake for the occasion. Marilla agreed, allowing Anne to make a layer cake. With the tea date set, Marilla and Anne busied themselves with preparations, determined to make a good impression on their guests, and shared her excitement with her friend Diana as they sat by the Dryad's bubble, creating rainbows in the water with twigs dipped in fir balsam, and had everything prepared for Diana's visit, except the cake she planned to bake in the morning and the baking powder biscuits Marilla was set to make shortly before tea. And Marilla had been quite busy for 2 days, feeling the weight of hosting a minister's family, and had never faced such a challenge before. She was proud of their pantry, which was stocked with an impressive array of treats: jellied chicken, cold tongue, 2 kinds of jelly in red and yellow, whipped cream, lemon pie, cherry pie, 3 varieties of cookies, fruitcake. Marilla's special yellow plum preserves reserved for ministers, and both pound and layer cakes. They even had new and old bread, catering to the minister's potential dietary restrictions, as Mrs. Lynde suggested ministers often have. And worried about her layer cake, fearing it might not turn out well, despite Diana's reassurances based on a previous successful experience. Still, Anne couldn't shake off the fear of baking failure, especially when it mattered the most. She hoped that by being careful with the ingredients, like adding the flour, the cake would be fine. The morning came, and Anne was too excited to sleep. She had a cold but was determined to focus on her baking. She made her cake with care, questioning whether it would rise and if the baking powder was reliable. Marilla, ever practical, assured her there would be plenty of food regardless. Fortunately, the cake rose perfectly, light and airy, and Anne joyously assembled it with layers of ruby jelly, imagining the pleasure it would bring to Mrs. Allen. Marilla was set on using her finest tea set, and Anne suggested adorning the table with ferns and wild roses, despite Marilla's belief that the food was more important than decorative frills. Anne pointed out that Mrs. Barry had received compliments from the minister for her decorated table, which made Marilla agree to the decorations, insisting only on leaving enough space for the dishes and food. Anne put her artistic skills to work, transforming the tea table into a stunning display with plentiful roses and ferns. The minister and his wife couldn't help but praise its beauty when they sat down, and Marilla acknowledged Anne's efforts with a stern sense of fairness. Mrs. Allen's approving smile overwhelmed Anne with joy. Matthew, who had been coaxed into attending by Anne, managed to overcome his shyness and engaged in conversation with the minister, though he remained quiet around Mrs. Allen. The gathering was cheerful until it came time to serve Anne's layer cake. Mrs. Allen, faced with a variety of desserts, initially declined the cake, but Marilla encouraged her to try it since and had made it especially for her. Both Mrs. Allen and the minister, along with Marilla, accepted a generous slice. Upon tasting the cake, Mrs. Allen's face betrayed a strange reaction, but she said nothing and continued eating. Marilla, noticing this, quickly tasted the cake herself and immediately questioned Anne about what she had put into it. And, distraught, assured her she had only followed the recipe and used vanilla. However, after tasting the disastrous cake, she feared the baking powder was to blame. Marilla demanded the vanilla bottle, and upon inspection, she realized the mistake. The cake had been flavored with anodyne liniment instead of vanilla because Marilla had transferred the remaining liniment into an old vanilla bottle after breaking the original one. Marilla admitted partial responsibility for not warning and who couldn't have smelled the difference due to her cold. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Anne retreated to her room, inconsolable in her disappointment. Anne was in tears, too ashamed to even look up, convinced she was forever disgraced. She feared the news of her mistake would spread through Avonlea, as news always did. She dreaded Diana's inevitable question about her cake and having to confess the truth, and imagined being forever known as the girl who mistakenly used anodyne liniment as a flavoring in her cake. She pictured the relentless laughter from Gil and the other schoolboys. Overwhelmed, she pleaded with Marilla, begging not to be asked to wash the dishes right then, offering to do them later, but unable to face Mrs. Allen after such a blunder. But then, a cheerful voice suggested Anne should explain the mishap herself. To her surprise, Anne looked up to see Mrs. Allen by her bed, her eyes filled with laughter. Mrs. Allen was quick to console and, assuring her that it was a simple, humorous error anyone could make. And, though feeling utterly responsible for the mistake, was touched by Mrs. Allen's understanding and her willingness to appreciate Anne's efforts as if the cake had been perfect. Mrs. Allen then invited Anne to show her the flower garden, which Anne had tended with great care, and allowed herself to be comforted and led downstairs by Mrs. Allen, thankful for her kindred spirit. The incident with the liniment cake was not mentioned again, and surprisingly, Anne ended up enjoying the evening. Yet, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh once the guests had left. looking forward to a fresh day free of errors, and shared her optimism with Marilla, who wryly predicted that and would likely make many more mistakes, and admitted her tendency for blunders, but also recognized that she never repeated the same one. She found comfort in the thought that there might be a finite number of mistakes one could make, and once she reached that limit, she would be done with them. Finally, Marilla instructed Anne to feed the ruined cake to the pigs, declaring it unfit for human consumption. You're about to listen to Chapter 22, and is invited out to tea. Marilla questioned Anne's wide-eyed amazement as she returned from a dash to the post office. Perhaps she had found another soulmate. And radiated excitement, her eyes sparkling with life. She had danced her way home, a joyful spirit in the gentle evening light, and couldn't contain her excitement. She had been invited for tea at the local minister's home the next day. Mrs. Allen had left the invitation at the post office, addressed to Miss Anne Shirley. It was the first time she had been called Miss, and it filled her with a thrilling sense of importance. Marilla responded with a cool demeanor, reminding Anne that Mrs. Allen intended to invite all her Sunday school students over for tea. She advised Anne to approach the situation with calm, a state foreign to Anne's passionate nature. Anne was all passion and sensitivity, feeling life's highs and lows with intense fervor. Marilla knew this and worried, not fully grasping that Anne's capacity for joy might outweigh the difficulties. Marilla's attempts to instill calmness in Anne were as futile as trying to still the dance of sunlight on water. Anne faced deep sorrow at the thought of a rainy day spoiling her tea plans, especially since Matthew had predicted bad weather. The rustling leaves and the distant ocean roar, usually music to her ears, now seemed ominous. But the night passed, and the morning brought clear skies, lifting Anne's spirits to new heights. She felt an overwhelming love for everyone and a sense of well-being. She mused that if she could have tea every day, she might become the perfect child. Yet, the importance of the occasion made her anxious. She worried about making a mistake or not knowing the right manners, despite studying etiquette since her arrival, and even wondered if it was polite to have a second helping of a particularly delicious dish. Her concern for proper behavior at the tea was evident. Marilla observed Anne's preoccupation with herself and offered a rare but astute suggestion to consider what would please Mrs. Allen the most, and acknowledged the wisdom in Marilla's words and decided to put aside her self-concerns. During her visit, Anne managed to navigate the social niceties successfully. She returned at dusk, her spirits lifted by the majestic sky painted with streaks of saffron and pink clouds. She shared the details of her day with Marilla, resting her weary head on Marilla's lap as they sat by the kitchen door on a large red sandstone slab. The evening brought a refreshing breeze from the fir-lined western hills, rustling through the poplars. A solitary star twinkled above the orchard while fireflies danced in Lover's Lane, weaving in and out of the ferns. Anne, immersed in her conversation with Marilla, felt a deep connection to the wind, the stars, and the fireflies, all intertwining into a magical tapestry of sweetness and charm. Marilla, my time at the manse was utterly enchanting. I've lived such a fulfilling moment that I'll cherish it even if it's the last tea invitation I ever get. Upon arrival, Mrs. Allen greeted me, looking angelic in her frilly pale pink organdy dress with short sleeves. The idea of becoming a minister's wife struck me. A minister might overlook my red hair, not being concerned with worldly appearances. But I'd have to be innately good, which I'm not, so it's probably a futile dream. Some people are born with goodness, but I'm not one of them. Mrs. Lynde often says I'm brimming with original sin. No matter my efforts, I can't match the success of those naturally virtuous. It's much like geometry to me. Still, I hope my efforts count for something. Mrs. Allen is one of those naturally good souls, and my love for her is fierce. It's easy to love certain people, like Matthew and Mrs. Allen, but others, like Mrs. Lynde, require a lot of effort to love. I have to constantly remind myself of their good qualities. At the manse, there was a little girl named Lorette Bradley from the White Sands Sunday School. She was pleasant, though we didn't quite connect on a deeper level. The tea was delightful, and I managed to follow all the etiquette rules. Afterward, Mrs. Allen played music, and she encouraged Loretta and me to sing. She complimented my voice and suggested I join the Sunday school choir, an idea that thrilled me. I've always wanted to join like Diana, but doubted I'd ever get the chance. Lorette had to leave early for a concert at the White Sands Hotel where her sister would perform. The Americans there host concerts every 2 weeks to support the Charlottetown Hospital and often invite locals to participate. Lorette hoped to be invited one day, and I was in awe of her. After she left, Mrs. Allen and I shared a heartfelt conversation. I opened up about my past, my struggles with geometry, and life at Green Gables. To my surprise, Mrs. Allen confessed she also found geometry challenging, which gave me hope. Before I left the manse, Mrs. Lind arrived with news that a new teacher, Miss Muriel Stacy, had been hired. Her name sounded so romantic to me. Mrs. Lind was skeptical about having a female teacher in Avonlea, but I was excited about the prospect. The anticipation of meeting her is nearly unbearable as I count down the days to school. You're about to listen to Chapter 23, Anne comes to grief in an affair of honor. Anne had endured over 2 weeks since her last misadventure. Nearly a month had passed since the incident with the liniment cake, signaling it was due for Anne to find herself in new mischief. Minor errors like mistakenly pouring skim milk over yarn balls or tumbling into the brook while lost in thought hardly counted. A week following their gathering at the manse, Diana Barry hosted a small celebration, inviting only the girls from their class. They enjoyed themselves immensely until post-tea boredom set in, ripe for some enticing mischief in the Barry garden. It came in the form of dares, a popular pastime among the young ones in Avonlea. Carrie Sloane started by challenging Ruby Gillis to climb an old willow tree, which Ruby accomplished despite her fears. Then Josie Pye dared Jane Andrews to hop around the garden on one leg. Jane attempted but couldn't complete the dare. Josie's overt triumph prompted Anne to challenge her to walk atop a board fence. Josie, skilled in such feats, did so with ease, earning reluctant praise from the onlookers. And, unimpressed, mentioned knowing someone who could walk a roof's ridgepole. Josie, skeptical, dared Anne to do the same on Mr. Barry's kitchen roof. Despite turning pale, Anne knew she had to accept the challenge for her honor's sake. She approached the house, where a ladder awaited. The girls gasped, torn between excitement and fear. Diana pleaded with Anne not to attempt it, fearing for her safety. But Anne, resolute, declared her honor was at stake and vowed to walk the ridgepole or face the consequences. She even promised Diana her pearl bead ring should the worst happen. And ascended the ladder into a hushed stillness, reached the top of the ridgepole, stood carefully on the narrow strip, and began to walk. She was acutely aware of her high position and that her imagination was no help in balancing on the ridgepole. She took a few steps before disaster struck. Losing her balance, she stumbled and fell, sliding down the hot roof and through the Virginia creeper, all while the onlookers below watched in horror. Had Anne fallen on the same side she climbed, Diana might have inherited her pearl bead ring right then. Luckily, she fell on the opposite side, where the roof sloped gently over the porch, making the fall less dangerous. When Diana and the other girls, except for a hysterical Ruby Gillis, ran around the house, they found Anne pale and motionless in the destroyed Virginia creeper. Diana, in panic, knelt beside Anne and asked if she was alive. And, feeling dizzy, assured them she wasn't dead, but possibly unconscious. When asked where she was hurt, Anne couldn't respond before Mrs. Barry arrived. And tried to get up but winced in pain. Mrs. Barry demanded to know Anne's injury, and revealed her ankle was hurt and asked for Mr. Barry to take her home, doubting she could walk or hop there. Marilla, out picking apples, saw Mr. Barry carrying Anne home, surrounded by a procession of girls. Marilla realized how much Anne meant to her as she rushed to meet them. Marilla, shaken, asked about Anne's condition, and explained her fall from the ridgepole and suspected a sprained ankle, but remarked it could have been worse. Marilla, relieved but stern, blamed herself for allowing Anne to go to the party and instructed Mr. Barry to lay Anne on the sofa. Suddenly, Anne fainted from the pain, fulfilling another of her wishes. Matthew was quickly called from the harvest field and sent to fetch the doctor. When the doctor arrived, he found Anne's injury to be more severe than they had thought. Her ankle was broken. That night, Marilla went to the east gable where Anne, pale and in pain, lay in bed, and expressed a wish for Marilla's sympathy, but Marilla pointed out that Anne was responsible for her own mishap, and argued that the guilt of it being her own fault made it harder to bear, and if she could blame someone else, she would feel better. She questioned Marilla on how she would react to a dare, to which Marilla replied she would have stayed safely on the ground, and acknowledged Marilla's mental fortitude, admitting her own lack of it and explaining her fear of Josie Pye's mockery. She felt she had been punished enough and hoped Marilla wouldn't be too harsh, and also lamented the pain of the doctor's treatment, the weeks of immobility ahead, missing school and the new teacher, and falling behind in her studies. Marilla reassured, and she wasn't angry, acknowledging Anne's misfortune but reminding her that she would have to endure the consequences. She encouraged Anne to eat something, and reflected on the benefit of her vivid imagination, especially in times of adversity, and wondered how those without it coped with such situations. Over the following 7 tedious weeks, Anne's imagination proved to be a source of comfort. She wasn't alone, though. A stream of visitors, including schoolgirls bringing gifts and news, kept her connected to the world of Avonlea, and felt a wave of contentment as she finally managed to hobble across the room. Lying in bed hadn't been fun, but it had its upsides. She realized how many friends she had. Even Superintendent Bell, a man of importance, had paid her a visit, and didn't quite see him as a soulmate, but she liked him and regretted ever judging his way of praying. She suggested he could make his prayers sound more heartfelt if he tried. He shared a story of his own childhood injury, which was hard for Anne to picture since he always seemed so grown up, and was especially touched by Mrs. Allen's frequent visits, 14 in all, despite her busy life as a minister's wife. Mrs. Allen's visits were always uplifting, never making Anne feel at fault for her accident, unlike Mrs. Lynde, whose words often implied doubt in Anne's improvement. Even Josie Pye, who had dared Anne to walk on the ridgepole, came to show her remorse, and received her with as much politeness as she could muster, knowing the guilt Josie would have carried had the fall been fatal. Diana, her loyal friend, was there for her every day, a comforting presence at her bedside. But Anne couldn't help feeling excited about returning to school and meeting the new teacher everyone adored. Diana had described her as sweet, with fair curly hair, captivating eyes, and a sense of style that stood out in Avonlea. The new teacher held recitations every other Friday, and on the alternate Fridays, she took the students out to the woods for outdoor learning. They even had physical culture exercises daily. Mrs. Lynde was skeptical of these novel teaching methods, but Anne felt certain that Miss Stacy would be a kindred spirit. Marilla's response to Anne's enthusiastic chatter was simple and pointed, noting that Anne's fall hadn't affected her ability to talk at all. You're about to listen to Chapter 24, Miss Stacy and Her Pupils Get Up a Concert. October had returned, and Anne was eager to resume her studies. The month was a spectacle of red and gold, with mornings wrapped in tender mists that seemed a gift from the spirit of fall for the sun to absorb. Dew adorned the fields like a silver fabric, and heaps of leaves rustled in the woods, inviting a crisp walk through. The birch path was draped in yellow, and the ferns along it had turned a brittle brown. The very air held a freshness that filled young girls with a zest for school, unlike the slow pace of snails. Anne was delighted to be back at her familiar brown desk next to Diana, aware of Ruby Gillis across the way and Carrie Sloane's past notes. Even Julia Bell's offer of gum from the back seat added to the classroom's charm. As Anne prepared her desk, her heart swelled with joy. The new teacher, Miss Stacy, quickly became a cherished friend. She was a bright and empathetic young woman, adept at engaging her students and nurturing their intellectual and moral growth. Anne flourished like a blooming flower with Miss Stacy's guidance, sharing her school experiences with Matthew and Marilla, who listened with pride and scrutiny, respectively, and adored Miss Stacy, charmed by her elegance and melodious voice that seemed to spell Anne's name just right. and had recited Mary, Queen of Scots, with such passion that Ruby remarked it chilled her to the bone. Matthew, ever supportive, suggested and might perform the recitation for him sometime. And agreed, though she doubted it would have the same impact without an audience hanging on her every word. Marilla brought up Mrs. Lynde's disapproval of the boys scaling trees for crows' nests, questioning Miss Stacy's judgment. But Anne defended the activity, explaining it was part of their nature study and that field afternoons were enriching, with Miss Stacy making every lesson clear. And boasted of writing the best compositions on those afternoons, though Marilla reminded her it's better to let others praise her work. Marilla had indeed heard the words from her, yet she wasn't being conceited about it. She admitted to struggling with geometry, despite starting to understand it better thanks to Miss Stacy's clarity. She recognized her limitations in the subject, finding it a humbling experience. On the other hand, she had a passion for writing essays, often getting to pick her own topics. However, the upcoming assignment was to write about a notable individual, a daunting task considering the many remarkable people in history. She fantasized about being significant enough to have essays written about her posthumously. The idea of being a Red Cross nurse on a battlefield or a foreign missionary appealed to her, though she acknowledged the need for goodness in such roles. Their daily physical culture exercises supposedly enhanced grace and digestion. Marilla, on the other hand, dismissed these exercises as nonsense. Despite Marilla's skepticism, Anne was thrilled about Miss Stacy's proposal for a Christmas night concert to raise funds for a schoolhouse flag. The students embraced the idea and began preparations immediately. And, in particular, was overjoyed and fully committed, even with Marilla's disapproval. Marilla saw it as a distraction from their studies and a cause for unnecessary vanity, and argued that a flag would foster patriotism, but Marilla countered, suspecting the children were more interested in having fun than in cultivating national pride. Combining patriotism with enjoyment seems just fine, doesn't it? It's quite delightful to organize a concert. There will be 6 choruses and Diana is set to perform a solo. I'm participating in 2 performances, one called The Society for the Suppression of Gossip and the other, The Fairy Queen. The boys will act out their own skit as well. I have 2 recitations to deliver, which sends shivers down my spine, but it's an exciting kind of shiver. We plan to present a tableau titled Faith, Hope, and Charity at the end. Diana, Ruby, and I will be in it, all dressed in white with our hair flowing. I'll represent hope with my hands joined and my gaze lifted heavenward. I intend to practice my recitations in the attic. If you hear me groaning, don't worry. One of my pieces requires a heart-rending groan, and it's quite a challenge to produce a convincing one. Josie Pye is in a mood because she didn't get the role she wanted. She had her heart set on being the fairy queen, but that would have been absurd, given her stature. Fairy queens are meant to be willowy. Jane Andrews will be the queen, and I'm one of her maids of honor. Josie thinks a red-haired fairy is as absurd as a stout one, but I pay no mind to her comments. I'll wear a wreath of white roses in my hair, and Ruby Gillis has offered to lend me her slippers since I don't own any. Fairies need slippers, after all. It's hard to picture one in boots, especially with copper toes. We're planning to decorate the hall with creeping spruce and fir mottos adorned with pink tissue paper roses. We'll all walk in pairs to our seats as the audience settles in, while Emma White plays a march on the organ. I know you're not as excited as I am, Marilla, but don't you hope I'll make a mark? All I wish for is that you conduct yourself properly. I'll breathe a sigh of relief when this commotion is over and you can focus again. You're practically useless at the moment, with your head crammed with performances and sighs and tableaus. Your tongue must be on the brink of exhaustion. Feeling a bit disheartened, I went to the backyard where a slender new moon shone through the bare branches of the poplar trees from a sky-tinted apple green. Matthew was there, chopping wood. I hopped onto a block and shared my excitement about the concert with him, confident he would share in my enthusiasm. Matthew believed the concert would be quite a success and had faith in my part in it. He smiled at my animated expression. We had a strong bond, and he was grateful that he wasn't responsible for my upbringing. That was Marilla's job. If it had been up to him, he would have been torn between what I wanted to do and what needed to be done. As things stood, he had the freedom to spoil me as much as he wished, a phrase Marilla often used. But in the end, a bit of appreciation can work wonders, sometimes even more than the most diligent upbringing. You're about to listen to Chapter 25, Matthew Insists on Puffed Sleeves. Matthew was enduring a rough patch of 10 minutes. He entered the kitchen as dusk settled on a chilly, gray December day. He sat in the corner by the woodbox to remove his heavy boots, unaware that Anne and her school friends were rehearsing The Fairy Queen in the next room. They soon burst into the kitchen, full of laughter and lively chatter, not noticing Matthew. He retreated into the shadows, holding a boot and a bootjack, and shyly observed them for 10 minutes. They put on their outerwear, discussing the play and the concert. And was there, her eyes sparkling, her energy matching theirs. But Matthew noticed something different about her that seemed out of place. Anne's face shone brighter, her eyes were larger and more star-like, and her features more refined. Even Matthew, usually not one to notice such things, could see that. Yet, the unsettling difference lay elsewhere. Long after the girls had left, walking arm in arm down the frozen lane and had returned to her studies, the question nagged at Matthew. He knew better than to ask Marilla, who would likely dismiss the difference, pointing out Anne's incessant chatter as the only contrast. This would not help Matthew. That evening, he turned to his pipe, pondering deeply, much to Marilla's disapproval. After 2 hours, Matthew had an epiphany. Anne's attire set her apart from the other girls. Reflecting on it, Matthew realized Anne had never dressed like them since arriving at Green Gables. Marilla dressed her in simple, dark clothes, all cut from the same mold. Matthew was vaguely aware of fashion trends, but he was certain Anne's sleeves were unlike those the other girls wore. He remembered the girls around Anne, dressed in colorful tops, and wondered why Marilla chose such plain attire for her. It must be for a good reason, as Marilla was in charge of raising Anne. Perhaps it was part of some wise, hidden plan. But Matthew thought it wouldn't hurt to let Anne have one pretty dress, similar to what Diana Barry wore. He resolved to gift her one for Christmas, which was just 2 weeks away. This, he believed, wouldn't be seen as overstepping. Content with his decision, Matthew stored his pipe and went to bed. Meanwhile, Marilla aired the house thoroughly. The following evening, Matthew headed to Carmody to purchase the dress, ready to face the challenge. He knew he was no expert in this area, but he was determined to complete the task. After much thought, Matthew decided to shop at Samuel Lawson's store, breaking away from his family's tradition of patronizing William Blair's. The Cuthberts' loyalty to Blair's was akin to their commitment to their church and political party. However, the prospect of facing Blair's daughters, who often served customers, filled Matthew with dread. He could manage when his needs were straightforward, but for more complicated transactions, he preferred a male attendant. Unbeknownst to Matthew, Samuel Lawson had recently hired a female clerk, his wife's niece. She was a striking figure with a large pompadour, big brown eyes, and a smile that could dazzle and confuse. Her stylish attire and clinking bangle bracelets only added to her presence. Matthew was overwhelmed by her unexpected appearance at the store, and the sound of her bangles left him completely disoriented. When she asked what she could help him with, Matthew awkwardly inquired about garden rakes, despite it being mid-December. She seemed taken aback but went to check for him. Alone for a moment, Matthew tried to gather his thoughts. Upon her return, he mustered up the courage to also ask about hayseed, only to learn it wasn't the season for it. Embarrassed, Matthew quickly agreed, paid for the rake, and nearly left without his change. With one last effort, he asked for sugar, choosing brown when prompted. He agreed to take 20 pounds, sweating with anxiety. It wasn't until he was halfway home that he recovered from the ordeal. He realized his mistake in venturing to an unfamiliar store. At home, he stashed the rake but brought the sugar to Marilla, who questioned his choice. Matthew claimed it might be useful in the future and made a hasty retreat. Upon reflecting on the situation, Matthew concluded that he needed a woman's touch to handle it. Marilla was not an option, as he was certain she would immediately dismiss his idea. Mrs. Lynde was his only choice since Matthew couldn't imagine seeking counsel from any other woman in Avonlea. He approached Mrs. Lynde with his dilemma, and she eagerly took charge. Mrs. Lynde agreed to pick out a dress for Anne as she was planning a trip to Carmody the next day. Without a specific request from Matthew, she decided to rely on her own judgment. She thought a rich brown would be perfect for Anne and knew William Blair had some attractive new fabric in stock. She even offered to sew the dress herself to ensure the surprise wouldn't be ruined by Marilla's involvement. Matthew expressed his gratitude but hesitated, wanting to suggest something about the sleeves. He wasn't sure, but he thought sleeves were fashioned differently now. Mrs. Lynde reassured him that she would make the dress with the latest sleeve design, leaving Matthew relieved. Once Matthew had left, Mrs. Lynde mused to herself. She felt it would be nice to see Anne in proper attire as Marilla's choices were quite absurd. Mrs. Lynde had often wanted to speak her mind about it, but held back, knowing Marilla didn't take kindly to advice. Mrs. Lynde believed that there was no one-size-fits-all approach to raising children, a concept lost on those who haven't done it themselves. She speculated that Marilla was trying to instill humility in Anne through her clothes, but it was more likely to breed envy. She found it surprising that Matthew had noticed the issue, considering his usual lack of awareness. For 2 weeks, Marilla sensed Matthew was preoccupied but couldn't pinpoint why until Mrs. Lynde delivered the new dress on Christmas Eve. Marilla managed to keep her composure, even though she probably had her doubts about Mrs. Lynde's explanation for making the dress herself. Marilla observed Matthew's secretive behavior and self-amused smiles over the past 2 weeks with a mix of stiffness and tolerance. She had suspected him of some silly scheme. In her view, and didn't need another dress, she had already crafted 3 sturdy ones for her this fall. Marilla considered any additional garments an utter waste, noting that the material in the sleeves alone was enough to make an entire blouse. She believed that gifting and the dress would only feed her vanity, which was already as prominent as a peacock's. Marilla hoped Anne would finally be content, knowing she had longed for those fashionable sleeves, despite only mentioning them once. On Christmas morning, Anne woke to a transformed Avonlea, blanketed in snow that had softly fallen overnight. She gazed out from her frosty attic window, her eyes alight with joy. The fir trees in the haunted wood stood out, the birches and wild cherry trees were frosted in white, the fields were dotted with snow, and the crisp air was invigorating. Anne couldn't contain her excitement and sang her way down to the kitchen, where she wished Marilla and Matthew a Merry Christmas, expressing her love for the snowy landscape. Matthew, a bit awkwardly, presented Anne with a dress he had unwrapped from its paper. Marilla pretended to focus on making tea but couldn't help watching the exchange with a curious eye. Anne held the dress in awe, admiring the soft brown fabric with a silken sheen, the frilled skirt, and the pin-tucked waist. But it was the sleeves that captivated her the most, with their long cuffs and puffs adorned with bows. Matthew had chosen this dress as a Christmas gift for Anne, hoping to please her, and was moved to tears by the gesture. The dress was a dream come true for her, especially the sleeves that she had secretly desired. Marilla, ever practical, reminded Anne to take care of the new dress and handed her a matching hair ribbon left by Mrs. Lynde. With that, they settled down for breakfast, the morning filled with a mix of emotions and the warmth of the holiday spirit. Anne couldn't imagine how she would bother with breakfast at such a thrilling time. The idea of eating seemed dull when there was something far more exciting to gaze upon. She was overjoyed that puffed sleeves were still in style, as she had longed for a dress adorned with them. The fear of the trend fading before she owned such a dress had weighed on her. She felt deep satisfaction now. The ribbon from Mrs. Lynde was another lovely touch, making Anne feel she should be on her best behavior. She often wished to be a model of goodness, especially at moments like these, and vowed to strive harder, although she found it difficult to stick to her resolutions when faced with irresistible temptations. Nonetheless, she was determined to make a genuine effort to be better after this generous gift. After the ordinary breakfast, Diana arrived, her crimson ulster making her a bright spot against the snowy backdrop as she crossed the white log bridge. Anne, unable to contain her excitement, rushed down to greet her best friend, wishing her a Merry Christmas and eager to share the wonderful news of her new dress with its beautiful sleeves. Diana, equally excited, presented and with a gift from Aunt Josephine, a box filled with treasures, including a card wishing and a Merry Christmas and a pair of exquisite kid slippers with beaded toes, satin bows, and shiny buckles, and was overwhelmed, feeling as if she were in a dream, and Diana remarked on the good fortune, noting that and wouldn't need to borrow oversized slippers anymore. The school children of Avonlea were buzzing with anticipation that day, as they had to decorate the hall and conduct a final rehearsal for their concert. The evening event was a hit, the small hall packed to the brim. All the performers were excellent, and shone the brightest, even acknowledged by Josie Pye, who was usually envious. After the successful concert, Anne and Diana walked home under a star-filled sky, reflecting on the splendid evening. Diana commented on the practical success, estimating they had made about $10, and mentioned that Mr. Allen intended to write about the event for the Charlottetown papers. The thought of seeing their names in print excited Anne, who also praised Diana's solo performance. Diana returned the compliment, admiring Anne's recitations and how they captivated the audience. Anne was filled with nerves that day. As Mr. Allen announced her name, she couldn't fathom how she managed to ascend onto the stage. She felt countless eyes piercing through her, and for a terrifying instant, she thought she wouldn't be able to speak. However, the sight of her puffed sleeves gave her strength. They were a symbol she felt compelled to embody, and so she began her recitation. Her voice seemed distant, as if not her own, and she likened herself to a parrot. It was fortunate she had practiced so much in the attic, for without that, she doubted she could have performed, and wondered if her performance was convincing, and Diana confirmed it was indeed moving, and noticed Mrs. Sloane was moved to tears by her performance, which thrilled her. She found participating in the concert to be an incredibly romantic experience, one she would remember fondly. Diana then mentioned the boys' dialogue and how Gilbert Blythe was exceptional. Despite Anne's dismissive attitude towards Gilbert, Diana revealed a moment that should have appealed to Anne's sense of romance. Gilbert had picked up a rose that fell from Anne's hair and kept it close to his heart. That evening, after a long absence from such events, Marilla and Matthew sat by the fire reflecting on the concert. They both agreed and had done as well as anyone could, with Matthew expressing his pride openly to Anne. Marilla, too, was proud, though she chose to keep her feelings to herself. They discussed Anne's future, considering the idea of further education beyond Avonlea School when the time was right. While Marilla thought it was too early to plan, Matthew believed it was worth thinking about, underlining the importance of considering such matters well in advance. You're about to listen to Chapter 26. The Story Club is formed. Avonlea Jr. struggled to adjust to the dull routine of life after experiencing weeks of thrilling events, and felt the world had become dull and lifeless compared to the excitement she had tasted. She wondered if she could ever enjoy the simple joys from before the concert. She confessed to Diana that she doubted life could ever be as it was in the past, which she spoke of as though it were 50 years ago, and feared that concerts might ruin the taste for daily life, which might be why Marilla, who valued sensibility, disapproved of them, and admired sensibility but didn't want to lose her sense of romance. Mrs. Lynde doubted Anne would ever become too sensible, but Anne felt it might be possible, especially when she was tired. She had lain awake the previous night, replaying the concert in her mind, finding comfort in the memories. The school in Avonlea eventually returned to its usual rhythm, but the concert had left its mark. Ruby Gillis and Emma White's friendship ended over a disagreement. Josie Pye and Julia Bell stopped talking because of a comment Josie made about Julia's recitation. The Sloanes and the Bells were at odds over the concert roles, leading to a fight between Charlie Sloane and Moody Spurgeon McPherson. As a result, Moody Spurgeon's sister, Ella May, wouldn't talk to Anne for the entire winter. Aside from these issues, the school continued smoothly under Miss Stacy's guidance. The winter passed quickly, with mild weather allowing Anne and Diana to walk to school through the birch path. They were observant, preparing for a composition on a winter's walk in the woods. on her birthday and felt an awe of turning 13, feeling that life was suddenly more interesting. She looked forward to being 15 when she could use big words without being mocked. Diana mentioned that Ruby Gillis planned to start dating by the time she was 15, and looked down on Ruby Gillis for only thinking about boys. She knew Ruby was secretly pleased when her name appeared in a take notice, despite pretending to be angry, and admitted that her comment might be unkind, as Mrs. Allen had taught them not to make such remarks. However, she found it difficult to hold back, especially when talking about Josie Pye, whom she avoided mentioning altogether, and aspired to be like Mrs. Allen, who she and Mr. Allen thought was perfect. Mrs. Lynde disagreed, believing a minister shouldn't idolize someone so much, and had an enlightening conversation with Mrs. Allen about personal flaws, which she felt was an appropriate Sunday topic. She confessed her own flaw was daydreaming and neglecting her duties, but hoped to improve now that she was 13. Diana mentioned that in 4 years, they could style their hair like grown-ups. Alice Bell, only 16, had already done so, but Diana found it silly and planned to wait until she was 17. And almost criticized Alice's nose, but stopped herself, realizing it was unkind and vain to compare it to her own. She cherished a past compliment about her nose, spotting a rabbit, and suggested they remember it for a school assignment, finding beauty in the winter woods. Diana dreaded writing a composition due Monday, and found it easy, thanks to her imagination, and had already finished her composition the previous Monday, a tragic tale titled The Jealous Rival, or In Death Not Divided. Marilla dismissed it as nonsense, but Matthew praised it, which pleased Anne. She described the story's main characters, Cordelia and Geraldine, as 2 beautiful friends with distinctive features, one with dark hair and eyes, the other with golden hair and imagined purple eyes, and boasted about learning what an alabaster brow was, proud of her knowledge at 13. Diana, curious about the character's fate, showed interest in Anne's story. Geraldine and her companion blossomed in loveliness together until they reached the age of 16. It was around this time that Bertram de Vere arrived in their hometown, instantly falling for the charming Geraldine. A dramatic rescue unfolded when Geraldine's horse bolted, taking her and the carriage with it. Bertram saved her after she lost consciousness, carrying her all the way home, a journey of 3 miles, because the carriage was beyond repair. The idea of a marriage proposal was foreign to me, having no personal experience to draw from. I sought insight from Ruby Gillis, who, with several married sisters, seemed like an expert on the matter. Ruby shared a story of hiding in the hall pantry during Malcolm Andres's proposal to her sister Susan. Malcolm had just received the family farm in his name and casually suggested they marry that fall. Susan's response was a mix of yes, no, and uncertainty, but just like that, they were engaged. However, I found nothing romantic about this proposal, so I conjured up a more poetic scene in my mind where Bertram knelt before Geraldine, despite Ruby mentioning that such gestures were outdated. Geraldine's acceptance was a lengthy oration, which I crafted with great care, revising it 5 times and considering it my crowning achievement. Bertram presented her with a diamond ring and a ruby necklace, promising a European honeymoon, his wealth making it all possible. But the tale took a dark turn as Cordelia, harboring her own love for Bertram, learned of the engagement. Envy consumed her, and though she continued to feign friendship, her heart was filled with malice. One fateful evening on a bridge over a fierce stream, thinking they were alone, Cordelia pushed Geraldine into the water with a haunting laugh. Bertram witnessed the act and dove in after Geraldine, proclaiming his determination to save her. Tragically, he had forgotten his inability to swim, and their lives were lost in the turbulent waters, their final embrace sealing their fate. Their bodies were soon recovered, and they shared a single grave, their funeral a grand affair. I always found funerals more romantic than weddings to conclude a story. As for Cordelia, the weight of her actions drove her to madness, and she ended up confined to an asylum. I felt this was a fittingly poetic punishment for her crime. Diana was moved by the story, wishing for an imagination as vivid as mine. I encouraged her, suggesting we start a story club to practice our writing. I promised to guide her until she could craft stories on her own. Miss Stacy always said imagination was important, although she did think we approached our haunted wood tale incorrectly. The story club was born out of Anne and Diana's imagination, initially just for the two of them. However, it wasn't long before they included Jane Andrews, Ruby Gillis, and a few others who believed their creativity needed nurturing. The club was a no-boys zone, despite Ruby's belief that their presence would spice things up. Each member, adopting a pen name, was tasked with crafting a story every week. And, under the alias Rosamond Montmorency, shared that while Ruby's tales were overly romantic, Jane's lacked love scenes, as she felt embarrassed reading them aloud. Jane's narratives were notably rational. Diana, on the other hand, had a habit of sprinkling her stories with murders, claiming it was an easy way to manage her characters. And, brimming with ideas, often guided them on what to write. Marilla was skeptical, deeming the story-writing venture as the silliest yet, a distraction from their studies. But Anne, committed to embedding a moral in every story, argued that it was beneficial, as it ensured that virtue was rewarded and vice was punished. She was convinced that such narratives had a positive impact, a sentiment echoed by Mr. Allen, even though he found humor in unintended places, and aspired to evoke emotions through her writing, preferring tears over laughter, and was delighted that Jane and Ruby often responded emotionally to her work. Diana's Aunt Josephine found their stories highly entertaining, which confused the girls since they intended to be poignant. Nevertheless, Anne took pride in their club's influence. Mrs. Allen believed in having a purpose behind all actions, a principle and strived to follow, though she often forgot when caught up in fun. She hoped to emulate Mrs. Allen as she grew older, despite Marilla's less than optimistic view of her prospects, doubting Anne's similarity to the composed Mrs. Allen, and shared with Marilla her thoughts about Mrs. Allen's past mischiefs. She felt a sense of comfort knowing someone as good as Mrs. Allen had once been a troublemaker, and questioned if it was wrong to find solace in others' past mistakes. Mrs. Lynde, however, found such revelations disturbing. She had lost respect for a minister upon learning of his childhood theft of a strawberry tart, and disagreed, believing it brave to admit to such misdeeds and that it could inspire troubled youths. Marilla, unimpressed with the conversation's length, urged Anne to prioritize her chores over her chatter, emphasizing the importance of work before leisure. You're about to listen to Chapter 27, Vanity and Vexation of Spirit. As Marilla walked home from a late April Aid meeting, she felt the joy of spring that touches everyone, young and old. She wasn't one to ponder her feelings much. She might have thought she was considering the aids, their missionary box, and the new carpet for the vestry room. Yet, beneath those thoughts, she was aware of the sun setting over red fields turning into mist, the long shadows of fir trees stretching across the meadow, and the red buds of maples by a still pond. It was the awakening of spring that made her steps lighter. She looked lovingly at Green Gables, its windows shining with sunlight through the trees. Marilla appreciated the thought of returning to a warm fire and a table set for tea, a contrast to the chill of past Aid meeting nights before Anne's arrival. But when she found the kitchen fire out and no sign of Anne, her irritation was clear. She had expected tea at 5, and now she had to rush to prepare it before Matthew's return from the fields. Marilla resolved to deal with Anne's absence firmly. As she prepared the kindling with unnecessary force, Matthew waited quietly for his tea. Marilla thought Anne must be off with Diana, caught up in writing or practicing dialogues, neglecting her responsibilities. Despite Anne's many faults, which Marilla didn't deny, she felt a responsibility for the girl, not Rachel Lynde, who could find fault in anyone. Even so, Marilla was upset that Anne had left when she was supposed to stay home. She admitted to herself that she was being as critical as Rachel Lynde, whom she had defended and against earlier that day. Matthew, wise and patient, and very hungry, let Marilla vent her frustration. He knew from experience that she worked faster when not interrupted. He suggested that perhaps Marilla was being too quick to judge. and had a knack for explaining things, and maybe there was a reasonable explanation for her absence. Marilla was frustrated with Anne for not being where she was supposed to stay, expecting a difficult time getting a satisfactory explanation. She knew Matthew would take Anne's side, but she reminded herself that she was the one raising the girl, not him. By the time supper was ready, the evening had fallen, and there was no sign of Anne hurrying back, full of apologies and excuses. Marilla finished the supper chores with a stern face and then went to fetch a candle from Anne's room to light her way to the cellar. To her surprise, she found Anne on the bed, buried in the pillows. Startled, Marilla asked if Anne had fallen asleep or was feeling ill. Anne, wanting to hide, pleaded with Marilla to leave her alone, expressing her despair and indifference to her usual pursuits and achievements. She felt her life was over and her ambitions shattered. Marilla, puzzled by Anne's dramatics, insisted on knowing what had happened. Anne, obeying, showed Marilla her hair, which had turned a bizarre shade of green. Marilla had never seen anything so odd as Anne's hair, which was now a strange mix of green with streaks of her natural red, making it look even more outlandish. And admitted her misery, believing green hair was far worse than her original red. Marilla was determined to understand how Anne ended up in this predicament and told her to come to the kitchen where it was warmer to explain her actions. Marilla had a feeling that Anne was due for another mishap since it had been over 2 months since the last one. Anne confessed to dyeing her hair, knowing it was a bit naughty, but thinking it was worth it to change her red hair. She had planned to compensate for this act by being extra good in other ways. Marilla, with a touch of sarcasm, remarked that if she had decided to dye her hair, she would have at least chosen a decent color, not green. Anne was feeling utterly downcast as she explained to Marilla that the green tint in her hair was an accident. She had no intention of being mischievous without cause. She had been convinced by the peddler's promise that the dye would transform her hair into a gorgeous shade of raven black, and believed him wholeheartedly, as she knew the sting of having her own honesty questioned. Mrs. Allen had taught her to trust others unless there was evidence to the contrary. At the time, Anne had no reason to doubt the peddler's words, but the green hair now stood as undeniable proof of his deceit. The peddler, who had visited earlier that day, had sold her the dye. Marilla had often warned Anne against letting such traders into the house, disapproving of their presence altogether, and assured her she had not let him in, recalling Marilla's advice. She had stepped outside, closed the door, and examined his wares on the porch. The peddler wasn't Italian as Marilla had assumed, but a German Jew. He had a large box filled with fascinating items and shared his story of working hard to earn enough money to bring his wife and children from Germany. His heartfelt story moved Anne, and she wanted to support his noble cause. That's when she spotted the hair dye, which the peddler claimed would permanently color any hair a stunning raven black. The thought of having such beautiful hair was too tempting for Anne to resist. However, the dye cost 75 cents, and Anne only had 50 cents left from her chicken money. The peddler, taking pity on her, agreed to sell it for 50 cents, practically giving it away. So Anne made the purchase. Once the peddler left, she rushed to apply it, only to be horrified by the resulting color, and was full of regret for her impulsive act and had been repenting ever since. Marilla, stern as ever, hoped Anne's remorse would lead to a lesson learned about the consequences of vanity. She suggested that Anne wash her hair thoroughly to see if it would remove the dye, though unfortunately, the peddler's words held true. The color was there to stay. Distraught and worried about never living down this incident, fearing that people would remember this mistake forever, unlike her past blunders. She dreaded the mockery she would face, particularly from Josie Pye, and felt she was the most miserable girl in Prince Edward Island. For a week, Anne's gloom persisted. She avoided going out and washed her hair daily, hoping to remove the green dye. Only Diana knew of the mishap and promised to keep it a secret, a promise she faithfully kept. At the end of the week, Marilla spoke up with a decisive tone and acknowledged the harsh truth in Marilla's words. Her hair, stained with indelible dye, needed to be cut. She fetched the scissors, resigned to her fate, and asked Marilla to quickly remove the offending locks. The whole ordeal felt like a cruel joke to Anne. Unlike the heroines in her beloved stories, who lost their hair in noble ways, Anne's reason was far from romantic. She mourned the impending loss, vowing to cry throughout the process if it didn't cause any trouble. Once the deed was done, Anne faced her reflection with despair. Marilla had been thorough, leaving Anne's hair closely cropped and unflattering, and turned her mirror to the wall, swearing off her own image until her hair grew back. But then, challenging herself, she decided to face her reflection as a form of penance, recognizing her previous vanity regarding her red, curly locks. She even anticipated some new misfortune might befall her nose next. At school, Anne's new haircut drew attention, but no one discovered the true reason behind it. Even Josie Pye's cruel remark, likening Anne to a scarecrow, didn't elicit a response from her, and shared with Marilla that evening that she had held her tongue, considering it part of her punishment. Forgiving Josie made Anne feel noble, and she resolved to focus on being good rather than beautiful, aspiring to make Marilla proud. Diana had suggested a black velvet ribbon as a future accessory, which Anne found appealing and decided to call a snood. Marilla, recovering from a headache, listened to Anne's chatter, which she had grown accustomed to, hinting that she enjoyed it despite her usual reticence. You're about to listen to Chapter 28, An Unfortunate Lily Maid. Diana recognized the girl as Elaine, or so she thought, addressing Anne with that name. She admitted she wouldn't dare to drift down the river as Elaine did. Ruby Gillis agreed, saying she could handle floating when not alone and sitting up, as it was enjoyable. But playing dead while floating was too much for her. She feared she would be truly scared to death. Jane Andrews acknowledged the romantic allure of the act, but confessed she would be too restless, constantly checking her position and fearing she might drift too far. And, with her red hair, lamented the absurdity of a red-headed Elaine, arguing that Ruby, with her fair skin and golden hair, fit the part better since Elaine was known as the Lily Maid with bright hair. Diana reassured and, complimenting her fair complexion and noting that her hair had darkened to a shade that might now be considered auburn. And, visibly pleased by the compliment, wondered if her hair could indeed be called that. Diana confirmed it and admired Anne's short, curly hair, neatly adorned with a black velvet ribbon. The group of girls stood by the pond's bank, near Orchard Slope, where a headland dotted with birches stretched out, featuring a small wooden platform extending into the water. Ruby and Jane were spending the afternoon with Diana and had joined them for play. Throughout the summer, Anne and Diana had made the pond their playground, especially after Mr. Bell cleared the trees from Idlewild. Though Anne had mourned the loss, she and Diana quickly moved on, considering themselves too mature for playhouses and instead finding delight in fishing for trout and rowing in Mr. Barry's dory. Inspired by their school studies of Tennyson's poem about Elaine, the girls decided to bring the story to life. They had dissected the poem in class so thoroughly that it was surprising they could still enjoy it. But the characters of the Lily Maid, Lancelot, Guinevere, and King Arthur felt very real to them, and secretly wished she lived in the days of Camelot, which she found far more romantic than her own time. The girls were excited by Anne's suggestion to act out the story of Elaine. They had discovered that by pushing the flat off from the landing, it would naturally drift under the bridge and come to rest further down the pond, which perfectly suited their enactment of Elaine's journey, and agreed to take on the role of Elaine, albeit with some hesitation. She had secretly hoped to portray the lead, but recognized her own limitations, which she felt made it impossible for her to do the character justice. She assigned the roles of King Arthur to Ruby, Guinevere to Jane, and Lancelot to Diana. They had to double as the brothers and father since they couldn't include the silent servant due to space constraints, and suggested using a black shawl as a makeshift for the black samite to cover the barge. Once they had the shawl, Anne carefully laid it out and positioned herself at the bottom, with her eyes closed and hands crossed over her chest. Ruby Gillis, peering down at Anne's motionless form, felt a chill of fear, remarking on how convincingly lifeless Anne looked. She questioned whether their play acting was appropriate, recalling Mrs. Lynde's harsh views on the matter. And, though, quickly dismissed the mention of Mrs. Lynde, pointing out the anachronism and insisting on maintaining the illusion of their play. Jane stepped up to enhance the scene, substituting an old yellow piano scarf for the missing cloth of gold and placing a tall blue iris in Anne's hand, which added a poignant touch in lieu of a white lily. With Anne now appearing as the serene Elaine, Jane instructed Diana and Ruby to bid a sorrowful farewell to their sister, urging Anne to offer a faint smile to mimic the peaceful expression of the Lily Maid. They pushed the flat into the water, which scraped against a stake, causing a leak. The girls hurried away to their positions, leaving Anne to float under the bridge. Alone on the water, Anne reveled in the romanticism of her predicament until she noticed the flat was taking on water rapidly due to a crack caused by the stake. Realizing she had no oars and was in danger, Anne let out a small, unheard cry of alarm. Despite her fear, she maintained her composure, knowing she had only one chance to save herself. She confided in Mrs. Allen the following day how terrified she had been. It felt like an eternity as the flat slowly drifted towards the bridge, the water inching higher every second. She prayed fervently to Mrs. Allen, her eyes wide open, knowing her survival depended on the flat reaching close enough to a bridge pile for her to climb. The piles, old tree trunks bristling with knots and stubs, required her to be watchful even as she prayed. She continuously implored for divine guidance to bring the flat near a pile, promising to do the rest. In such dire straits, her prayer was simple but effective. Fortune smiled upon her as the flat nudged a pile, and using a scarf and shawl, she managed to climb onto a large stub, a stroke of providence. There she clung to the slick wood, with no easy way up or down, her thoughts far from the romanticism of her previous play acting. Gratitude filled her as she prayed, then focused on maintaining her grip, aware that she would likely need others to help her back to safety. As the flat passed beneath the bridge and sank, Ruby, Jane, and Diana watched in horror from the lower headland, convinced Anne had been lost with it. Shocked and pale, they screamed and dashed through the woods, not stopping to look towards the bridge. And, holding on for dear life, spotted them and hoped for help, despite her uncomfortable spot. Time dragged on, each minute stretching out, and wondered why help hadn't arrived. Had the girls fainted? What if no one came? The thought of losing her strength and falling into the dark waters below sent a shiver through her. Her mind raced with terrifying thoughts. Then, when she felt she couldn't bear the pain any longer, Gilbert Blythe appeared, rowing under the bridge. He looked up to find Anne, her face white with fear but also filled with disdain. Without hesitation, he rowed closer and helped her down into the dory. Sitting there, soaked and upset, she found it hard to maintain her composure. Gilbert, picking up the oars, asked what had happened. And, coldly and without looking at him, explained they had been enacting Elaine, and she was meant to drift down to Camelot in the flat. When it began to leak, she had to climb onto the pile, and the others had gone for help. She then asked him to row her to the landing. Gilbert willingly took the oars and brought the boat to the dock. And, with a sense of independence, leapt to the shore without help. She expressed her thanks to Gilbert with a touch of pride and walked away. Yet, Gilbert was quick to follow and reached out, hoping to stop her. He shared his regret for teasing her about her red hair in the past, insisting it was all in jest and that he now found her hair quite lovely. He suggested they bury the hatchet and become friends. And paused, feeling a mix of emotions. She noticed something appealing in Gilbert's hopeful gaze, which made her heart flutter. But her old hurt over being called carrots and the embarrassment that followed in school was still fresh in her mind. She could not let go of her anger towards Gilbert. Despite the time passed, her resentment was as strong as ever. She firmly told him she could not envision a friendship between them. Gilbert's face flushed with frustration as he hopped back into his boat and vowed never to seek her friendship again, his strokes on the water sharp with defiance. Anne, meanwhile, climbed the leafy path with her head held high, though a twinge of regret nagged at her. She couldn't shake off the feeling that maybe she should have responded differently to Gilbert. Her emotions were in turmoil, partly from the fear of her earlier ordeal and partly from the encounter with Gilbert. As she made her way and ran into Jane and Diana, who were in a near panic. They had been looking for her, thinking she had drowned, and were overwhelmed with guilt and worry. They told her about the chaos that ensued after her disappearance, with Ruby Gillis having a bout of hysteria and no one being at Green Gables to offer help, and assured them that it was Gilbert who had come to her rescue. Despite their insistence that such an act was romantic and should prompt a change in her feelings, and stood her ground, refusing to soften her stance on Gilbert. She regretted the trouble she had caused, especially losing Mr. Barry's boat, and feared they might be banned from rowing on the pond again. True to Anne's feelings, the households of both Barry and Cuthbert were thrown into disarray upon learning of the day's events. Marilla, exasperated, questioned if and would ever learn from her mistakes, and greeted the prospect of improving her sensibility with optimism, feeling rejuvenated after a good weep in the seclusion of the East Gable. Her spirits lifted. She believed her chances of becoming more sensible were better than ever. Marilla, however, couldn't see how this was possible, and went on to share her insight, noting that her time at Green Gables had been full of blunders, each teaching her a valuable lesson. She recounted her various misadventures. Meddling with the amethyst brooch taught her not to interfere with things that weren't hers. The haunted wood incident taught her to rein in her wild imagination. A mix-up with liniment in a cake made her more careful in the kitchen, and a hair-dyeing fiasco helped her overcome vanity. She hardly gave any thought to her hair and nose these days. The day's mishap, she believed, would help her shed excessive romanticism, as she concluded that romantic ideals were out of place in Avonlea, unlike in the legendary Camelot of old. Marilla expressed her skepticism, hoping Anne's assessment was correct. Meanwhile, Matthew, who had been quietly observing the exchange, offered a gentle word of advice after Marilla left. He encouraged her not to abandon her sense of romance entirely, suggesting that a small dose of it could be beneficial. You're about to listen to Chapter 29, an epic in Anne's life. Anne was leading the cows back from the distant pasture along Lover's Lane. It was a September evening, filled with the glow of a ruby sunset in the woods openings. The lane caught splashes of this light, but mostly it lay in shadow under the maples, and the spaces beneath the firs were bathed in a violet dusk. The wind played its sweet music through the fir tops. The cows moved calmly down the path, with Anne trailing behind. She recited the battle verses from Marmion, a poem they'd studied in English class. Miss Stacy had them memorize it, and Anne reveled in its powerful lines and vivid battle images. She paused, closing her eyes to imagine herself amidst the brave warriors. When Anne opened her eyes again, she saw Diana entering through the gate with an air of importance. And since Diana had news, but kept her curiosity in check, and remarked on the beauty of the evening, saying how it filled her with joy. She often thought mornings were the best, but the evening's beauty made her think otherwise. Diana agreed about the evening, but was eager to share her exciting news. She challenged Anne to guess, offering her 3 attempts. And guessed Charlotte Gillis's wedding in the church and its decoration, but Diana said no, explaining Charlotte's beau's objection due to tradition. And then guessed about Jane's birthday party, but Diana dismissed it with a laugh. Anne's final guess involved Moody Spurgeon McPherson and a walk home from a prayer meeting, which Diana denied with indignation. Diana finally revealed that her mother received a letter from Aunt Josephine, who invited them to town for the exhibition, and was thrilled but worried Marilla wouldn't permit her to go, recalling a previous disappointment when Marilla refused to let her attend an American concert. Diana proposed they ask her mother to speak to Marilla, hoping that would increase the chances of Anne being allowed to go. If Marilla agreed, they anticipated having the time of their lives at the exhibition. Diana confessed she had never been to one and felt envious hearing other girls discuss their experiences, mentioning Jane and Ruby's plans to attend again this year, and had made up her mind not to worry about the possibility of attending an event until she had confirmation that she could indeed go. She reasoned that if she allowed herself to get excited and then face disappointment, it would be too much for her to handle. However, she couldn't help feeling pleased that her new coat would be ready in time, should the opportunity arise. Marilla had initially been against buying a new coat, arguing that Anne's old one was still suitable for another winter and that a new dress should suffice. Anne was delighted with her new dress, a navy blue creation cut in the latest style. Marilla had started making Anne's dresses stylishly, wanting to avoid having Matthew go to Mrs. Lynde for that purpose. Anne found it much easier to be good when she was fashionably dressed, even though she believed that naturally good people might not be affected by such things. Despite Marilla's initial reluctance, Matthew insisted that Anne needed a new coat, so Marilla purchased some beautiful blue broadcloth. A real dressmaker from Carmody was working on it, and it was expected to be finished by Saturday night. And tried not to fantasize about strutting up the church aisle on Sunday in her new attire, fearing it might not be proper to indulge in such daydreams. Yet, the thoughts would sneak into her mind. She was particularly fond of her cap, a stylish little blue velvet number with gold cord and tassels that Matthew had picked out for her in Carmody. It was all the rage. And also admired Diana's new hat, which she found elegant and flattering. Seeing Diana at church made Anne's heart swell with pride, knowing that Diana was her closest friend. They both enjoyed thinking about their clothes, although Marilla considered it sinful. To Anne and Diana, fashion was a fascinating topic. Marilla eventually consented to Anne's trip to town, and it was decided that Mr. Barry would take the girls there the following Tuesday. Since Charlottetown was 30 miles away and Mr. Barry planned to make the round trip in one day, they needed to start very early. Anne was thrilled and woke up before the sun on Tuesday. A peek outside promised a clear day, and the light in Orchard Slope's western gable signaled that Diana was also awake. By the time Matthew had kindled the fire and prepared breakfast, Anne was ready, too excited to eat. Dressed in her jaunty new cap and jacket, she hurried across the brook and through the firs to Orchard Slope, where Mr. Barry and Diana awaited. Soon, they were all on their way. Anne and Diana found joy in every moment of their lengthy journey. The early morning sun bathed the harvested fields in a warm red glow, and the roads, damp from the night, made a pleasant sound beneath their wheels. Fresh, cool air filled their lungs, and wisps of blue smoke like mist danced through the valleys and drifted away from the hillsides. The road took them through woods adorned with the scarlet of early fall maples, over bridges that gave and a thrill of fear mixed with delight, and along shores where quaint fishing huts stood weathered and gray. They climbed hills that offered sweeping views of the landscape, and everywhere they went, they found something new and exciting to talk about. By the time noon approached, they arrived in town and made their way to Beechwood. The mansion was grand, nestled among tall elms and beeches. Miss Barry greeted them with a sparkle in her eyes, teasing and about her growth and looks, which Anne accepted with joy, glad to be seen as improved. Miss Barry's home was a spectacle of luxury, leaving Anne and Diana feeling a bit out of place amidst the opulence of the parlor. Diana marveled at the grandeur, wishing others could see it, while Anne mused that the richness left little room for imagination, something she found solace in when dreaming of finer things. Their stay in town was marked by a series of delightful experiences. One memorable day, Miss Barry took them to the exhibition grounds, where they spent the entire day exploring and enjoying the sights and sounds. And excitedly shared her experience with Marilla, describing the event as fascinating and beyond her expectations. She couldn't decide which part she enjoyed the most, whether it was the horses, the vibrant flowers, or the intricate fancy work. And was especially happy for Josie Pye, who won the top prize for her knitted lace, and she took pride in her own ability to feel joy for her. Mr. Harmon Andrews and Mr. Bell were also among the winners, taking home prizes for their Gravenstein apples and a pig, respectively. Diana had her reservations about a Sunday school superintendent winning a pig contest, but Anne saw no issue with it. Anne felt a sense of community pride as Avonlea residents, including Clara Louise McPherson and Mrs. Lynde, received recognition for their talents in painting and dairy products. Seeing Mrs. Lynde at the event made Anne realize her fondness for the familiar face. The large crowd made Anne feel small, but the excitement of the horse races, which Mrs. Lynde chose to avoid, was undeniable, and resisted the temptation to gamble, feeling it wouldn't be right to discuss such matters with Mrs. Allen. She believed having a minister's wife as a friend served as an additional conscience. The thrill of the day continued with a man ascending in a balloon, something Anne longed to experience, and a fortune-telling bird that predicted she would marry a wealthy man from across the water. Despite her skepticism, she found herself observing dark-complected men with curiosity. The unforgettable day left Anne so exhausted that she struggled to sleep, even in the comfort of Miss Barry's elegant spare room. She reflected on how the appeal of certain childhood desires diminishes with age. The following day brought more adventures with a scenic drive and an evening concert featuring a renowned singer, which to Anne was a dazzling highlight. Marilla was captivated by Anne's recount of her recent experience, which she described as indescribable. The thrill of the moment left Anne speechless, and she could only sit there, utterly entranced. The sight of Madame Selitsky, clad in white satin and sparkling diamonds, took Anne's breath away. Once the singing began, everything else faded away for Anne, who felt that being good would no longer be a challenge. It was a moment of pure joy, akin to gazing at the stars, bringing tears of happiness to her eyes. After the performance, Anne confided in Miss Barry, expressing her doubts about returning to her ordinary life. Miss Barry suggested that ice cream from the restaurant across the street might bring her back to reality. Although it seemed like a mundane idea, the ice cream turned out to be a delightful treat, and enjoying it at 11 at night felt wonderfully indulgent. Diana confessed to being made for the city life, but when Miss Barry inquired about Anne's thoughts, Anne decided she needed more time to ponder. Upon reflection in bed, which Anne considered the best time for thinking, she concluded that city life was not for her. While it was enjoyable to have ice cream at fancy establishments late at night occasionally, she preferred the comfort of her own bed, with the stars shining and the wind whispering through the firs. She shared this sentiment with Miss Barry the next morning, who laughed despite Anne's serious tone. Although Anne didn't appreciate being laughed at when she wasn't trying to be humorous, she recognized that Miss Barry was a generous host. When it was time to leave, Mr. Barry arrived to take the girls home. Miss Barry wished them well, and they assured her they had a wonderful time. And, in a spontaneous gesture of affection, hugged and kissed Miss Barry, something Diana wouldn't dare to do. Miss Barry, surprisingly touched by the gesture, watched them leave with a sense of loneliness. The old lady, who usually cared only for herself, found Anne's lively spirit and charm unexpectedly endearing. Miss Barry, who had once thought Marilla foolish for adopting and now saw the wisdom in her decision. She mused that having a child like Anne around would have made her a better, happier person. And Diana's journey back was as delightful, if not more so, than their trip to the destination. They were comforted by the thought of home awaiting them. As they drove through white sands at sunset and took the road along the shore, the Avonlea hills stood out against the evening sky. The moon rose from the sea, casting a radiant glow over the waters. The road curved along coves where the waves danced and broke gently on the rocks, filling the air with the scent of the sea. Anne felt a surge of joy at being alive and heading home. Approaching Green Gables, the light from the kitchen and the welcoming glow of the hearth fire cut through the autumn chill. She hurried up the hill, greeted by the sight of a hot supper on the table. Marilla had prepared a broiled chicken, anticipating Anne's hunger after the long drive. She urged Anne to settle in quickly for supper, expressing how lonely it had been without her and how the days seemed to stretch on endlessly. Once supper was over, Anne shared with Matthew and Marilla the details of her visit. She spoke of the wonderful time she had, considering it a significant moment in her life. Yet, she confessed that the highlight was the return home. You're about to listen to Chapter 30. The Queen's Class is Organized. Marilla put down her knitting and reclined in her chair, feeling the strain in her eyes. She mused on the need for new glasses next time she visited town, as her vision had been getting weary more often these days. Dusk had set in, blanketing Green Gables in the deep shades of a full November evening. The kitchen's sole illumination came from the lively red flames flickering in the stove. Anne was nestled on the rug, her legs crossed in a Turkish style, lost in the warm glow of the fire. It seemed to distill the essence of 100 summer suns from the maple logs. Her reading had paused, her book now lay forgotten on the floor. She was deep in a reverie, a gentle smile playing on her lips. In her imagination, she was building grand castles in Spain and experiencing thrilling, victorious adventures in a world of clouds, far from the real-life troubles she often found herself in. Marilla watched, and with a softness in her eyes, a tenderness she only allowed in the dim blend of shadow and firelight. Words and open expressions of love weren't Marilla's forte, but her feelings for the slender, gray-eyed girl were deep and strong, made even more profound by their quiet nature. Marilla's love came with a touch of fear, worrying it might be wrong to hold someone as dearly as she did, and this worry translated into a stricter and more critical demeanor toward, and perhaps as an unspoken way to balance her deep affection. And had no clue about the depth of Marilla's love. She sometimes felt Marilla was tough to please and lacked empathy. Yet, and would quickly remind herself of all that Marilla had done for her and feel a pang of guilt for her thoughts. Marilla, breaking the silence, informed Anne that Miss Stacy had visited while she was out with her friend Diana. Pulled abruptly from her daydreams and let out a small sigh as she returned to the present moment. Anne had missed Marilla at home and was apologetic for her absence. She explained that she and Diana had been in the haunted wood, which was now a tranquil place where nature seemed to be sleeping under a leafy blanket, and whimsically imagined a fairy with a colorful scarf had done this. However, Diana didn't entertain such fantasies, still affected by her mother's reprimand for conjuring ghosts in the woods, and reflected on how this scolding had dampened Diana's imagination, comparing it to Myrtle Bell, whom Mrs. Lynde described as a blighted being. Ruby Gillis had suggested Myrtle's plight was due to romantic troubles, which made Anne think about Ruby's preoccupation with young men, and felt that constantly involving young men in every aspect of life was excessive. She shared that she and Diana were contemplating a future as old maids, living together in contentment. Yet, Diana wavered, considering the idea of marrying a wild young man to reform him. Their conversations had matured, focusing on more serious topics as they felt they had grown older and should no longer indulge in childish discussions. Approaching 14 was a solemn milestone for Anne. Miss Stacy had taken the girls aside to emphasize the importance of forming good habits and ideals in their teens. She warned that their characters were being shaped during this time, and a shaky foundation would undermine their future. And Diana felt the weight of this responsibility and resolved to be prudent and sensible. They aimed to develop respectable characters by the time they reached 20, although the thought of reaching that age seemed daunting to and almost too grown-up. Then Anne learned that Miss Stacy's visit had been to talk about her, which caught her off guard and left her feeling a mix of fear and excitement. And confessed to Marilla that she had intended to share something with her, but it had slipped her mind. She recounted how Miss Stacy had caught her engrossed in Ben-Hur during school hours when she should have been focused on Canadian history. The book was a loan from Jane Andrews and had been captivated by the chariot race scene when class resumed. To conceal her distraction, she had cleverly positioned her history book on the desk, with Ben-Hur hidden beneath, giving the illusion of studying. However, her ruse was discovered when Miss Stacy approached and found her reading the novel, and felt a deep sense of shame, especially as Josie Pye's giggles echoed in the background. Miss Stacy confiscated the book but remained silent at the time. Later, during recess, she spoke with Anne, expressing her disappointment over Anne's misuse of time and the deceit she practiced by pretending to read a history book. Anne was taken aback, realizing for the first time the dishonesty of her actions. She was so upset that she tearfully begged for Miss Stacy's forgiveness, vowing never to repeat such behavior. She even offered to abstain from Ben-Hur for a full week as a form of penance. Miss Stacy, however, didn't demand such a sacrifice and forgave Anne, which made Anne feel that it was unkind of her teacher to discuss the matter with Marilla afterward. Marilla, on her part, clarified that Miss Stacy hadn't mentioned anything about the incident to her. She suggested that Anne's guilty conscience was the real issue. Marilla disapproved of and bringing novels to school, reminiscing about her own restricted access to such books in her youth. And defended Ben-Hur, arguing its religious significance, although she admitted it was too thrilling for Sunday reading. She assured Marilla that she now only read books approved by Miss Stacy or Mrs. Allen, suitable for a girl of her age, and recalled how Miss Stacy had once caught her with The Lurid Mystery of the Haunted Hall, a spine-chilling book from Ruby Gillis. Miss Stacy had criticized the book as foolish and advised and against such literature, despite the struggle, and had complied with her teacher's wishes, motivated by her desire to please Miss Stacy. Marilla, seemingly uninterested in Anne's explanations, decided to focus on her own tasks, suggesting that Anne was more interested in talking than listening to what Miss Stacy had to say, and eagerly expressed her desire to hear Marilla's news, admitting she often spoke too much but was earnestly trying to improve. She pleaded for Marilla to share the information, promising to remain silent and listen attentively. Marilla revealed that Miss Stacy planned to form a study group for advanced students aiming for the Queen's entrance examination, offering extra lessons after school. She inquired about Anne's thoughts on joining the group and whether Anne aspired to become a teacher. Overwhelmed with excitement, Anne revealed that becoming a teacher was her cherished dream, especially since her friends Ruby and Jane had discussed studying for the entrance. She had kept her aspirations to herself, thinking them impractical and worried about the financial burden, citing Mr. Andrews's expense for his daughter's education. Marilla reassured Anne that finances were not a concern. She and Matthew had committed to providing Anne with a good education when they decided to raise her. Marilla stressed the importance of being prepared for life's uncertainties and confirmed that Anne could join the study group. Grateful, Anne hugged Marilla, promising to study diligently and be a credit to her and Matthew, though she humorously cautioned that geometry might not be her strongest subject. Marilla acknowledged Anne's intelligence and work ethic as praised by Miss Stacy, although she kept to herself the more flattering comments to avoid feeding Anne's vanity. She advised Anne to study at a reasonable pace since there was plenty of time before the entrance exam. Anne's motivation for her study soared, now that she had a clear goal. She shared with Marilla her belief in the nobility of the teaching profession, inspired by Mr. Allen's advice on pursuing a worthy purpose in life, and considered following in Miss Stacy's footsteps to be a goal of great value. The class at Queen's was set up as planned. Gilbert Blythe, Anne Shirley, Ruby Gillis, Jane Andrews, Josie Pye, Charlie Sloane, and Moody Spurgeon McPherson were all part of it. However, Diana Barry couldn't join because her parents decided against sending her to Queen's, and felt this was a disaster. She had never been apart from Diana in any significant event since the time Minnie May suffered from croup. The day the Queen's class stayed late for extra lessons, and watched Diana leave by herself, walking down the birch path and through Violet Vale, and struggled to stay seated and not run after her best friend. A lump formed in her throat, and she quickly hid behind her Latin grammar book to conceal her tears, making sure neither Gilbert Blythe nor Josie Pye could see her cry. Anne felt a profound sadness watching Diana leave that day, similar to what Mr. Allen described as the bitterness of death in his sermon. She wished Diana could have joined the class to study for the entrance exam, and acknowledged the world's imperfections, echoing Mrs. Lynde's sentiments, though she didn't always find Mrs. Lynde's words comforting. Despite that, Anne believed the Queen's class would be fascinating. Jane and Ruby had their sights set on becoming teachers, with Ruby planning to marry after 2 years of teaching and Jane committing to a lifelong career in education, convinced that a husband wouldn't pay her like a teaching job would, and figured Jane's outlook might be influenced by her experience with her stingy father, as Mrs. Lynde often pointed out. Josie Pye, not needing to support herself, was attending college just for the sake of learning, while Moody Spurgeon aspired to be a minister, a profession Mrs. Lynde found fitting for his name, and couldn't help but find the idea of Moody Spurgeon as a minister amusing, given his comical appearance, but she hoped he might look more intellectual as he grew older. Charlie Sloane aimed for a political career, though Mrs. Lynde doubted his chances, saying it was the dishonest who succeeded in politics. Marilla, curious about Gilbert Blythe's plans, asked Anne about them as she opened her Caesar book. Anne, with a hint of disdain, admitted she didn't know Gilbert's ambitions. The competition between Gilbert and Anne was now mutual, with both determined to excel in class. The rest of the class recognized their prowess and didn't bother competing with them. Ever since that day by the pond when she turned a deaf ear to Gilbert's plea for forgiveness, he had acted as if Anne Shirley didn't exist, except for their fierce competition. He chatted and joked with other girls, shared books and puzzles, talked about lessons and plans, and sometimes even walked them home from meetings. And, on the other hand, was completely off his radar, which she found quite unpleasant. She tried to convince herself she didn't mind, tossing her head defiantly, but deep down, she cared more than she wanted to admit. If she could go back to that moment by the lake of shining waters, she'd respond very differently. Suddenly, and much to her surprise, Anne realized her anger towards Gilbert had faded. It left her just when she needed it to bolster her pride. She tried to summon that old anger again, recalling every detail of that day, but it was no use. The fire of resentment had gone out, and she had forgiven him without even realizing it. It was too late now, and vowed to herself that neither Gilbert nor anyone else, not even her friend Diana, would guess how regretful she was and how she wished she hadn't been so stubborn and mean. She decided to bury her feelings deep and did so effectively that Gilbert, who might have cared more than he let on, couldn't hope that and felt stung by his apparent indifference. The only slight consolation he had was seeing her consistently snub Charlie Sloane, without any good reason. The winter months flew by in a whirl of enjoyable tasks and studies. For Anne, the days were like golden beads on a year's necklace, filled with happiness and curiosity. She had lessons to master, honors to earn, wonderful books to read, new choir pieces to practice, and enjoyable afternoons at Mrs. Allen's. Before she knew it, spring had returned to Green Gables, and the world was bursting with blooms. As spring took hold, studying became a bit dull. The Queen's class, stuck in school while others were out enjoying nature, longed for the outdoors as Latin verbs and French exercises lost their appeal. Even Anne and Gilbert found it hard to stay focused. Both students and teacher were relieved when the term ended, and they looked forward to the vacation days ahead. Miss Stacy praised them on the last evening, saying they'd done well and earned a great vacation. She encouraged them to enjoy their time outside, gather health and vitality, and build up ambition for the next school year, which would be a tough one with the entrance exams looming. Josie Pye, who never hesitated to ask questions, inquired if Miss Stacy would return the following year. The rest of the class was thankful for her boldness, as they were too nervous to ask themselves, despite the troubling rumors that Miss Stacy might leave for a new job. They all waited anxiously for her response. Miss Stacy made up her mind to return to Avonlea School. She had considered teaching elsewhere, but her attachment to her students in Avonlea was too strong to leave behind. Her decision delighted Moody Spurgeon, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that he blushed for an entire week whenever he thought about his outburst of joy. Anne's reaction was one of sheer happiness, as the thought of losing Miss Stacy was unbearable to her. She felt that without her beloved teacher, her passion for learning would fade. That evening, Anne arrived home and decided to take a break from all her studies. She packed her school books into an old trunk in the attic, locked it, and tossed the key into the blanket box. She was determined to give her imagination free rein over the summer, promising Marilla that she would keep her fanciful indulgences within reasonable bounds, and looked forward to a summer filled with fun before she had to adopt the more dignified demeanor that longer skirts would require. She was eager to enjoy every moment of believing in fairies and anticipated a lively vacation ahead with birthday parties, picnics, concerts, and a special dinner at the White Sands Hotel. The next day, Mrs. Lynde visited Green Gables to inquire about Marilla's absence from the recent aid meeting. Marilla explained that Matthew had suffered a heart episode, which was becoming more frequent, causing her great concern. The doctor had warned against any excitement or strenuous work for Matthew, though Marilla knew it was nearly impossible to keep him from his usual activities. Mrs. Lynde, who had fully intended to stay for tea, accepted Marilla's invitation as if it were a pressing matter. While Anne prepared tea and made biscuits that even Mrs. Rachel couldn't criticize, Mrs. Lynde and Marilla settled into a comfortable chat in the parlor. Mrs. Rachel acknowledged Anne's intelligence as she and Marilla walked together down the lane at sunset, noting that Anne must be a significant asset to Marilla. Marilla confirmed that Anne had indeed become very steady and dependable. She recalled her initial concerns about Anne's frivolous behavior, but was happy to report that Anne had maturely outgrown it, to the point where Marilla fully trusted her now. Mrs. Rachel reminisced about her first visit 3 years ago, expressing her disbelief at how much Anne had changed. Despite predicting that Marilla would regret her decision to take Anne in, Mrs. Rachel was pleased to admit her error. She prided herself on being able to acknowledge her mistakes, especially regarding her misjudgment of Anne, who had been an enigmatic and unpredictable child unlike any other. Anne's transformation over the past 3 years was astonishing to Mrs. Rachel, particularly in her appearance, which had blossomed into a delicate beauty. Even though Mrs. Rachel personally preferred more vibrant looks like those of Diana Barry or Ruby Gillis, she noted that Anne had a unique charm that, when compared to her peers, made them seem rather ordinary. Much like how white June lilies outshine the grandeur of red peonies. You're about to listen to Chapter 31, where the brook and river meet. And experienced a delightful summer, embracing the outdoors with Diana. They spent their days in nature's playgrounds like Lover's Lane and Willowmere. Marilla saw no issue with Anne's wanderings. A doctor, who once treated Minnie May, advised Marilla through someone else to ensure Anne spent her summer outside and avoided books until her vitality improved. This advice alarmed Marilla, fearing for Anne's health. She followed it strictly, resulting in a joyous, liberating summer for Anne. Anne spent her days exploring, boating, picking berries, and daydreaming. By September, she was vibrant and eager to learn, her energy matching the doctor's hopes. Anne was excited to hit the books again, feeling strong and ready to tackle her studies. She praised Mr. Allen's inspiring sermons and mused about the impact ministers could have. She wondered why women couldn't be ministers, a thought that shocked Mrs. Lynde, who was thankful that Canada hadn't embraced female ministers like some places in the States, and believed women could be effective ministers, noting their role in organizing church events. Marilla agreed that Mrs. Lynde could be a minister in her own right, given her tendency to offer unsolicited advice, and confided in Marilla about her desire to be good, especially when around certain people. However, she admitted to feeling tempted to misbehave when with Mrs. Lynde, and questioned if this meant she was inherently bad. Marilla was momentarily uncertain, but then laughed off the idea, and shared with Marilla her feelings of kinship in their mutual annoyance with Rachel's constant nagging. While acknowledging Rachel's good intentions and her unwavering kindness and work ethic in Avonlea, and felt that Rachel's incessant reminders to do the right thing might be counterproductive. Marilla, though initially hesitant, admitted that Rachel, despite her nagging, truly meant well, and felt reassured by Marilla's agreement and decided not to let Rachel's nagging bother her as much. However, she anticipated new worries would emerge as she navigated the complexities of growing up. The process of making decisions and determining what was right preoccupied her thoughts. Recognizing the significance of her journey to adulthood, Anne was thankful for the support of her friends like Matthew, Mrs. Allen, and Miss Stacy, who would guide her. She understood the importance of growing up correctly, as there were no second chances, and was excited to have grown 2 inches over this summer, and was pleased that her new dresses reflected the latest fashion, complete with a stylish flounce that gave her a boost of confidence. Marilla saw the value in Anne's happiness over the flounce on her dress. When Miss Stacy returned to Avonlea School, she found her students, especially those in the Queen's class, eager and ready to tackle their studies. The looming entrance exams at the end of the year cast a shadow over the students, causing Anne considerable anxiety. Despite this, the winter was filled with joy and activity, with Anne fully engaged in her studies and the friendly competition among her classmates. Under Miss Stacy's innovative and encouraging teaching methods, and her classmates explored new ideas and knowledge, sometimes to the dismay of more traditional community members. Outside of school, Anne's social life flourished as Marilla relaxed her restrictions, allowing Anne to participate in various community events, including concerts and parties. Anne's physical growth was evident, too. She had shot up so quickly that she now stood taller than Marilla. Marilla couldn't believe how much Anne had grown. She was taken aback by the sight of the 15-year-old girl who stood before her, her eyes serious and her small head held high with pride. The child Marilla had come to love was no longer there, replaced by this thoughtful young lady. Despite loving her just as much, Marilla felt a strange sadness, a sense of loss. Alone in the dimming twilight, Marilla allowed herself to cry, a moment interrupted by Matthew's concerned entrance. She explained to him, through laughter and tears, that she was thinking of Anne, who had become so grown up and would likely not be with them the next winter. Matthew tried to offer comfort, reminding Marilla that Anne would visit often thanks to the new railroad to Carmody. But Marilla, steeped in her sorrow, felt it wouldn't compare to having Anne around all the time. She believed men couldn't understand such feelings. And had changed in other ways too. She was quieter now, choosing to keep her thoughts to herself, treasuring them in her heart instead of sharing them out loud. She no longer felt the need to impress with big words, a change that came from Miss Stacy's influence on her writing, teaching her the power of simplicity. Marilla noticed these changes and asked Anne about the story club that she hadn't mentioned in a while. Anne's response was not included, but it was clear that both she and Marilla were navigating the new dynamics of their relationship as Anne grew up. The story club is no more. We simply didn't have the time, and to be honest, we probably grew out of it. Writing tales of romance, crime, and secret escapades seemed a bit foolish. Miss Stacy, our teacher, only assigns us stories that could unfold in our own town of Avonlea. She reviews our work with a critical eye and insists we do the same to our own. I think about the upcoming exams in June and can't shake off the worry. If I don't pass, it'd be so embarrassing, especially if my peers succeed. Marilla tells me if that happens, I should just try again next year. But the thought of failing, particularly if Gilbert passes, is too much to bear. I'd be devastated. Marilla doesn't seem to grasp the depth of my concern, and is different now, more reserved, keeping her thoughts to herself, cherishing them silently. She's abandoned her penchant for fancy words, a change brought on by Miss Stacy's guidance on writing, which stresses the beauty of simplicity. Marilla has taken note of Anne's transformation and inquired about the story club, which Anne hasn't brought up lately. Anne's reply remains unspoken, but it's clear that both she and Marilla are adjusting to the shifts in their relationship as Anne matures. You're about to listen to Chapter 32. The pass list is out. As June ended, so did the school term and Miss Stacy's tenure at Avonlea School. Anne and Diana left school that day feeling somber, their red eyes and wet handkerchiefs a clear sign of the emotional farewell. Miss Stacy's parting words had been just as moving as Mr. Phillips's were 3 years prior. Diana gazed back at the school from the hill's base and let out a deep sigh. She felt it was like the end of everything. And, with no dry part left on her handkerchief, told Diana she should feel worse since Diana would return next winter, while Anne might be leaving for good if luck was on her side. Diana dreaded the thought of sitting alone without Miss Stacy and her friends. She cherished the fun times they had shared and lamented their end, tears streaming down her face. And pleaded with Diana to stop crying, saying it triggered her own tears. She quoted Mrs. Lynde, suggesting they stay as cheerful as possible, and half-joked about failing her upcoming exams, despite doing well in Miss Stacy's tests. The thought of the real exams gave her a cold, fluttery feeling, especially since her number was 13, which Josie Pye considered unlucky, and didn't believe in superstitions but wished her number were different. Diana expressed her wish to join Anne, imagining the great time they could have. Yet Anne knew she'd have to avoid studying in the evenings as Miss Stacy advised them to relax and get early rest. Anne found this advice hard to follow, recalling Prissy Andrews's intense study sessions. She appreciated Aunt Josephine's invitation to stay at Beechwood during her exams in town, and promised to write to Diana on Tuesday night about her first day. True to her word, Diana waited eagerly at the post office on Wednesday for Anne's letter. In her letter, Anne shared how lonely she felt the night before and how much she wished Diana was with her. She honored her promise to Miss Stacy not to study, though it was as challenging as avoiding a captivating story before completing her lessons. This morning, Miss Stacy picked me up and we headed to the academy, stopping to collect Jane, Ruby, and Josie along the way. Ruby's hands were icy when she asked me to touch them. Josie remarked on my tired appearance and doubted my ability to endure the rigorous teacher's course, even if I managed to pass. Sometimes, despite my progress, I still struggled to appreciate Josie Pye. Upon our arrival at the academy, we were greeted by a multitude of students from all over the island. Moody Spurgeon was the first we encountered, sitting on the steps, reciting the multiplication table to calm his nerves. Jane inquired about his actions, and he explained that the repetition kept his knowledge in place and begged us not to interrupt. When we were shown to our rooms, Miss Stacy had to leave. Jane's composure made me envious. She didn't need the multiplication table to remain calm. I questioned if my nerves were as visible as they felt and if my heart pounding could be heard across the room. Then a man entered, handing out the English exam papers. My hands turned cold and my head spun as I took the paper. For a moment, I was as nervous as when I asked Marilla if I could stay at Green Gables 4 years ago. Then clarity returned. My heart resumed beating. I had stopped for a moment, and I felt confident about tackling the exam. We went home for lunch and returned for the history exam in the afternoon. The history exam was challenging. I mixed up dates, but still think I did well. However, the thought of tomorrow's geometry exam is daunting, and it's taking all my willpower not to open my Euclid book. If the multiplication table could assist, I'd recite it until morning. In the evening, I visited the other girls. Moody Spurgeon was wandering aimlessly, convinced he'd failed history and let his parents down. He planned to leave by train in the morning, finding carpentry more straightforward than ministry. I encouraged him to stay until the end, for Miss Stacy's sake. At times, I've wished to be a boy, but when I see Moody Spurgeon, I'm relieved I'm a girl and not his sister. Ruby was in hysterics at their boarding house, having found a mistake in her English paper. Once she calmed down, we enjoyed ice cream uptown, wishing you were there with us. Oh, Diana, if only the geometry exam were behind me. But as Mrs. Lynde would say, the sun will rise and set regardless of my success or failure in geometry. That's true, but not comforting. I'd almost prefer the sun stopped if I failed. Devotedly yours, Anne. And completed her geometry exam and the rest of her tests on time and returned home on Friday evening. She felt a mix of exhaustion and subdued victory. Her friend Diana had been waiting at Green Gables, and their reunion was as heartfelt as if they had been separated for years. Anne felt a mix of emotions about her performance on the exams, especially uncertain about her geometry results. She had a nagging feeling that she might not have passed that one. Despite this, she expressed her joy at being back home, calling Green Gables the most beloved place on earth. She wondered about her classmates' results. The girls doubted their own success, though, and believed they did better than they thought. Josie claimed the geometry test was simple, while Moody Spurgeon worried about history and Charlie about algebra. However, the truth would remain unknown until the pass list was published, which would take another 2 weeks. And dreaded the suspense. Diana, understanding the sensitive topic of Gilbert Blythe's performance, offered words of encouragement to Anne. Yet Anne's ambition was clear. She didn't just want to pass, she wanted to excel, particularly to outshine Gilbert. During the exams, Anne and Gilbert had crossed paths multiple times without acknowledging each other, each encounter fueling Anne's determination to perform better than him. The whole junior class in Avonlea was curious about who would rank first, and knew about bets placed on the outcome and Josie Pye's confidence in Gilbert's success, and couldn't bear the thought of being outperformed by Gilbert. Beyond the rivalry, Anne had a deeper, more honorable reason for wanting to do well. She aimed to make Matthew and Marilla proud, especially Matthew, who believed she could outdo everyone on the island. While undoubted she could be the top student, she earnestly hoped to be among the top 10 to see Matthew's eyes light up with pride. As the wait for the results dragged on, Anne joined her friends Jane, Ruby, and Josie at the post office to check the newspapers for the pass list. The anxiety they felt was as intense as during the exams. Even Charlie and Gilbert checked the papers, though Moody Spurgeon couldn't bring himself to look and preferred to wait for the news to find him. As 3 weeks passed without the pass list's release, Anne's patience was wearing thin. She could barely handle the tension any longer. Her appetite diminished, and her interest in the happenings of Avonlea waned. Mrs. Lynde blamed the Tory superintendent of education for the delay, while Matthew noticed Anne's growing paleness and lack of enthusiasm. He observed her dragging her feet on the way home from the post office each afternoon and began to consider changing his political allegiance in the next election. Then, one evening, the anticipated news arrived. Anne was at her window, momentarily forgetting her exam worries as she soaked in the summer evening's beauty. The sky was a soft pink, and Anne was lost in thought when she spotted Diana rushing toward her with a newspaper. And knew immediately what it meant. Her heart raced, and she felt dizzy with anticipation. It seemed like forever before Diana burst into the room, too excited to even knock. Anne learned from Diana's breathless announcement that she and Gilbert had both passed, tying for the top spot, with Anne's name listed first. Pride filled the air as Diana shared the news. And, too shocked to speak, managed to light the lamp after several attempts due to her trembling hands. When she finally grabbed the newspaper, her name was there at the top of a list of 200. That moment was unforgettable. Diana, catching her breath, told, and she had done incredibly well. And felt overwhelmed with emotions, struggling to find the words to express her joy. She had dared to dream of this achievement, even if just once. She excused herself to share the fantastic news with Matthew and then planned to spread the joy further up the road. They found Matthew in the hayfield, and as fate would have it, Mrs. Lynde was there talking to Marilla, and couldn't contain her excitement as she shared that she had passed and was at the top of the list. She wasn't being boastful, she was simply grateful. Matthew looked at the list of successful candidates with pure joy, always having believed in Anne's ability to outshine her peers with ease. Marilla, too, was filled with pride for Anne's achievements, although she tried to keep her feelings subtle in front of Mrs. Rachel, who was known for her critical nature. Still, Mrs. Rachel couldn't help but express her admiration loudly, acknowledging Anne's success and the pride she brought to everyone who knew her. That evening, after an engaging conversation with Mrs. Allen, Anne knelt by her window, bathed in the glow of the moonlight. She offered a heartfelt prayer, filled with gratitude for her past successes and hopes for her future. As she lay her head on her white pillow, her dreams were as lovely and pure as any young girl could wish for. You're about to listen to Chapter 33, The Hotel Concert. Diana firmly suggested Anne should wear her white organdy dress. In Anne's East Gable room, they prepared for the evening. Twilight cast a yellow-green glow outside, and a full moon rose above the haunted wood. The air buzzed with the sounds of summer, while Anne's room was lit and closed off for her to get ready. The room had changed from the cold, unwelcoming space it was 4 years ago. Marilla had allowed for transformations, creating a cozy haven. The luxurious pink carpets and curtains Anne once imagined never appeared. Instead, her dreams evolved with her, and she likely didn't miss them. A pretty matting covered the floor, and pale green curtains danced in the breeze. The walls were adorned with apple blossom wallpaper and select pictures. Mrs. Allen had gifted some, and Miss Stacy's photo was honored with fresh flowers beneath it. The fragrance of white lilies filled the air. A white-painted bookcase, a cushioned rocker, a muslin-draped dressing table, a charming mirror, and a low white bed furnished the room. Anne was getting ready for a concert at the White Sands Hotel, organized to support the Charlottetown Hospital. Local talents were to perform, including duets, violin solos, ballads, and recitations. For Anne, it was a significant event, and she was thrilled. Matthew was extremely proud, and Marilla secretly shared his pride, though she expressed concerns about the propriety of the event. Anne and Diana planned to join Jane Andrews and her brother Billy, along with other local youths, for the drive to the hotel. Out-of-town guests were expected, and a supper would follow the concert. And worried about her outfit choice, questioning if the organdy was better than her blue-flowered muslin, which was more fashionable. Diana assured her the organdy was more flattering, soft, and frilly, while the muslin seemed too formal. Diana felt the organdy looked like a natural extension of Anne, and let out a sigh and gave in. Diana had become known for her exquisite fashion sense, and many sought her styling advice. That night, she was a sight to behold in her charming wild rose pink dress, a shade Anne could never wear. Diana wasn't going to perform at the concert, so her looks weren't the main focus. Instead, she poured all her effort into making sure Anne looked impeccable, as Avonlea's pride was at stake. Diana worked her magic on Anne's appearance, adjusting frills, tying her sash, and choosing not to add any curls on her forehead, opting for a more natural look. She believed this style suited Anne best, even earning praise from Mrs. Allen, who thought Anne resembled a Madonna with her hair parted that way. A single white rose from Diana's bush, saved especially for Anne, found its place behind her ear. Anne wondered about wearing her pearl beads, a recent gift from Matthew. Diana considered it for a moment before deciding they would be perfect, and so the beads were looped around Anne's neck, complementing her fair skin. Diana admired Anne's elegance, noting how she carried herself with such poise. She felt a bit self-conscious about her own figure, calling herself a dumpling, and had come to terms with it. And, however, pointed out Diana's charming dimples, comparing them to little dents in cream. And had long given up on the hope of having dimples herself, but was content with the dreams that had come true. She asked if she was ready to go. Diana confirmed she was, just as Marilla came in, looking a bit more worn, but with a gentler expression. She commented on Anne's neat and proper look, particularly liking her hairdo. However, she worried that the organdy dress might get ruined on the way to the concert, given the dust and potential dampness of the night. She reminded Anne to keep her dress away from the wheel and to wear a warm jacket. With that, Marilla left, secretly admiring how Anne looked and wishing she could attend the concert too. And, now a little worried about her dress being too damp for the evening, received reassurance from Diana. She lifted the window blind, revealing a perfect night outside, with no sign of dew under the moonlight, and was overjoyed that her window faced the east, embracing the sunrise. She felt a deep connection to the morning light as it crested the long hills and pierced the sharp fir tops. Each dawn seemed to renew her spirit, bathing it in the purest sunshine. The little room held a special place in her heart, and she dreaded the thought of leaving it when she moved to town the following month. Diana, her close friend, didn't want to think about Anne's departure that night. The idea saddened her, and she wanted to enjoy their evening together. And had no stage fright left in her, having grown accustomed to public speaking. She had chosen to perform The Maiden's Vow, a piece that tugged at the heartstrings, preferring to evoke tears rather than laughter. And half-joked that no one would ask for an encore, secretly hoping they would. She imagined sharing the excitement with Matthew at breakfast the next day. As Billy and Jane arrived, Anne knew it was time to leave. Reluctantly, Anne took the front seat next to Billy on his invitation. She would have rather been with the girls in the back, laughing and chatting freely. Billy was a large, quiet young man of 20, with a round face that seldom showed emotion and a notable lack of conversation skills. Yet, he greatly admired Anne and was proud to be driving her to White Sands, and managed to have a good time despite her seating arrangement, chatting over her shoulder to the girls and occasionally offering a kind word to Billy, who would grin and chuckle, always too late with a reply. The evening was perfect for enjoyment, with the road bustling with buggies all heading to the hotel, their laughter ringing in the air. Upon arrival at the hotel, ablaze with lights, Anne was whisked away to the performers' dressing room by the concert committee. Surrounded by the members of a Charlottetown Symphony Club, Anne felt suddenly shy and out of place. Her dress, once pretty and delicate at home, now seemed too simple amidst the sea of silks and laces. Her pearl beads and single white rose paled in comparison to the diamonds and hothouse flowers worn by others. With a heavy heart, Anne wished to be back in her beloved white room at Green Gables. The situation was even more daunting on the concert hall's platform, where she now stood. The bright electric lights blinded her, and the mix of scents and sounds left her disoriented. She longed to join Diana and Jane, who were enjoying themselves in the back of the audience. Sandwiched between a stout woman in pink silk and a tall girl with a haughty air in a white lace dress, she felt trapped. The woman in pink would inspect Anne with her eyeglasses, making Anne feel exposed and wanting to cry out. Meanwhile, the girl in white spoke loudly to her neighbor, mocking the country bumpkins and rustic belles in the crowd, eagerly expecting entertainment from the local performances. Anne was certain she would dislike the girl in white for a very long time. Anne's predicament worsened when a professional elocutionist, staying at the hotel, agreed to perform. She was slender, with dark eyes, wearing a stunning gray dress that seemed to capture the essence of moonlight, adorned with jewels. Her voice was incredibly versatile and expressive, captivating the audience with her performance. For a moment, Anne forgot her worries, completely absorbed by the recitation. But as it ended, she covered her face, convinced she could never follow such an act. When her name was called, Anne stood up unsteadily and made her way to the front, too nervous to notice the white lace girl's surprised reaction. Diana and Jane, watching from below, held hands, sharing Anne's anxiety. Overwhelmed by stage fright, Anne faced a crowd unlike any before. The brilliance and unfamiliarity of the setting, the elegantly dressed women, and the critical looks sent her into a panic. This was not like the friendly atmosphere of the debating club back home. She imagined the audience, as critical as the girl in white, would find her performance amusing for all the wrong reasons. Shaking and feeling faint, she was unable to speak. The fear of running away and facing eternal embarrassment was the only thing that kept her rooted to the spot. Suddenly, Anne's eyes, wide and filled with fear, scanned the audience until they landed on Gilbert Blythe. He was at the back of the room, leaning forward with a grin. To Anne, it seemed like he was both gloating and mocking her. But that wasn't true at all. Gilbert was simply enjoying the event and admiring Anne's appearance against the backdrop of palms. Next to him sat Josie Pye, who had come with him, and her expression was indeed smug and mocking. Anne didn't notice Josie and wouldn't have cared if she had. She took a deep breath, lifted her head with pride, and felt a surge of courage and determination. She was set on not failing in front of Gilbert Blythe. He would not get the chance to mock her, not ever. Her fear melted away, and as she began her recitation, her voice was steady and clear, reaching every corner of the room. She had regained her composure, and the relief from her earlier helplessness made her perform better than ever. When she finished, the audience clapped sincerely. Anne returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed with shyness and happiness, and the stout lady in pink silk shook her hand with enthusiasm. The lady complimented Anne on her splendid performance and mentioned that she had been moved to tears. She pointed out the audience's demand for an encore, suggesting Anne should go back on stage to avoid disappointing Matthew, who had expected it. And, with a smile and a blush, went back and delivered another charming piece that won the audience over even more. The rest of the evening turned into a small triumph for her. After the concert, the wealthy American lady took Anne under her wing, introducing her to everyone. They were all very kind to her. Mrs. Evans, a professional elocutionist, praised Anne's voice and her expressive interpretation. Even the girl in the white lace dress gave Anne a small compliment. They celebrated with a supper in a grand dining room. Diana and Jane joined in, having accompanied Anne, but Billy had vanished, likely scared of such social obligations. However, he was ready with the carriage when the event ended, and the three girls stepped out into the serene moonlit night. Anne took a deep breath, appreciating the stillness and the vastness of the night sky. It felt wonderful to be outside in the quiet and purity of the night, with the sea's whispers and the dark cliffs standing guard like giants over enchanted lands. Jane expressed her wish to be a rich American, enjoying summers at hotels and indulging in luxuries daily. She thought it sounded more fun than teaching. She also praised Anne's recitation, saying it was even better than Mrs. Evans's. Anne, modestly, dismissed the compliment, insisting that as a professional, Mrs. Evans's performance could not be surpassed by her own, which was merely a schoolgirl's effort that she hoped was well received. Diana had a compliment for Anne, or at least she thought it was one, judging by the way he said it. A part of it must have been flattering. An American with romantic looks, coal-black hair, and eyes was sitting behind Jane and Diana. Josie Pye claimed he was a renowned artist, and her mother's cousin in Boston was married to someone who went to school with him. He had remarked about a girl on the platform with stunning Titian hair, a face he'd love to paint, and laughed, explaining that Titian, a famous artist, often painted women with red hair. Jane was in awe of the diamonds worn by the ladies, their sparkle making her yearn for wealth. But Anne insisted they were already wealthy, with 16 years of life, happiness, and imaginations. She pointed out the beauty of the sea, silver and shadowy, a vision of unseen things. She argued that even with millions of dollars and diamonds, they couldn't enjoy it more, and asked if Jane would really want to trade places with any of the women they saw, with their various shortcomings. Jane was unsure, thinking diamonds might offer some comfort. Anne, however, was firm in her identity, content to be herself, and of Green Gables, with her simple string of pearl beads. She cherished the love that Matthew had given her with those beads, as much love as any jewels could represent. You're about to listen to Chapter 34, A Queen's Girl. The following 3 weeks at Green Gables buzzed with activity, and prepped for her departure to Queens, which meant a flurry of sewing and planning. Her wardrobe, thanks to Matthew's attention and Marilla's rare lack of objections, was both generous and charming. One evening, Marilla brought up a bundle of soft pale green fabric to the east gable for Anne. It was material for a fancy dress, something dressy for potential evening events in town. Marilla, with Mrs. Allen's help, had chosen it and planned for Emily Gillis to craft it, knowing her skill for creating tasteful and well-fitting garments. And was overjoyed with the gift, expressing gratitude and noting how these kindnesses made leaving even harder. When the green dress was finished, adorned with all the ruffles and frills Emily saw fit, and modeled it for Matthew and Marilla, she performed the Maiden's Vow in the kitchen, her presence bright and lively. Watching Anne, Marilla's mind wandered back to the day the girl arrived at Green Gables, a scared child in a peculiar yellowish-brown dress. The memory brought tears to Marilla's eyes. Anne, noticing Marilla's tears, playfully assumed her recitation had moved her to tears. But Marilla clarified it wasn't the performance, but the nostalgia of seeing Anne all grown up and about to leave. She confessed a longing for the days when Anne was still a quirky little girl, and, comforting Marilla, insisted she hadn't changed inside. She likened herself to a tree that's been pruned and branched out but remains the same at the core. She reassured Marilla that no matter her changes or where she went, she would always cherish her, Matthew, and Green Gables. With an affectionate gesture, Anne touched her cheek to Marilla's and reached out to pat Matthew's shoulder. Marilla, unable to articulate her feelings as Anne did, simply embraced her, wishing she could hold on forever. Matthew, touched by the scene, quietly left the house. He wandered under the blue summer night sky, his heart heavy with emotion as he walked to the gate beneath the poplars. Matthew quietly reflected on how Anne had grown up without being spoiled, a source of pride for him. He believed his occasional guidance hadn't done any harm. He admired her intelligence, beauty, and loving nature, considering these traits superior to all else. Anne had been a blessing to their lives, and he mused that Mrs. Spencer's mistake in sending her to them was not mere luck, but rather providence, as they needed her. When the time came for Anne to leave for town, she and Matthew set out on a fine September morning. Anne bid a tearful farewell to her friend Diana, while her goodbye with Marilla was more composed, at least on Marilla's part. After Anne's departure, Diana managed to enjoy a beach picnic with her cousins despite her initial sadness, whereas Marilla distracted herself with work to cope with a deep, persistent heartache. And her fellow Avonlea students arrived in town just in time for their first day at the academy. The day was filled with the excitement of meeting new people and getting organized into classes, and was ready to tackle the second-year work, following Miss Stacy's advice, and Gilbert Blythe chose to do the same. Their decision meant they could earn their first-class teacher's license in 1 year instead of 2 if they succeeded, but it also required more effort. Their classmates, Jane, Ruby, Josie, Charlie, and Moody Spurgeon, opted for the less demanding second-class work, and felt a twinge of loneliness among the 50 strangers in her class, and even the familiar face of Gilbert Blythe did little to ease her feelings. Nonetheless, she was secretly pleased to have him in the same class as their old competition continued, giving her a sense of continuity. She felt uneasy without her familiar surroundings, pondering Gilbert's resolute demeanor as he seemed intent on winning the medal. She admired his strong chin, a detail she hadn't noticed before, and wished Jane and Ruby had aimed for the first class too. She believed she would feel less out of place once she made friends. She mused over which girls might become her companions, a thought that intrigued her. Despite her promise to Diana that no one at Queen's would replace her and was ready to share her friendship with others, she was drawn to a girl with brown eyes and a crimson blouse who radiated energy and warmth, and another girl with fair skin and dreamy eyes who looked as if she had a rich inner life, and longed to be close to them, to share nicknames and walks, but at the moment, they were strangers to her, likely indifferent to her presence. She felt a deep sense of loneliness. That loneliness only deepened when Anne was by herself in her small, twilight bedroom. Unlike the other girls, she had no relatives in town to stay with. Miss Josephine Barry had wanted to board her, but her home was too far from the academy. So, Miss Barry found a boarding house run by a dignified woman, once married to a British officer, who was selective about her boarders to ensure a respectable environment. The house was well kept, the food was good, and it was situated in a peaceful area close to the academy. Despite these assurances, none of it eased Anne's acute homesickness. Her room felt bleak with its plain walls, modest bed, and empty bookcase. A lump formed in her throat as she longed for her room at Green Gables, with its connection to nature and the comforting light from Diana's window. Here, she was surrounded by a hard street, a web of telephone wires, and the bustle of strangers. Tears threatened to fall as she fought to hold them back. She told herself not to cry, that it was foolish and weak, but tears came anyway. She tried to think of something amusing to stop them, but found that everything funny only reminded her of Avonlea and made her feel worse. She looked forward to going home next Friday, but it seemed a lifetime away. She imagined Matthew nearing home and Marilla waiting for him. She tried to count her tears, but it was futile as they were soon to come in a flood. She couldn't find the will to cheer up and, in a strange way, found comfort in her misery, and might have succumbed to a wave of tears if not for Josie Pye's timely arrival. The sight of a familiar face from Avonlea brought a momentary joy to Anne, making her forget the lack of affection between her and Josie. Even a Pye was a welcome part of Avonlea life, and expressed her happiness at Josie's presence. Josie noticed Anne's prior distress and attributed it to homesickness, boasting about her own resilience against such feelings. She compared the excitement of town life favorably to Avonlea's quietness and discouraged Anne from crying, pointing out the unflattering effects it had on her appearance. Josie shared her delightful experience at the academy and her admiration for their French professor's charming mustache. She also hinted at her hunger and her knowledge that Anne might have cake, which was her reason for visiting. Josie mentioned that a boy named Frank Stockley had inquired about Anne, and she had told him about Anne's background as an orphan adopted by the Cuthberts, and began to question whether solitude might be preferable to Josie's company when Jane and Ruby arrived, each displaying a ribbon of Queen's color on their coats. With Josie not on speaking terms with Jane, she had to tone down her presence. Jane expressed a sense of time having stretched since morning and mentioned her need to study Virgil, but she couldn't focus that night. She sought validation for her own tears upon seeing that and had also cried, taking comfort in shared emotions. Jane accepted a piece of cake from Anne, appreciating its familiar taste. Ruby spotted the Queen's calendar and inquired about Anne's intentions regarding the gold medal. Anne shyly acknowledged her ambition. Josie interjected with news that Queens might receive an Avery Scholarship, according to Frank Stockley, whose uncle was on the board of governors. The announcement would be made at the Academy the next day. Upon hearing about the Avery Scholarship, Anne's aspiration soared. She envisioned herself winning the scholarship, pursuing an arts course at Redmond College, and graduating in full academic regalia. This new possibility expanded her ambitions far beyond her initial goal of achieving a first-class teacher's license and possibly winning the medal. The Avery Scholarship in English felt like a perfect match for Anne, aligning with her passion and skills. A prosperous industrialist from New Brunswick had passed away, bequeathing a portion of his wealth to create numerous scholarships. These awards were to be distributed among the high schools and academies across the maritime provinces based on their rankings. Uncertainty had clouded over whether Queens would receive one, but finally, clarity prevailed. The top graduate in English and English literature at year's end would secure the scholarship, a sum of $250 annually for 4 years at Redmond College. Anne's cheeks buzzed with excitement as she lay in bed that night. She was determined to clinch that scholarship through sheer diligence. She imagined how proud Matthew would be if she earned a Bachelor of Arts degree. The thrill of having ambitions filled her with joy. She reveled in the endless nature of her dreams, finding life infinitely fascinating with each achieved goal revealing another, even more, enticing one on the horizon. You're about to listen to Chapter 35, The Winter at Queen's. Anne's longing for home began to fade, especially as she could visit home on weekends. The Avonlea students, enjoying clear skies, took the new branch railway to Carmody every Friday evening. Diana and other friends from Avonlea often greeted them, and they would all walk back to Avonlea together, chatting and laughing. And cherished these Friday walks through the hills in the crisp autumn air, with the lights of Avonlea shining in the distance, considering them the highlight of her week. Gilbert Blythe usually accompanied Ruby Gillis, carrying her books. Ruby, quite attractive and believing herself to be very mature, wore her skirts long and styled her hair in the latest fashion while in town, although she had to undo it at home. She had striking blue eyes, a radiant complexion, and a noticeable figure. Ruby was always laughing, cheerful, and openly enjoyed life's pleasures. Jane, speaking quietly to Anne, expressed out that Ruby was Gilbert's type, and agreed silently, valuing the Avery Scholarship too much to voice her opinion. She thought it would be nice to have someone like Gilbert to talk and joke with, to share thoughts on books, studies, and dreams. Gilbert had goals, and Ruby didn't seem like someone interested in such discussions, and didn't harbor romantic feelings for Gilbert. To her, boys were potential friends, nothing more. If she and Gilbert had been friends, she wouldn't have minded his other friendships or who he spent time with. Anne valued friendship highly and had many girlfriends, but she sensed that having boyfriends could offer new perspectives and enrich her understanding of companionship. And imagined that if she and Gilbert had walked home together, they could have had lively, insightful talks about their new experiences and aspirations. Gilbert was smart and had his own views on things, aiming to make the most of life. Ruby once told Jane that she didn't get much of what Gilbert said, finding no fun in discussing books or similar topics when not required. She found Frank Stockley more exciting, even if he wasn't as handsome as Gilbert, and couldn't decide which she preferred. At the academy, Anne surrounded herself with a group of like-minded friends. She quickly became close with Stella Maynard, the Rose-Red Girl, and Priscilla Grant, the Dream Girl. Priscilla, looking ethereal and pale, was surprisingly full of mischief and humor. Stella, with her vivid black eyes, shared Anne's capacity for dreamy and whimsical thoughts. Following the festive cheer of Christmas, the students of Avonlea settled into a dedicated routine, foregoing their usual Friday journeys home in favor of diligent study. As the term progressed, The Queen's scholars found their footing in the academic hierarchy, and each class developed its own unique character. It became widely acknowledged that the competition for the medal had narrowed to three strong contenders: Gilbert Blythe, Anne Shirley, and Lewis Wilson. The Avery Scholarship's recipient was less certain, with any one of 6 students in the running. The chubby, humorous boy from upcountry, with his distinctive forehead and mended jacket, was all but assured the bronze medal in mathematics. Ruby Gillis shone as the most beautiful girl at the academy that year, while Stella Maynard was deemed the beauty of the second-year classes, though a small group still favored Anne Shirley. Ethel Marr earned unanimous praise for her fashionable hairstyles, and Jane Andrews, ever reliable and hardworking, excelled in domestic science. Josie Pye carved out a reputation as the most biting wit among the young ladies at Queen's. In this broader educational setting, Miss Stacy's former students maintained their strong standing and was committed to her studies, her competitive spirit with Gilbert as fervent as ever. Yet, the animosity that once fueled their rivalry had faded. Anne's desire to triumph was no longer driven by a need to best Gilbert, but by the satisfaction of earning victory over a respected opponent. Winning mattered, but the thought of defeat was no longer a source of dread. Amidst their busy schedules, the students found moments for joy, and often visited Beechwood, enjoying Sunday dinners and attending church with Miss Barry. Despite her age, Miss Barry's eyes remained sharp, her wit undiminished, though she never directed her barbs at Anne, who remained a favorite. Miss Barry had grown fond of Anne, appreciating her ever-changing nature and the ease with which she inspired affection, a quality Miss Barry valued for its simplicity. With the arrival of spring, the Avonlea landscape began to bloom, but the Queen's students in Charlottetown had their minds fixed on the looming examinations, and marveled at how swiftly the term had passed. The prospect of exams once seemed daunting, yet now, with the burgeoning life around her, their importance seemed to diminish in the grandeur of the season. Jane, Ruby, and Josie, who had just happened by, couldn't share the same casual attitude toward the upcoming exams. For them, the tests loomed large, overshadowing the simple joys of spring like budding chestnuts or the soft haze of May. While Anne could afford the luxury of downplaying their significance, confident in her ability to pass, the others felt their entire futures hinged on their performance. Jane confessed to having lost 7 pounds from stress over the past fortnight, convinced that her worry was a form of action, a way to exert some control over the daunting prospect of failure after investing so much time and money into her education at Queen's. Josie, on the other hand, displayed a carefree demeanor, stating her indifference to the outcome. If she didn't succeed this year, she'd simply return the next. Her father had the means to support her education, regardless of the time it took. She shared a rumor about Gilbert Blythe being favored for the medal and Emily Clay for the Avery Scholarship, and, caught in a moment of whimsy, brushed off the gossip. She was more captivated by the beauty of the spring unfolding around her, by the violets blooming and the ferns emerging in the lanes near Green Gables. She mused on the intrinsic value of striving, whether it led to victory or noble failure, and urged her friends to set aside thoughts of exams and instead appreciate the beauty of the sky's pale green arch. Ruby, ever practical, shifted the conversation to the matter of commencement attire, asking Jane about her choice of outfit. The topic quickly turned to fashion, but Anne remained lost in her reverie, leaning on the windowsill, her eyes alight with dreams and visions. She gazed beyond the cityscape, her mind weaving a golden future from the threads of youthful optimism, seeing each coming year as a rose of promise to be woven into an everlasting garland. You're about to listen to Chapter 36, The Glory and the Dream. As the day dawned when Queen's would reveal the exam outcomes on the notice board, and Jane made their way down the street. Jane radiated joy, confident she had passed her exams, unburdened by any larger dreams that often bring unease. She understood that ambition comes at a cost, demanding hard work and self-sacrifice, and, on the other hand, appeared pale and subdued. In a mere 10 minutes, she would learn if she had earned the medal or the Avery Scholarship. For her, the future hinged on those fleeting moments. Jane believed and was bound to win one of the awards, unable to fathom any injustice from the faculty. And, however, had little hope for the Avery, convinced it would go to Emily Clay. She confessed to Jane her plan to avoid the board and wait in the dressing room instead. She asked Jane to share the results with her promptly and without softening the blow if the news was bad. Jane agreed to her plea, promising to be direct and avoid any pity. Upon arriving at Queen's entrance, they were greeted by a boisterous crowd cheering for Gilbert Blythe, the apparent medal winner. Anne's heart sank with disappointment. But then, a shout rose above the noise, proclaiming her as the Avery winner. Overwhelmed and whisked away by her peers, Anne managed to express her eagerness to share the news with Matthew and Marilla. The commencement at the Academy was a grand affair, with speeches, readings, and the presentation of awards. Matthew and Marilla were in attendance, their attention solely on Anne, the tall girl in pale green who had delivered the finest essay and was recognized as the Avery recipient. Matthew's pride was evident, and though Marilla was quick to tease him, their shared pride in Anne was unmistakable. Miss Barry, sitting close by, couldn't help but express her admiration for Anne, sharing in the pride of her accomplishments. Anne returned to Avonlea with Matthew and Marilla as the evening sky blushed pink. It had been since April that she last visited home, and her heart yearned for the familiar sights. The apple trees were in full bloom, the world seemed to be reborn, and her friend Diana was there at Green Gables, welcoming her with open arms. In her white room, a blooming rose adorned the windowsill, and Anne took a deep breath, her soul filling with joy. The beauty of the pointed firs against the sky, the white orchard, and the old snow queen tree struck her with a sense of home. The scent of mint in the air was like a refreshing whisper, and the tea rose seemed to sing a melody of hope and prayer. Anne's affection for Diana was unmatched, even though she had grown fond of Stella Maynard. She reassured Diana of her unwavering love and shared her excitement about the many stories she had to tell. But for now, she was content just to be in Diana's presence. Anne felt a wave of exhaustion from her diligent studies and ambitious pursuits. She planned to spend the next day lounging in the orchard, embracing a moment of idleness. Diana praised Anne for her achievements, mentioning the Avery scholarship that would change Anne's teaching plans. Anne was eager for her upcoming journey to Redmond in September, envisioning a fresh burst of ambition after a summer of leisure. It was a delight to know that all their friends, including Moody Spurgeon and Josie Pye, had succeeded in their studies. Diana shared news of Jane's job offer and Gilbert Blythe's decision to teach due to his family's financial constraints, and was taken aback by this revelation, as she had anticipated Gilbert joining her at Redmond. She wondered how his absence would affect her motivation and the dynamic of their friendly rivalry. The following morning, Anne noticed a change in Matthew's appearance, his hair seeming grayer than before. Concerned, she inquired about his health once he had left the room. Marilla's response confirmed Anne's worries. Matthew had been struggling with heart issues, but with Anne's return and a capable hired man, Marilla hoped he would find time to recuperate. And, moved by Marilla's own weary appearance, insisted that she would take over the chores to ensure Marilla got the rest she needed. They shared a moment of affection and looked forward to a day of revisiting cherished places and dreams, while Marilla smiled lovingly at her girl. Marilla was troubled by a persistent pain behind her eyes, which glasses did nothing to alleviate. An esteemed eye doctor was expected to visit the island, and she was advised to consult him. Despite her discomfort, Marilla expressed pride in Anne's academic success at Queen's, where Anne had excelled by earning a top license and the coveted Avery scholarship in just 1 year. Mrs. Lynde, however, was skeptical about women's higher education, believing it took them away from their destined roles, a sentiment Marilla didn't share. The Abbey Bank stability was a concern for Marilla, as she and Matthew had invested all their savings there. Despite her initial preference for the savings bank, they had chosen the Abbey Bank due to a long-standing family connection. Anne mentioned that the bank's founder, Mr. Abbey, was only a figurehead now, with his nephews running the institution. Marilla wanted to withdraw their money after hearing rumors of the bank's troubles, but they were reassured by Mr. Russell that everything was fine. and enjoyed a splendid day outdoors, one she would always remember for its beauty and the joy it brought her. She wandered through the orchard, visited beloved places like Dryad's Bubble and Willowmere, and had a fulfilling conversation with Mrs. Allen. In the evening, she joined Matthew to fetch the cows, walking through the picturesque Lover's Lane. Matthew seemed weary and gently chided him for overworking. He admitted to feeling the weight of his years and a tendency to forget his age, preferring to stay active until the end, and expressed a wish to have been the boy they originally intended to adopt to help him more. But Matthew assured her that he valued her more than a dozen boys, expressing his pride in her achievements, especially winning the Avery Scholarship. He gave her a timid grin as he made his way to the yard that night and carried the image of his smile with her to her room. She spent a long time by the window, lost in thought about the past and dreams of what was to come. The Snow Queen shone in a ghostly white under the moon's glow. The sound of frogs filled the air from the marsh by Orchard Slope, and would always hold on to the memory of the night's silver serenity and the sweet stillness it held. It was the eve before sadness would enter her life, and she knew that once sorrow made its mark, things would never feel quite the same. You're about to listen to Chapter 37, The Reaper Whose Name is Death. Marilla was alarmed and her words came out in a rush as she noticed something was wrong with Matthew. She called out to him, asking if he was ill. At that moment, Anne walked in, her hands filled with white narcissus flowers. The sight and smell of these flowers would later bring back painful memories for Anne. She saw Matthew standing in the doorway, holding a piece of paper, looking pale and distressed. Both Anne and Marilla rushed to him, but it was too late. Matthew collapsed. Marilla realized he had fainted and urgently told Anne to fetch Martin from the barn. Martin, the farmhand, had just returned from the post office and quickly went to get the doctor, also alerting Mr. and Mrs. Barry from the nearby Orchard Slope. Mrs. Lynde, who was visiting, joined the commotion. They all tried to revive Matthew, but Mrs. Lynde, with tears in her eyes, sadly informed them that there was little hope. And, pale and shaken, couldn't even utter the word dead, but Mrs. Lynde confirmed her fears, saying she recognized the look on Matthew's face as one she had seen too often, and saw the unmistakable sign of death on Matthew's face. The doctor arrived and confirmed that Matthew had died instantly and likely without pain, probably from a shock. The cause of the shock was the news of the Abbey Bank's failure, which was in the paper Matthew had been holding. Word of the tragedy spread through Avonlea, and people came to Green Gables to offer their support. Matthew, usually a quiet man, was now the center of attention and death. That night, the house was peaceful, with Matthew lying in his coffin, looking serene as if he were simply sleeping. The room was adorned with flowers that Anne had brought him, flowers from the garden his mother had planted long ago. The Barrys and Mrs. Lynde stayed over that night. Diana offered to sleep with Anne, but Anne, with a deep look of gratitude, said she needed to be alone to process her grief and the surreal feeling of Matthew's death. She felt a constant, dull ache and struggled to accept the reality of his passing. Diana struggled to grasp the situation. The sight of Marilla, overwhelmed with sorrow, breaking free from her usual restraint, was something she could understand more than Anne's silent suffering. Diana left with a kind heart, giving Anne space to face her grief alone, and longed for tears to flow in her solitude, feeling it was dreadful not to cry for Matthew, who she loved dearly and who had always been so kind to her. He had been with her the evening before, and now he lay still and peaceful below. Yet the tears wouldn't come, even as she knelt in the dark, praying and gazing at the stars. Instead, a deep ache of sadness persisted until sleep took over, exhausted from the day's pain and turmoil. Waking in the night, Anne was engulfed by silence and darkness, and memories of the day flooded in, bringing a wave of sorrow. She remembered Matthew's smiling face and his voice filled with pride. Finally, the tears came, and she wept deeply. Marilla came quietly to offer comfort. Marilla tried to console her, suggesting that crying wouldn't change what had happened and that it might not be right to cry so much. She admitted she had felt the same earlier, unable to hold back her tears for Matthew, who had been a good and kind brother. and pleaded to be allowed to cry, explaining that the tears were less painful than the ache. She asked Marilla to stay with her, saying that Diana's company, though kind and sweet, couldn't touch her grief. And Marilla shared a sorrow that was uniquely theirs, and wondered how they would manage without Matthew. Marilla reassured her, expressing her gratitude for Anne's presence and admitting that she might have been too strict at times, but loved her as much as Matthew did. She confessed her feelings openly, finding it easier to speak from the heart during such times, and she was her joy and comfort since her arrival at Green Gables. 2 days later, they carried Matthew across the threshold of his home, away from the lands he cherished. Life in Avonlea returned to its calm rhythm, and at Green Gables, routines resumed, though a sense of loss lingered. And, new to sorrow, was troubled that life could continue as before without Matthew. She felt a mix of shame and remorse when she realized that the beauty of the world still held its charm for her, that Diana's company and laughter still brought her joy, and that life's many voices still called out to her. And shared her conflicted feelings with Mrs. Allen as they spent time in the manse garden one evening. She felt a sense of betrayal to Matthew's memory by enjoying life's little pleasures after his passing. Despite missing him constantly, she admitted that the world still seemed beautiful and interesting to her. Even laughter had found its way back to her, which made her feel guilty, as if she shouldn't be able to laugh or find joy without Matthew. Mrs. Allen responded with understanding and kindness. She reminded Anne that Matthew always loved to hear her laugh and took pleasure in her happiness. She assured Anne that Matthew would still want her to enjoy life, even though he was gone. Mrs. Allen believed that nature's healing power should not be ignored, and that it was natural to feel guilty for finding joy after losing a loved one. She knew everyone went through this struggle when they tried to reconcile their grief with the ongoing beauty of life. And then talked about her visit to the graveyard where she planted a rosebush on Matthew's grave. She chose a slip from the white Scotch rosebush that held special meaning, as it was brought from Scotland by Matthew's mother, and Matthew had always favored those roses. Planting it made Anne feel like she was doing something that would please Matthew, and she hoped he had similar roses in heaven. She imagined the souls of the roses he loved greeting him there, and realized it was time to go home, as Marilla would be feeling lonely, especially during twilight. Mrs. Allen expressed concern about Marilla's loneliness when Anne would leave for college again. Anne didn't respond to this, but bid good night and walked back to Green Gables. Marilla was sitting on the steps and joined her. The house was open, with a conch shell holding the door, and adorned her hair with honeysuckle, enjoying the subtle fragrance. Marilla mentioned that Dr. Spencer had visited and insisted that she have her eyes examined by a specialist coming to town. She knew she had to go through with it in hopes of finding the right glasses. Marilla was concerned about leaving Anne alone, but Anne reassured her that she would manage fine with Diana's company and take care of the ironing and baking without any mishaps like in the past. They shared a laugh as Marilla recalled Anne's past mistakes and adventures, including the time Anne dyed her hair. These memories brought a moment of lightness to their conversation amidst the backdrop of their shared loss. And couldn't forget the memory, her smile reflecting the sentiment as she ran fingers through the thick braid wrapped around her head. She sometimes chuckled about the past worries over her hair and freckles. Though the chuckles were few, the distress had been genuine. The freckles had faded, and people now complimented her auburn hair, except for Josie Pye. Josie had bluntly remarked that Anne's hair seemed redder, especially against her black dress, and had questioned whether one ever grows accustomed to red hair. Anne had tried hard to appreciate Josie, but it was a challenge, and she was close to giving up on the effort. Marilla, with her usual directness, pointed out that Josie's unpleasant nature was a trait of the Pyes. She mused about the purpose such people served, as puzzling to her as the usefulness of thistles. Marilla then inquired about Josie's career plans, learning she intended to return to Queen's for another year, along with Moody Spurgeon and Charlie Sloane. Jane and Ruby, on the other hand, had secured teaching positions. The conversation turned to Gilbert Blythe and his future in teaching. Marilla commented on his good looks, noting his resemblance to his father, John Blythe, who had been a close friend and once considered her beau. And, intrigued, pressed for details about Marilla's past romance. Marilla shared the story of their quarrel and her stubborn refusal to forgive John, a decision she later regretted. Despite the Blythe's independent streak, Marilla admitted to feeling sorry and wishing she had forgiven him when she had the chance. Anne, moved by Marilla's admission, acknowledged the touch of romance in her life. Marilla agreed, noting that appearances often hide such histories. She confessed that memories of her and John had resurfaced upon seeing Gilbert in church. You're about to listen to Chapter 38, The Bend in the Road. Marilla made her way to town, and by evening she was back. Anne had spent her day with Diana at Orchard Slope and returned to a somber scene in the kitchen. Marilla sat there, her head resting on her hand, looking utterly defeated. This unusual sight sent a wave of concern through Anne. Marilla felt an overwhelming exhaustion, yet she couldn't pinpoint the reason. It wasn't mere tiredness. Her visit to the eye doctor had brought grave news. He had told her that abandoning all activities that strained her eyes, along with wearing the prescribed glasses, might prevent her condition from worsening and could heal her headaches. Ignoring his advice, however, would lead to complete blindness in half a year. The thought of losing her sight terrified Marilla. Anne struggled to find words, her voice shaking as she tried to offer comfort. She reminded Marilla that there was still hope, that careful adherence to the doctor's orders could save her sight and alleviate her headaches. However, Marilla couldn't see much hope in a life devoid of her cherished activities like reading and sewing. She felt it was as good as being blind or dead. Feeling lonely often led her to tears, which she now had to restrain. She asked Anne not to mention her condition to anyone yet, as she couldn't face the community's concern and sympathy. After Marilla had something to eat, Anne convinced her to rest. Alone in the dark, Anne sat by her window in the east gable, tears streaming down her face, feeling the weight of her heavy heart. She reminisced about the time when the future seemed bright with promise. Now, she felt aged beyond her years. Yet before sleep took her, a smile graced her lips and peace settled in her heart. She had faced her duty with courage and found comfort in it. Days later, Marilla returned from the front yard after speaking with Mr. Sadler from Carmody, and noticed the troubled expression on Marilla's face and wondered about their conversation. Tears welled up in Marilla's eyes, despite the doctor's warning, as she revealed that Mr. Sadler had heard about her plans to sell Green Gables and wanted to buy it, and was shocked. The idea of selling Green Gables was almost unimaginable to her. Marilla was at her wit's end, unsure how to proceed. With her weakening eyesight, she could no longer manage the farm without help. The prospect of going blind was real, and she feared she wouldn't be able to run the farm. The idea of selling her beloved home, Green Gables, was heartbreaking, but she saw no other option. All their money had been lost in a bank failure, and there were debts to settle. Marilla considered Mrs. Lynde's suggestion to sell the farm and live somewhere else, possibly boarding with her. The farm wouldn't sell for much, but it might just be enough for Marilla to live on. She took solace in the fact that Anne had a scholarship to provide for her education, though it pained her that Anne would not have a home to return to during school breaks. Overwhelmed by emotion, Marilla wept. Anne was determined not to let Marilla sell the farm. She declared she wouldn't go to Redmond College and would stay with Marilla instead. Marilla, surprised and concerned, didn't want Anne to give up her dreams for her sake. But Anne had made up her mind. She had a plan. Mr. Barry was interested in renting the farm, which would take care of that concern for the next year. Anne would start teaching. She had already applied for a position at the local school and had a backup option in Carmody if that didn't work out. She envisioned boarding at home and commuting to Carmody in good weather, ensuring she could be home on weekends. They would keep a horse for the commute. And promised to read to Marilla and keep her company, assuring her they would be happy together at Green Gables. Listening to Anne's plans, Marilla felt like she was dreaming. She knew she would be fine with Anne by her side, but she couldn't bear the thought of Anne sacrificing her future for her. And, however, dismissed the idea of sacrifice. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Green Gables either. It was settled in her heart. She would not go to Redmond and would stay to teach and care for Marilla. She reassured Marilla not to worry about her ambitions. Staying was her choice. Anne's ambition hadn't waned. It had simply shifted focus. She was determined to become an excellent teacher and to preserve Marilla's eyesight. She planned to study independently at home, following a college-level curriculum, and had been devising these plans for a week, confident that by giving her all to life at Green Gables, it would reciprocate in kind. Her future, once a straight path she thought she could see clearly, now had an unexpected turn. She couldn't see what lay ahead, but she chose to believe it would be wonderful, feeling a certain allure to the mystery of what was to come. Marilla, on the other hand, was struggling with the idea of and giving up her scholarship. But Anne, at 16 and a half, was as stubborn as they come, and she didn't want Marilla's pity. She was genuinely excited about staying at Green Gables, a place no one could cherish as much as they did, so it was imperative that they keep it. Marilla, moved by Anne's words, felt as if she had been given new life, even though she thought she should encourage and to attend college. She couldn't bring herself to do it and promised to make it up to Anne. When Avonlea residents learned of Anne's decision to forego college in favor of teaching at home, many were baffled, not knowing about Marilla's failing eyesight. Mrs. Allen, however, fully supported Anne's choice, her approval bringing tears of joy to Anne's eyes. Mrs. Lynde agreed, expressing her relief that Anne was staying, although she didn't see the point in women overeducating themselves, and playfully retorted that she intended to study all the subjects she would have at college, right there at Green Gables. Mrs. Lynde was shocked, fearing Anne might overexert herself, but Anne reassured her, saying she would balance her studies well and was excited to teach in Carmody. Anne was taken aback when she learned that the Avonlea school trustees had chosen her for the teaching position. She had been under the impression that Gilbert Blythe was promised the role. However, Gilbert had graciously stepped aside once he knew and had applied, offering her the chance to stay with Marilla, which he knew she desired. He had decided to teach at White Sands instead, even though it meant he would have to pay for his board while earning his way through college, and was conflicted, feeling undeserving of such a sacrifice from Gilbert. Yet, it was too late to change anything, as Gilbert had already committed to White Sands, and knew she couldn't prevent his decision now and accepted that she would be taking the Avonlea school position. Anne's surprise was evident as she leaped up, unable to hide her emotions. Mrs. Lynde shared the news with a sense of satisfaction, knowing how pleased Thomas would be. And, however, was hesitant, feeling it wasn't right to benefit from Gilbert's sacrifice. Despite her reservations, she realized Gilbert's arrangements with White Sands were final, and refusing the position would do no good. With no more Pies attending the school, Anne's teaching experience promised to be smoother, much to Mrs. Lynde's contentment. As Anne prepared to leave, she noticed Diana signaling from the Barry homestead, a tradition they maintained. Excusing herself, Anne dashed down the hill and vanished into the woods, leaving Mrs. Lynde watching fondly, remarking on Anne's youthful spirit. Marilla, however, pointed out Anne's growing maturity, although she herself had softened over time, a change Mrs. Lynde acknowledged to Thomas that night. Anne spent the following evening at the Avonlea graveyard, tending to Matthew's grave and the rosebush. She cherished the tranquility of the place, with the poplars rustling and the grasses whispers among the headstones. As she left, the beauty of the sunset and the lake of shining waters filled her with gratitude for life. She whispered her appreciation to the world, feeling alive and content. Halfway down the hill, Anne encountered Gilbert. He greeted her with a polite tip of his cap, but would have continued on his way if Anne hadn't stopped to extend her hand. Anne's cheeks flushed a deep red as she expressed her gratitude to Gilbert for his generous act of giving up the school position for her. She wanted him to know how much she valued his kindness. Gilbert, with enthusiasm, grasped her hand, assuring her that it was his pleasure to be of service. He pondered whether this gesture meant they could move past old grievances and become friends. Anne's laughter bubbled up despite her attempt to free her hand from his grasp. She confessed that she had actually forgiven him long ago, back at the pond landing, though she hadn't realized it at the time. She admitted to being quite the stubborn one and regretted her past behavior. Gilbert's spirit soared as he declared they were destined to be great friends, suggesting that resisting their friendship was against their fate. He spoke of the mutual support they could offer each other, especially as both planned to continue their studies. He then happily announced his intention to accompany her home. Upon her arrival at the kitchen, Anne was met with Marilla's inquisitive gaze. Marilla wanted to know who had walked up the lane, and, trying to hide her blushing, reluctantly admitted it was Gilbert Blythe, whom she had bumped into on Barry's Hill. Marilla, with a knowing smile, commented on how long Anne had been chatting with Gilbert at the gate, which seemed out of character given their history of animosity, and explained that they had put their past differences aside in favor of a more sensible future as friends. She was surprised at how quickly the time had passed, attributing it to the years of conversation they needed to catch up on. That night, as Anne sat by her window, she was enveloped in a sense of contentment. The soft purring of the wind through the cherry boughs and the scent of mint filled the air. The stars twinkled above, and Diana's light shone through the familiar gap, and reflected on how her life's horizons had narrowed since her return from Queens, but she was reassured by the thought of happiness blooming along her path. She found solace in the joys of work, aspiration, and friendship, knowing that her rich imagination and dreams were hers to keep. And there was always the unexpected turn in the road ahead. In a whisper, and affirmed her belief that all was well in the world, echoing the sentiment that with God watching over, everything was as it should be. Thanks for tuning into BookyRookie. Together, we're turning pages into possibilities. Let's make learning limitless. Catch you on the next stream.